when you lost. There's always a hope. Rise and fight.
Welcome back, guys, to the BSL. I am Nyokin again, joined by the one and only Diggity. This time around, it's the final group of the round of 16. It's going to be the group of death. It's got Mihu versus KwarK to start us off, and we've got Bonyth versus Zhanhun. Diggity, I know you think this is a group of death. What do you think? You think we got surprises in store?
I don't know whether I want to call this the ProToss Gauntlet for Mihu, or if I want to call this the ProToss Mowing Field, where you can just mow down ProToss after ProToss. But we're gonna have a lot of PvP and PvT. KwarK, I really want to see what he does against Mihu, because Mihu is an extremely strong player. He's got a very unique style, but KwarK is one of those intelligent guys, and he's so strong versus Terran. Then the opposite side, we have Bonyth going up against Zhanhun. And Bonyth is Bonyth. I think the two clear favorites to get out of this are Mihu and Bonyth. But when I see KwarK and Zhanhun, they're two guys that I think are capable of pulling upsets both directions. So yeah, I think yesterday felt like a group of death. Today also feels like an intense group of death, and I'm hoping I'm hoping the expectations turn into some incredible matches here.
Yeah, the PvP we saw between Dawid and Sheen were pretty one-sided for Dawid. However, you have to say Sheen had build order advantage in a couple of them, and if Zhanhun can get build order advantage versus Bonyth, that may be hard, but if he can, maybe he can actually pull out a victory versus Bonyth. And then, as you stated, KwarK versus Mihu. Actually, for me, this is the game of the day, and the reason I say that is because KwarK has really weird timings, and I think there could be an upset here. I really do. Genuinely, I think that this could be an upset, because when I've played KwarK, you feel like, okay, he's doing this move, and you're like, okay, I just have to survive. And like the last time I played him, it was like some type of arbiter timing. Like every time I moved, he counterattacks, so you have to respond to it, right? So behind it, I'm thinking, okay, he's going to build more arbiter, he's going to go for another recall. But actually, he's building up carriers, and the next thing I know, 2 minutes later, there's like 6 carriers. I'm like, wait, what? Where'd those come from? And yeah, it's going to be tough.
He's an extremely intelligent player. If he gets eyes in your base, he almost instinctually knows how to respond, it seems. And I've seen him, Gypsy, when he was playing him, he commented, like, his play style is abusive. Like, I do not like playing against KwarK because his play style is so strong. It's like everything that Terrans don't like about ProToss in a single package, which is great when we're looking at a matchup like this. And then here's the thing. I think I'm going to be happy either way what happens in this first game, because either KwarK wins and we're going to see an incredible ProToss versus Terran effort, or we're going to see potentially Bonyth versus Mihu, assuming that he's able to take out Zhanhun. If we see that matchup, I think that was the one everybody was looking for previous season. But that's, of course, assuming that Bonyth is going to be able to take Zhanhun down. Zhanhun, on the opposite side, I compare this. Obviously, Bonyth is a different player than Dawid. But as far as the comparative Zhanhun versus Sheen, I got the impression that Zhanhun was just somewhat more of a stronger player, and in particular in PvP. So I think that'll be a fierce one as well. But I gotta say, I really want to see Mihu versus Bonyth, because it's kind of a what if scenario into the past for looking at what might have happened in season 13.
Yeah, definitely that is a matchup to look forward to. I think the majority of chat probably wants to see that. We did have Mihu, I would say, versus the world. In terms of versus ProToss, there was like this show match where he took on Dawid, I think, 3 times, and then Bonyth 3 times, and then Oyaji 3 times, and this was after last season, after Mihu had won. And, well, that series did not go very well for Mihu. I don't know exactly the reason, whether it was lag or was a time zone issue or something, but he lost 9-0. So, Bonyth and Dawid and Oyaji they got some type of read after last season and definitely came up with the counterplay to Mihu. So I would like to see if Mihu has now come up with the counterplay to the counterplay if we do get a rematch between Mihu and Bonyth. But of course, our first matchup is, as I stated, Mihu versus KwarK. And our first map is going to be Monopoly. And for those of you that have watched ASL, we've seen Monopoly quite a bit. This is an extremely, extremely hard map for Protoss. Terran seems to completely dominate.
It's going to be, ASL matches. If you haven't already checked it out, I got to give that side shout out, of course, to Artosis and Tasteless, and of course, Nyokin and Scan when they're able to do the live casts. That's where you're going to see a lot of the crossover maps that you have here on BSL. The thing, and I don't think that's the starting map that KwarK was hoping for.
Oh, okay.
Never mind.
It's the starting map, I think.
Oh, we're having some confusion in the background as to what the actual starting map is.
Yeah, it is Monopoly.
We're conferred now. It is Monopoly.
We're getting a look at the stats here. As you can see, Mihu, 1 showing in BSL, and he's the champion. I mean, that's very, very impressive to say the least. Then we see KwarK on the other side, goes through league top 8, then he plays top 16 in season 11 of Pro League, and then back into goes through league, not the best showing, then back into Pro League in season 13. But so far, no round of 8 showing for him, so he's looking to make his first move into that side of the BSL.
Do we have a BSL equivalent of a Royal Rotor for Mihu? Because he should definitely get that title, the first time championship.
That's true.
If not, we need to invent that.
Yeah. I don't think we do, actually. I actually haven't even thought about Royal Roading for like 15 years. So maybe we can give him that crown since he has already done it. And as I stated, first map of the day is going to be Monopoly. Let's get into game 1 between Mihu and KwarK. Okay, in the top left, our Terran champion. It is Mihu. Oh ho ho, what's this, Diggity?
At the 3 o'clock location, we have the red Protoss as KwarK, but we've already got a probe moving out on the map.
Well, this is going to be an in-base proxy, and this is actually genius because if he goes top left, he can get a glimpse of the minerals, and Mihu will not notice. Now, a lot of Terrans do not wall. They just build their first depot right next to the command center. So the chance that SCV goes to the ramp is extremely low. He's got to be very careful. He cannot show himself. Oh, he doesn't see. He didn't mind that patch. Like, okay, now he notices that Mihu is here and he can proxy gateways at the bottom side of his base.
So now it's going to come down to due diligence from Mihu. Is he going to move the SCVs to the southern sector to scout what KwarK is up to? So KwarK saying, you know what? I'm going to put you off balance to start rather than letting you get into your game plan. And right now, Mihu's not made any movements. He's just got that supply depot in the upper left-hand corner. The big moment is going to be when that barracks is placed and where it's placed.
Yeah, and there's absolutely no reason for him to go to the bottom. I got a bit nervous, honestly, to see that SCV take that angle, and he is just barely out of vision. And what I love about this is he put the pylon at the top, so he's going to build the gateways to the side or below. Like, he's not going to put them up where potentially the SCV will bounce into range like you're seeing right here. And Mihu has no idea. He's not scouting at all, just like we saw Dawid yesterday delaying scouting.
Ooh, and he's grabbing a gas behind this. I think this might work out for KwarK.
Well, I have to say I have seen very limited games of, first off, this strategy, and I don't think I've ever seen... I take that back. I have seen one game where Terran held this, and this was in previous Team Liquid Starleague. Do you remember that game? JF versus who's now known as Special on Outsider?
Oh, yeah. Special, that was an intense match. And honestly, I don't think I've seen it outside of that match either. First Marine being constructed, and the SCV moving out to scout still doesn't see it.
Oh my god! So KwarK definitely worked this out before planned this. Oh no. Oh my god, he's even out of range building a factory there.
This is going to be great as well because with the positioning, those zealots will be able to get really... That SCV is so exposed.
I can't even believe it.
So exposed.
Yeah, and what's so funny is actually 12 Nexus is very common. A lot of times Terran players even rallied their first Marine. And now Mihu's like, well, wait a minute, where the hell did these come from? There's 3 Zealots in my base, instant bunker. You can see he definitely didn't expect this because he's just now queuing a Marine. He's taken down so many SCVs already. He's already lost like 4. Marine did not get trapped. He's doing a really good job microing this. Another SCV falls, but even if the bunker gets up, I don't even think it matters anymore. Look at this. Mihu's not even mining. He's just got, okay, he actually is mining slightly. He's got 3 SCVs mining. Marine desperately trying to get in there. He does, but it doesn't matter. It's 4 Zealots.
4 Zealots, the SCV's pulling off the line to try, but they're boxed out by the Zealots that are working on that bunker. Another Marine being constructed. The factory manages to get up, but Mihu doesn't have the minerals to build a Vulture, and there's still more Zealots flooding in his base. Even if he gets the Vulture out, these Zealots are probably going to be right on top of it. Another Marine. There's GG. KwarK takes game 1 on Monopoly, and I think that was a brilliant play because, again, like you were saying, Monopoly is not a map that favors Protoss play. KwarK saying, what is my best option? My best option is to put I'm going to take initiative. I'm going to put my opponent off guard. I'm going to throw out a cheese. I'm going to take one game. I'm going to make it a best of 1, and then we're going to see what happens as far as map choice after this.
Yeah. Wow. I was not expecting that at all. Yeah. I don't even know what to say. That's so dirty, man. And I like how it's not only is it the first map, and I'm pretty sure Mihu and KwarK, if they have played even at all, it's going to be very limited play. And guarantee you, Mihu did not ever face that versus KwarK before. So first off, you don't know what this guy plays. In the first game, he pulls this out. You're thinking, okay, this guy's just a cheese maniac. And then it's on Monopoly, which is a Protoss graveyard, honestly. So he's not only stealing a win, now he's in the mind of Mihu, like, what the hell is this guy going to do? I love it. And there's no other death map for Protoss, I don't think. I think all the other maps are perfectly fine.
Yeah, I think you're right. I think all the other maps are something to work with. And honestly, I would not be shocked to see Mihu choose something like Eclipse, where it's like, okay, let's go to Eclipse, where it's nice and standard, and it's well-trodden, well-known. But I've seen KwarK play really, really strong on Eclipse, and I think he's got a lot of options, honestly, to work with against Mihu on that map. But I love it. I love seeing KwarK pulling out the cheese, and he's playing this. That's the other thing. He's playing this like a tournament. He's, this is a tournament. This is a best of 3. The winner advances. Every win counts. It doesn't matter how I get it. And yeah, I love it. Getting in the head. You're right. Absolutely getting in the head of Mihu. And I guarantee you, next map, we're probably going to see SCV scouting around the corner, which will delay a little bit of that mining time for KwarK. And give KwarK a bit of that psychological advantage.
Yeah, as Artosis would say, that Protoss did not play with honor, skill, and hard work. But you gotta, maybe not the first two, the honor and skill, I don't know. But the hard work, you definitely do due diligence to think about, okay, how's Terran's going to scout? How do they build their buildings and their base? You look at the way the minerals are shaped in that position. You can poke in and scout and see if they're actually there. There's definitely time put in and thought into that. But that was extremely dirty. But now Mihu, he's down 0-1. I knew this series was going to be fireworks, man. I had a feeling that it was going to be great. I don't know about that first game, but oh man. Second map or second game, I agree. I think we could see Eclipse. And even though Terrans do like this map, KwarK loves to backstab. Like I said, the last time I think I played him, I told you exactly what he did. He went Arbor, Opener, and he just backstabs you nonstop, which buys him time for the carriers. And it's hard to deal with. But however, I have to say the style that I played, the 2-1 style, is not how Mihu plays. He plays the heavy factory, heavy units in the early game. We'll see what he wants to do with those units he actually has going into mid-game. Oh, Metaverse.
Moving to Metaverse. So what do you think Mihu's thinking on Metaverse?
I don't think he's thinking. Metaverse, what? This is not a Terran map. This is extremely hard. I think even harder than Eclipse. But now it makes me think he may have something planned for somebody that loves carriers. Theoretically, we may see something like Valk Wraith counterplay. But those are all theory crafts right now. Let's get into the game. I'm so hyped to see this. It's KwarK up 1-0 versus the champ Mihu going into Metaverse. Okay, in the bottom right, our Terran player already down 0-1. It's Mihu.
And the upper left looking to advance to the winner's bracket. As the red Protoss, we have KwarK.
Yeah, so I was definitely not expecting this because even though this map has like a close third base, like right next to your ramp, getting mid-right for Mihu in this position, I mean, he can get it. The problem is that if it ever gets attacked there, you're not defending it. And if there's ever carriers that get to mid-right, ever, I don't know how you engage it. Like, it's extremely hard to deal with carriers, and I know KwarK plays carriers, so I'm curious what Mihu's going to do here. We know he loves heavy factory count. I feel like this is going to be, just simply because of the map pick, like a 9 fact, maxing as fast as possible, going on +1 weapon, and just trying to end it.
We'll have to see. I'm wondering if he also opted for a 4-player map just to try to force the game to more of a macro style where it's like, okay, if you're going to try to cheese here, you're going to have to play the shell game. And on top of that, you're going to be ending up falling behind in the macro game. And I'm just more confident that I can hold against whatever you're going to throw at me on a 4-player map. And also, it's, 4-player map. Let's go. We're going to go 2-base macro. And Mihu, that's one thing I love about Mihu's style at large, is it really does feel optimized for his extremely strong macro play and for his ability to just have incredible amounts of troop movement that press across the map. And it's something that I haven't seen a lot of other Terrans do. It seems like the bread and butter for Terrans these days are just doing the +1 weapons or +2, +1 armor pushes. But in the meantime, it looks like KwarK has opened up a 14 Nexus. I'm almost wondering if Mihu's expecting this and he's going to plan, build order to run into KwarK.
Yeah, so 12 Nexus, we're going to have to wait and see if this is the KwarK Nexus or if it's actually what more normal 12 Nexus that you see on the ladder. KwarK is known to cut a ton of probes with his version of 12 Nexus, and if you attack into it, flat out you can't do that. There's so many zealots and so many goons. I would say luckily for Mihu here, he's cross position, so the chances of him actually pulling into this is unlikely. In KwarK, he's not scouting at all, so he has no idea that this is actually a cross spawn, and if he cuts a lot and builds a ton of units, I'm not sure if he's going to get the value that he really wants. But now probe going out, so I guess he will make a decision. Oh, is he going to go cross scout? No, he's going to go to the bottom.
In the meantime, it looked like Mihu only had that single SCV on gas. He's got that factory running, but it looks like he wants to just go 1 factory into expand as far as standard build order. We'll see if he makes any sort of adjustment now. Nope, he's just going to lift off and go for that front door seal. So it looks like, Mihu at the very least is thinking about more 2-base play rather than trying to do anything aggressive. Doing the mineral steal with the SCV, which is a lot of fun. KwarK making his way around to go ahead and scout it. But now the question is what does KwarK do? One thing is, I think it was, I'm trying to think, against Gypsy, he had the really fast OBS build, which I'm almost wondering if he did just because he wanted to make sure he got eyes into his opponent's base. Because it seems like when he has information, when he knows the factory count, when he knows what build order you're up to, he just does. He has the counter for it.
Well, this is not going to be the KwarK Nexus because, first off, he did build probes for quite a long time. He didn't cut for a second gate. He only built 1 zealot too. And behind this, Mihu floated his racks, so there's obviously no pull here. He just goes straight into a single vulture, then add on. He's putting down his command center. So this is more than likely going to be a mine expand behind this. This tends to be the common follow-up. Probe going to come in here and confirm that that's exactly what's going on. See the bunker. I think that's a bunker at least. Maybe floated racks.
I'm hoping what happened here, it looks like that probe getting pushed out, but it was able to confirm that natural expansion. And I'm hoping what's going to happen here is we'll see if Mihu kind of maybe watched the previous games versus Gypsy. Able to get 1 kill, 2 kills. Looks like he got 2 probe kills, so getting some decent value out of that vulture. And that SCV still alive in the main. Looks like a second gas being grabbed from KwarK. But I'm wondering, if he watched the games versus Gypsy and he's thinking, you know what, this guy has trouble multitasking versus Vulture. KwarK has said that's been trouble I've had in the past. That's an easy way to beat me, is if you flood Vultures all over the map and force me to try to engage at multiple points. I'm a lower APM player and I have trouble keeping up with that. So we'll see if Mihu's moving towards that and is kind of studied in this regard, or if he's just going to kind of go do his usual thing.
Well, KwarK has cut a little bit. I think, if I'm remembering correctly, generally when Terran opens with something like this versus what we're seeing at 12 Nexus, if they don't cut at all, ProToss is up, I think, 4 workers. So the fact that KwarK is even in workers right now, maybe up just 1, he's slightly cut a little bit, but this is still a fine position for him, but it's also pretty darn fine for Mihu right now. Now I have to say, Nat Gas seems pretty darn fast for Protoss, but at the same time, you have to consider this guy did go 12 Nexus. He needs to catch up in gas to get Robo. It's not like he's floating 400 gas or anything. He's still at a low gas count at 250. Vulture gets a nice connection there with a mine. Not able to get a scout off, though.
It looks like KwarK has a good number of Dragoons, but map control is in Mihu's favor with the mines and more Vultures starting to push out. I like that Mihu's capitalizing on that, where he's like, okay, it looks like there's more of a defensive posture, so I'm just going to go ahead, move out on the map, make sure the mines get planted, and make sure that even in the mid game, I've got both vision, a degree of map control. A couple additional gateways, and we do have that robotics facility behind here for KwarK.
Yep, 4 gate. This is, I would say, this is intending to match probably the factory count of Mihu, who's known to go into 4 fact or 5 fact. You just want to have a ton of units versus him. But I'm getting worried the longer I see that the probe count is this low. If it was even SCV count versus probe count, I would still say, okay, this is a fine position for KwarK. But the fact that we're cutting so much, like this is an extreme cut. This is 30 probes. This is barely more than 1 per patch, really. So he needs to actually get damage done with whatever he has planned. Otherwise, Mihu's going to scale into the mid game way better. And obviously, Terran units are just much more powerful in general once they hit critical mass.
I think what KwarK is seeing is he saw Mihu play a little bit more troop light in previous matches, and I think he might be going for a bust here because, yeah, cutting probes intentionally. He's got a 5th gateway. He does have the Citadel of Adun behind this. He also has a shuttle. So potentially this is going to be Dark Templar. Potentially this is going to be speed upgraded Zealots, but I think he's just going to start building a bunch of units, ramping up, and I think he's looking for one particular timing just to punch into Mihu before he's really able to cycle into that strong economic style.
Well, the key thing here is, what does Mihu scan? If he scans the gates and he somehow figures out there's no 3rd nexus, I think, honestly, Mihu's already got the game, because 5 gate speed, this is just going to be all-in speed goon timing with the shuttle bomb. 5 gate is a lot of units, but it's nothing like a 2 base 8 gate all in, right? It's not like it's pure. This is gateway, man, but I think you know what I mean. It's not like there's going to be endless amounts of units coming at you. It's only 5 gate. So if I was Mihu in this position, land that Rax, land that eBay, go for complete wall, and then just build as many tanks and vultures as possible.
I'm also very concerned because last time I looked at Mihu's base, he had a big cluster of siege tanks. And yes, there's a turret kind of protecting it, but those siege tanks are not spread out. But you have siege tanks around the corner. The vulture's out of position. It looks like they're and I love what KwarK's doing with this too. He's leading with those 2 Dragoons to push the rest of this back, to hide his troop count. I think Mihu still might have a read on this, but look at that big clump of tanks. If he can somehow just distract that turret and get some Zealots on top of that, that could be absolutely devastating. But then, and taking some free shots though on that corner.
Mihu needs to spam the hell out of vultures right now. I mean, he's really in trouble because he's going to lose these couple vultures for free. He needs to pull all of his SCVs too. And there's no Sim City. It's just a bunker. There's no racks to soak up hits because it's floating to the right side. There's no eBay. Here it comes. KwarK, he needs to make this happen though. Zealots took a big mine hit there. Zealots get on top of the tanks. It's just too many tanks though, I think. The Zealots don't get the connections they need. And you can see why this was a one-time attack for KwarK. It just needed to overwhelm, and it doesn't, and he just instantly taps out.
Yeah, it looked like the mine coverage was fantastic despite the SimCity that softened up the Zealots. You could see that KwarK was trying to move forward to try to clear those mines to get that Zealot some room, but the Zealots were just too weakened to get on top of that siege tank clump. And so Mihu defends. I think he read it well. I think he had everything, and just a macro beast, had everything in place and well executed. And unfortunately, that's part of Mihu's style. It's not just the fact that he's got strong macro, it's that in engagement, his micromanagement and his troop engagement is just absolutely fantastic.
Yeah, that was... Well, I still think you should have kept the eBay and Rax in front, because really you just have to live there and you're going to win. But overall, great defense, and you can see why I was a bit weary of this attack, because once the Zealots are gone, I mean, how are you going to get on top of the tanks? I think he killed 1 tank. But interesting move from KwarK. I actually have an idea for it. I'm tempted to say it, but at the same time, I don't want to give insight to Protoss players, you know? So I will reveal it. If you rewatch the game and you think about what Mihu scouted or what he scanned the main, obviously, and he scanned whatever, the natural. But if you look at his actual vision of the map, it was just outside of KwarK's base. I think if KwarK had hidden the probe at top right, for example, and built all the gateways and Citadel up there, and then moved out with goons, and all Mihu scans is 2 gates, I think it could have worked, actually.
Look out. You're gonna see this on the ladder now. Yeah. You're gonna be shaking your fists like, curse, why did I have to say anything there? I like the attempt from KwarK, but I do think also Mihu's got a read on this. He's like, okay, KwarK doesn't want to face me in a straight up macro game. And unfortunately, going into game 3, Mihu being Mihu and kind of I think an intelligent player, I'm almost wondering if he is going to play a hyper defensive style now and just allow himself to kind of get into that mid game. KwarK, we got the cheese game 1. We had the attempt at what I'll call, I almost want to call like the 5-gate zealot speed, like semi cheese. It's not exactly cheese. It's like an attempt at a bust, right?
Yeah.
You are all in, but it's not like it's not like you're hiding something. Your opponent has to respond to it and defend or not defend, and it's up to you to execute. But now going into game 3, KwarK has already telegraphed this is the sort of style I'm going to try to win with.
Yep, and he is going to risk it all on Butter, a 2-player map, a dangerous map when ProToss can find you right from the get-go. So let's see what KwarK's got planned, or if Mihu's going to take this game and move into the winner's match. So in the top right, evening up the score 1-1, it is Mihu.
In the bottom right, as the red ProToss, we have KwarK.
Yeah, so these were not the games I was expecting from KwarK at all, because just my experience versus him, he doesn't necessarily play like this very often. More than not, I see third base, fourth base. This is just really aggressive play, so it makes me wonder how practiced he is with these particular builds. Of course, the first one was definitely planned out, but the second one, I do like that if you're going to all in, he cut for it, but it was, I don't know, the scan timing for Mihu was perfect, and unfortunately for KwarK, you can't really do much after that when the guy sees exactly what you're doing.
Yeah, one thing KwarK mentioned here and there, I think yesterday in chat even, he was saying that he's a bit out of, he didn't get to practice as much as he wanted to this week. He was distracted by work, and so had to he felt rushed in his preparation versus Mihu, and honestly, it's hard to be rushed in literally this group of death. So Butter, though, and I also wonder if he just was kind of tossing out a game. He's like, okay, I'm on Metaverse, let me just toss out whatever build. I'll just do this standard thing, and kind of as a side choice. And maybe he was like, okay, I'm going to have game 1 planned, and then I'm going to have this match planned on Butter. I do think I would be uncomfortable as Mihu, knowing KwarK is an intelligent player, knowing that he is a creative player, and knowing that he gets map selection.
Well, we do have another 12 Nexus from KwarK. So he is pretty ballsy on a 2-player map. Well, see, this is the thing with KwarK, is he thinks about it a lot. Think about this. He just showed 12 Nexus, and what did Mihu see when he scouted? He saw a guy go, not really a big cut, built 1 Zealot and 1 Goon, and he got away with it. And that's, I would say, 50% of the time maybe KwarK will do that, but a lot of times he cuts a lot and goes for the KwarK Nexus, which is 2 Zealot, 2 Goons, heavy cut. And now he's on a 2-player map where Mihu might actually pull for this, and if he pulls into that move, it's not going to work. And as he pointed out, there's that SCP scouting the main of Mihu, which is hilarious, to say the least. He does not want to get proxied again.
That looked like one of the most paranoid SCVs I've ever seen in my entire life. He's like, wait a minute, did I check that corner right? Let me make sure I check that corner right. And yeah, I was jumping back and forth. But yeah, we'll try to keep an eye on that mineral line. Looks like we are seeing, look, I think that's a second gateway. We got the 12 Nexus to start. Mihu now moving out with his first scout, and KwarK a little bit delayed on his scouting.
Yeah. I think this is going to be the KwarK day up. There's the second gate. Now, the real question is can Mihu tell the difference here? I have to say that it's hard to tell the difference between stuff like what he just saw. But to be fair, more and more people on the ladder are doing this, where they cut a ton and make sure that they do not lose to a pull. And I'm sure Mihu has run into that. He can obviously see that the Nexus in the main was not blinking, so he may already know that this is what's going on. And the fact that he builds a command center, he knows that he can't pull into this, and he's just going to expand behind it.
Okay, so yeah, it looks like he recognized the situation, just keeping that SCV. It looks like the scouting is going to happen with this initial Zealot. It is going to run into a Vulture in short order, but should still get plenty of information. And Yeah, I actually also like that decision on KwarK's part. Actually, the Zealot coming back to home base. Interesting. So just making its way front, going to go ahead and march its way back. But yeah, I also wonder if KwarK is just going to try to press macro from here, or if he has another build order up his sleeves.
Well, actually, Mihu is in trouble. Last game, he did not build a bunker. If this is rallied goons across the map, bunker will not be up in time. Well, it might barely be up in time. But again, that Rax is floating. So does ProToss really care about one Marine in a bunker? I will tell you no, they do not care. So this SCV is coming to the Nat right now. It needs to build a bunker ASAP. Vulture is going to counterattack, but there's 2 Zealots and a single goon waiting.
Looks like they're able to pin it into the wall and almost take it out. It's only got a sliver of health. The follow-up Dragoon wipes it out, but it looks like KwarK, rather than pressing this, is just going to stay at home base.
Yeah, and that's a big pickoff because, of course, Vultures can sneak in and get some damage done in the probe line, but laying mines, even whether or not they connect, doesn't really matter. Gives you a lot of vision. Like, he could have put mines on the right side later on, and he's just not going to have them now, so he's not going to be able to spot like potential shuttle drop or anything like that. And as I stated, this is a lot of units. He needed the bunker. I like that he did build additional Marines here, but he does not have siege mode, that's for sure. This is not going to be an easy hold for Mihu.
See if KwarK tests that, potentially waiting for range before. And is he also going to have the SCVs nearby? I don't see SCVs coming off.
Oh, he's going, and there's no SCVs.
Yeah, there's no SCVs. Attacking now. 3 SCVs on delay, pulling off the lane, but there's Zealots there as well. He needs to, and now the Zealots working on the, oh man, but that was a great turnaround and shift. 1 Dragoon already down. The SCVs look like they're going to be able to hold this, and the tanks pushing the rest back.
Yeah, I would say that looked like an even trade. He lost like a 1 Zealot and 1 Goon, but he killed maybe 4 SCVs. But at the same time, the issue again is just like last game. Look at the worker count. Despite having the 12 Nexus, ProLeague is down workers. And remember, he just killed 3 or 4 SCVs there. So it was really like a 6 to 7 SCV gap already. He's going to go in for round 2, which is kind of genius because Terran's not expecting this again. However, another Goon falls, and I think siege mode is done, so he needs to run. Oh no, another Goon falls.
So it's, yeah, only 3 Dragoons left versus 2 tanks and 2 Marines, and that will hold, especially with that Sim City. But wow, a quick switch. So we got Templar Archives already down in a Stargate and the Citadel of Dune blocking the front door. KwarK is a mad genius here.
Oh man, it's too funny. But his eco is so down in the dumps. I mean, he's now kind of evened it up in worker count 33 to 32, but he's forcing a lot of pressure onto Mihu. And when you take this much pressure, I mean, you don't know what's coming behind this. He can't risk going for a scan fast because what if there's a DT follow-up? And there's a lot of goons left over. He could easily run in and snipe the turret, so that's why you see the turret ring coming down. Mihu has skipped his gas at the natural for a very long time, so this cannot be heavy tank count. And behind this, KwarK going straight into 2-base Arbiter.
I like what he did. He did the initial push, and it got rejected, and maybe that would have been a win condition, but he went for the turnaround, did it again, which makes Mihu very defensive. He's like, okay, now I need to go ahead and shell up and play. And then as soon as he's got Mihu on his heels, where he's like, okay, I need to be playing very, very cautiously, he takes the big tech push. And I like that play from KwarK. I think that's it's really creative, and you can just see how calculated it is as well.
Well, this is a good counter to what Mihu likes to do, which is heavy unit count. And he's going to be running into 2-base Arbiter, which by default has a decent amount of units. And you can't attack into it because Arbiters may have stasis. You have limited scans. You kind of have to just take an expansion here. And since Mihu delays his upgrades, the longer the game goes, the better it is for ProToss, because that means they're going to have more Arbiters, more stasis. So I do love this follow-up. I still don't love the probe count, but at least it is ramping up higher and higher for now. This SCV, if he can see the natural, that it's a lot of Zealots, it will tip off Mihu that this is going to be another high unit play from KwarK.
Instead, looks like he meanders right into that, I want to call that the 4 o'clock base. Gets taken out by a handful of Dragoons, and so really maybe a bit of suspicion, but has confirmed nothing. Confirmed absolutely nothing, and shortly we're going to have that first Arbiter out.
There's the second Stargate, which I do not think is for 2-base Arbiter, or for more Arbiters. You see the scan went off, and he sees the second Stargate, but there's no cybernetic spinning, so it doesn't tip off anything that this is going to be like a carrier switch, but I do think this is the carrier switch. A two Stargate Arbiter on 2 bases, that's so hard to support. But even spending 1 gas could be a big issue for him. The Arbiter should be out in like 10 seconds or so.
Mihu's starting to move. I don't know how much energy he has left in that comsat, but there's a lot of Zealots and Dragoons, and the Arbiter not quite in position yet. Mihu streaming across the map. He's going to have pretty strong forward positioning. It looks like already setting up on top of that ramp. The Marines leaning forward, getting spot, a big, huge couple of hits, plus a Zealot getting out of control. Looks like it was able to take a Marine with it. But KwarK, yeah, he needs that Arbiter on the front, and he needs to break this push immediately.
Yeah, and it's going to be so tough now because if you notice in his main, his Robo was super late. The Arbiter just now kicks in, but the turret's going to be up, and he has no detection, so those mines connect onto 3 goons, and he only has 3 other goons. I mean, Zealots are fantastic, but you need goon support, and this army is just going to get clobbered. The turret survives, so he doesn't even have to worry about scans running out. This was a massacre, and KwarK, the strategy looked good, but the timing from Mihu was on point.
Mihu, genius. Also getting that turret, so he has that area where he can just pull right back, and Arbiter, if you have a turret, there's the detection, and it doesn't matter. And also, yeah, that lack of robotics facility is hurting, because the Zealots just not finding, they're just running into minefields. The Dragoons got wiped out very, very early, and this is just a skeleton crew for KwarK to try to defend. And Mihu is closing the vice now. You've got mines just planted right outside that natural expansion. That's a small gap to defend, and it's just going to be a moment, honestly, before you're going to have siege tanks shelling and containing the rest of this front.
I love how that Zealot's triggering the mine into the Dragoons to actually take it down because he still has no observer. It's 5 tanks or so versus just 2 Zealots, 3 goons, and a single Arbiter. There's the stasis, but there's no actual units to try and follow up. So this means that Mihu is going to give KwarK the death blow here, and unfortunately, our UK/American Protoss will be moving into the losers bracket unless there's something that I'm not seeing here. There's
GG. Yeah, Mihu he's played fantastic. He recognized it. I think upon seeing that second Stargate, he's like, yeah, now's the time. I'm gonna go ahead and move and do whatever you want. I can just seal you right in. Butter is one of those maps where, yeah, off 2 base, if you seal that natural, it's really easy to seal that natural expansion from that high ground, in my opinion. But that turret, I feel like once that turret was established, it was done for KwarK.
Yeah, and even though I said like timing into Arbiter is really hard, I mean, it worked out this time, but you could see if the Arbiter is 10 seconds faster, there's no turret. I realize there are 2 scans, but you just run away until it runs out. It could have been a different ball game, but as I stated, it was a slick timing from Mihu. He really hit it the exact moment he needed to, and he takes not only the game, but also the series. So he's going to be moving on into the winners match, and we still have the dream match of Mihu versus Bonyth. That is still a possibility so far, but our first match of the day is done. We're going to go into a break, and then we'll come back with a PvP. It's going to be the legend himself, Bonyth. We are back, guys, and we're going to be going into a PvP now. Winner's going to be facing off versus Mihu, who's waiting in the winners match. And it's going to be Bonyth himself going up against Zhanhun. This should be very exciting because Sheen put on a good showing versus DeWalt despite losing. So I'm very, very excited to see what Zhanhun can pull out versus Bonyth today.
Yeah, Zhanhun, I think, is, at least from what preliminarily, I'm not sure why I'm having trouble saying that word. Preliminarily, what I've seen from Zhanhun, I think he's a stronger player than Sheen as well. So I'm curious to see whether his PvP is up to the level of Bonyth. But Bonyth, he's really strong PvP, so he's got his work cut out for him.
Yeah, in the series that I always see between Bonyth and DeWalt, because they always face off versus each other, it seems like even if DeWalt gets a lead, like there are games where I'm watching, like, okay, finally, DeWalt's going to take down his nemesis. He's got him. Bonyth somehow still always wins. I just don't understand how it's possible that he always wins PvP. I mean, it's just crazy that he always wins the fight versus DeWalt. So Zhanhun's going to have a very uphill battle, as you said. You know what would be hilarious to me? Imagine if Zhanhun or Bonyth watch the KwarK games. Monopoly's going to be the first map again. Imagine if somebody sends a probe across the map, we see proxy gates in their main. I would lose my mind.
We'll have to put, yeah, we should put down a marker. We'll have to put, we're going to go with the Nyoke Insanity Watch 2022 right here.
Yeah.
Whether we see the I would like to see that too, actually, upon seeing if they were watching game one. But knowing both these players, I have a feeling we're going to see more standard stuff to start. But Bonyth, KwarK actually has done a full study on Bonyth's 2-gate opener and how he is able to get a lot done with those initial 3 zealots, and regardless of execution, as far able to get ahead in probes, especially in the smaller maps. But yeah, his PvP is just fierce. But what I really want to see is more of a long macro game between these two guys to just watch, because there's just something really fun about watching 2 ProToss players fight it out with the shuttle reaver micro, and just it really, most PvPs come down to that. It's like the 1 or 2 big engagements where it's just shuttle versus shuttle micro, honestly, shuttle reaver micro versus shuttle reaver micro. And Bonyth is incredible in that category, and I really want to see whether Zhanhun can basically match that or not.
Yeah, and based on what we saw yesterday with Sheen, he was definitely a macro player in PvP. You saw him going for a Nexus after the gate, and then followed up with Reaver. The only Protoss player we've seen so far that does not like the Reaver is KwarK. So we may see that in a future matchup today, but I think for sure that we're probably going to get Reaver play here. It's just such a staple in PvP. It's not necessarily impossible to win if you can't play Reaver, but it's definitely hard if you're not able to implement Reaver play. I really do hope we get to see a big macro game like you stated. And because it is Protoss, Protoss has a lot of the best spells in the game. If we get into a late game, it could really come down to who lands the better storms, who has an extra Archon, who soaks up more hits, how many Scarabs can actually connect. Like, yesterday, there were a couple times when, I forget who it was, but he was trying to attack uphill with the Reaver, and he just wasn't firing because of the ramp. I mean, that's another factor in PvP that a lot of people don't think about.
Yeah, we saw Sheen having some, I think it was Sheen where we had some off engagements because he was trying to move those Reavers forward, and yeah, I think another factor there that we're not considering is what is the lag like between Poland and China, and is that going to be a big factor? Bonyth is he plays with his micro. He is a micro, I'm going to shove my way in and find a way to win these fights, just a really precise micro play player. And so oftentimes when he is in a laggier situation, it costs him more than it might cost another macro-oriented player.
But Diggity, I heard from someone on stream that lag benefits Protoss. Are you sure? Are you sure? No, for real though. Like the micro is very, very hard to do in lag, and I agree that it will hurt Bonyth because, of course, he's got the macro, but he is very micro intensive, and because he has the macro behind it, if you lose even a single probe, it could heavily sway the game in favor of him. So I am curious if he will be able to sneak in something, get like a probe kill or 2 in the main, and then snowball it. And again, you see this map, that means we're ready. So let's get into our second series of the day, Bonyth versus Zhanhun. It's Monopoly. So in the top left, our Chinese player, it is Zhanhun.
At the 3 o'clock location, as the red Protoss, we have Bonyth.
Yeah, so yesterday we saw pretty standard openers. I think we had like 1-gate cybernetics almost every single game. There was one that was a 2-gate. I forget which map it was. But I have a feeling we're probably just going to see standard play again. The ramp is so tiny. You plop even just one zealot in there and nothing's going to get in. So I really do expect to see just a normal opener from both players.
I do have a correction from yesterday. KwarK informed me in between, which I really appreciate the site info, is that actually not sending out the early scout because of the additional mineral patches on some of the maps is actually meta these days for Protoss. So because it cascades build orders, oftentimes you can get observatories down even 15 seconds earlier, just keeping that probe inside your base, so it can be a huge significant factor. Bonyth oftentimes does like his 2-gate play. We'll see if he opens up with this. You're right, it is a smaller map, so we might opt for just going for the 1-gate cybernetics core style, just being that this is on Metaverse. It's also a 3-player map, but yeah, the ramp is so small on this map that I gotta think that that's going to be a factor.
Yep, and there is the gas for Bonyth. Meanwhile, still no gas for Zhanhun. Okay, now he's going to get a slightly later gas, but if we look at the minerals, somehow Bonyth basically still has more minerals and a faster gas timing. That's a bit confusing because I thought top left was the ideal spawn for mining, but maybe not the case. We see that both players are going to go for a scout right now. Unfortunately, Bonyth not going to find him first. Meanwhile, Zhanhun is going the correct way.
Yeah, so Zhanhun going to get first scout, which is significant in early PvP. That's one of the few advantages you can kind of glean, and we'll see how Bonyth takes care of that. I'm assuming both players are going to go ahead and build that initial zealot as well. So, but Bonyth being Bonyth, I'm curious what he's going to follow this up with, but just he's so strong. He's so strong with the micro, and going back to that half comment where it's like the lag might end up playing a factor. It's interesting seeing the style. It's like you can't do everything in BroodWar. You can't absolutely do everything. So obviously you get some of those style differences, but it's just really exciting and fun to watch Bonyth when he gets into those micro spaces and the decision making in those things, in particular when he with that reaver micro, with the shuttle micro, because it just does feel like it's a force of will where this is going to happen and I'm going to make it happen. And that just I feel like that's what made him a BSL champion back to back to back.
Yeah, for sure. And we do see that the probe did get denied from Zhanhun's base. So now Bonyth has to make a guess on what this is. Meanwhile, Zhanhun got full scout off. He saw gate, he saw the spinning core, he saw that it's not a second zealot. But behind this, actually, he's playing very standard. It's just range himself.
Slight victory that probe was able to get back to home base, and he was able to take out the probe opposite side. I don't think that's going to be... It's a slight advantage. It's not a game-winning advantage as far. But both players look like, so we got one great robo from Bonyth, and no view on a robo, but I'm assuming it's going to get dropped shortly because we do have the gas storage for it.
Yeah, and there it is, exactly. And Zhanhun probe, as it was exiting, even saw the forward pylon, so 100% it's going to be the robo follow-up, because that's what a lot of Protoss players do, is they put that robo forward, as you see right there. So he can go for the perfect counter, or whatever he thinks the perfect counter is. He's decided that 2-gate robo is going to be the move. And Bonyth has decided that, hey, I like that. I'm going to go, oh no, I like 3 gates even more. That's going to be his follow-up.
So Bonyth going for the 3-gate robo, which is going to give him a troop advantage. He's got this Dragoon kind of peeking out to go ahead and confirm whether that natural expansion was being grabbed or not. But this is going to give a troop advantage to Bonyth in a short while. And I like that on Monopoly.
Yeah, we saw yesterday troop advantage for Sheen while taking an expansion. Was not able to turn it into a victory, but I'm sure with the great control Bonyth has and the Scarab and Reaver control that he has, he could definitely take advantage of even having just a single goon advantage and maybe overrun Zhanhun. For now, both players are content with sitting in their base. We see they have both cut around 23 probes. And Zhanhun? Okay, I thought he was going to be the aggressive one. Remember, he still has the single zealot advantage right now, but he's actually behind in goons.
Ooh, 2 shots there, chasing after this Dragoon, but Bonyth also able to get a good look at the troop, basically what troops are there, and Zhanhun needs to not overextend here, so tracing him to the ramp, going to go ahead and filter back. First observer out for Bonyth, and in a short moment, we're going to start see him start to move. We do have a shuttle first and a robotic support bay out for Zhanhun, so if that Reaver gets out with that shuttle to support, this is going to make it more challenging for Bonyth.
Yeah, but here he comes. He already has his first observer out, and in fact, he's building a second observer, so his Reaver timing is extremely delayed compared to Zhanhun's. Zhanhun not floating any money to put down a faster Nexus, so he's still going to have a lot of ground army right now. What is it? 6 goons, 2 zealots versus I think 7 goons, 1 zealot for Bonyth. Yeah, that's exactly the case. And is he going to push the issue? He is. Let's see. There's the first shot for Bonyth. He connects onto a goon. He takes it down, actually.
So now stutter stepping his way back. He has managed to take 1 zealot down. Nice backup there by Zhanhun to preserve 1 Dragoon, and it looks like Bonyth doesn't like what he sees. He knows that there's going to be a Reaver out shortly. There's that Reaver in that shuttle. Looks like potentially going to join the front. And he needs to be careful because this is an opportunity for Zhanhun to turn around and get aggressive.
Yeah, but that's a lot of Protoss from Bonyth. However, a cycle of goons coming out for Zhanhun. Reaver needs to connect onto goons, not that zealot. That's only a single goon that got hit. However, it's 6 goons versus 6 goons right now. This seems like a fight that Bonyth shouldn't be taking, but the Reaver's not firing. You gotta actually shoot, man, to do some damage. Now finally a good connection there. He wipes down another goon and probably gonna get another goon right there. He does, and it's a 8 supply lead for Zhanhun right now. And behind this, Bonyth spent a lot of money on a Nexus.
So Zhanhun, let's see. Oh, he's backing out with this, actually, where he might have needed to get aggressive here because Bonyth did, in fact, expand. So 2 Reavers are going to be in the shuttle. There's a bit of Dragoon micro as Bonyth was trying to focus fire that Dragoon. And that was really clever unit micro there by Zhanhun, just leaving the Reaver in to go ahead and fire a free fire while he was microing that Dragoon back and forth and forcing some misfire on Bonyth's side. But Bonyth, yeah, needs to put up a stalwart defense. He's got his own robotic support bay, but he's down in the overall Reaver count. He's down in the overall troop count, and he's got a natural expansion he needs to defend. If he does defend it, though, he is going to take the economic lead.
I feel like Zhanhun forgot that he didn't load up his second Reaver. I mean, this is a Sins Reaver just slowly moving across the map. If he had the second Reaver here, he could potentially one-shot this Reaver on the low ground because there's no shuttle for Bonyth. He's trying to move in with that shuttle to try and get a connection, but instead, oh man, now he's turning around. He finally realized he never loaded it up.
Yeah, I'm wondering if that was a mistake or if that was intentional, just because he's wondering if there's like a backstab situation here where Bonyth was trying to sneak troops in between. I'm not sure what the decision making was there. But we do have an observer for Bonyth in position, seeing that these troops are out of position. So he's going to attack into those Dragoons while they don't have Reaver support, slow walking his Reaver forward, but that is 2 forward and they are bunched up. Is that going to be a dud? It looks like it managed to do some damage to that lower Dragoon, trying to re-engage. Bonyth loses his Reaver, and now Zhanhun has a 2 Reaver advantage. One still stuck up the ramp, and he's pressing into the natural expansion.
Yeah, and this is a very tiny choke. We talked about this yesterday, and Bonyth does not have a shuttle. A 4 goon kill with those 2 Reavers. Amazing connections. Bonyth is going to lose that Reaver, and he's going to lose his natural. I don't see any way that he can save this base, and it's going to be Zhanhun with a Nexus behind it. He's going to have tech lead, of course. He has a massive goon lead, and he can just push the issue. Now, the question is, will these units bug up coming up the ramp? It looks like the answer so far is yes. This is why it's so hard to push with Reavers up ramps. He took a lot of damage there. Luckily, he didn't lose his shuttle or any of the Reavers with it, too.
But now, yeah, Bonyth in a terrible situation now. That Reaver needs to pull back a little bit, where he's boxed out of his natural expansion. Zhanhun's got his natural expansion up. He's lost a lot of minerals, and Zhanhun's still pressing this, which, honestly, take your wins, man. Just go ahead and sit in that natural expansion and box the rest of this out. He might want to get some observers to go ahead and keep eyes. It looks like there's additional gateway that was dropped to move up to 4 gates here for Bonyth, but it's going to be trouble because you're going up against a stronger economy. You have a growing troop count sitting at your natural expansion, and you got to bust out through a concavity, which, yeah, a lot of things stacked against Bonyth here. And Zhanhun, I think, in a good position to take game 1.
Yeah, I am a little bit nervous that Bonyth could go for a counterattack, and Zhanhun has no defense because he's been rallying across the map, and it's not like it's easy for Zhanhun to instantly counter. Even though he has all these units here, you can see that the Reavers just, for whatever reason, don't want to fire. So they're kind of like dead weight as long as Bonyth is staying on the high ground. So I am a little bit nervous about the potential backstab, especially since he has no intel on where that shuttle is. Now Bonyth is going to come down. That was a really good idea to force the Reavers to focus on those Zealots. Good control from both sides. One Reaver connects, and it is going to take down one of Zhanhun's Reaver, and Bonyth may be able to actually get his low ground. He loses the second Reaver, and Bonyth may actually get his low ground Nexus.
So you might get the low ground Nexus. That working away, it looks like that Reaver's going to get taken out. These Dragoon's going to back out, but this is a much later Nexus, and he's at a 10 probe deficit. So yeah, able to retake the natural expansion. Looks like he's not able, well, might be able to chase these Dragoons down. But Zhanhun still has 3 gateways behind this. He's got more Reavers producing, and he's in a strong, it looks like he's plopping down, I think, 2 more gateways to go ahead and take that lead. So Bonyth still needs to do some work here.
Well, that shuttle is extremely low. It's not one-shottable by goons, but it is 2-shottable, so Bonyth needs to be extremely careful. Zhanhun getting all of his goons grouped up. That shuttle is so low. You gotta be careful, man. It does unload. Doesn't, oh wow, those goons were super soft too. Here comes the Reaver. He gets a good connection, or Bonyth gets a good connection with his Reaver. Another good connection by Zhanhun there. Almost kills the Reaver, but that's it. What? It's not fire. Oh my god. I don't even know what's going on. It's just so hard to call because the units are dying left and right.
So it looks, I like what Bonyth did there. He was like, okay, I think I've got a slight troop advantage right now. I had that 4 gate. I think Zhanhun was sitting on 3. and Zhanhun dropped 2 additional gateways to try to hold his advantageous position. And Bonyth, while the Dragoons were still trying to get back to the main army, he was hoping to force a fight in a disadvantageous situation for Zhanhun, but Zhanhun microing it actually rather well, still has a Reaver, and got Bonyth down to just the single Reaver. Bonyth looking for more opportunities to poke because he does know he's economically behind, but he's doing it just on this. He still has not grabbed his natural expansion, so he's got to win with what he's got on the ground now. And that macro count, if you look in the upper right-hand corner, is the advantage is growing for Zhanhun.
Yeah, Zhanhun has 5 gate versus just 4. Oh, this is so nerve-wracking. It does connect onto one of the weakened Reavers, but yeah, as you stated, there's no nexus for Bonyth, so this is all in. He must win with this attack. For now, I mean, the longer Bonyth sits here and doesn't attack, the more the lead is going to compound for Zhanhun. His econ is bananas. That's 1 Reaver that dies, and the shuttle that had 6 health is still alive for Bonyth somehow.
Bonyth doing a great job of doing what he does, microing that back. It looks like he's able to get 1 Reaver down. So 1 Reaver versus 1 Reaver, another one going to slowly walk up. But the more time that's spent, you're right, the more he's being careful, the more Zhanhun is going to be able to filter in more and more troops to repel this attack. And it looks like he's crawling forward a little bit, trying to tempt this back. The Dragoons now engaging, now that Reaver's out of position. That Reaver trying to walk its way to the natural expansion. It is drawing some troops that direction. Is this going to be a big hit? It looks like it might be. Yeah, it's a dud against the Nexus. But here's the thing, while Bonyth was running up trying to do that, he still was, this is a very delayed natural expansion. It looks like he's finally planted that additional Nexus, but Zhanhun's troop count, he's up 40 supply right now.
Yep, and this is going to be the big engagement. And for now, oh, that was a big hit. Hits 4 goons. The single Reaver of Bonyth is still alive. Massive work, but it's just too much stuff for Zhanhun right now. He's had his Nexus up and running for like 5 minutes now. He loses the shuttle, though, but it's just too many goons, and he is going to push this back. However, Bonyth does have his Nat Nexus going up, but he still hasn't started mining it just yet.
Bonyth, with the reduced troop count, is doing a great job of this staggered stutter stepping, especially with those Reavers not having the shuttle, forcing these Dragoons to walk into Reaver Scarabs and just get shot in the face with a lot of explosive damage. So doing a good job with what he has, but he's basically, I think he's still out of this match. He's got half the supply of Zhanhun. Zhanhun with a really strong opener. We are seeing Bonyth just really strong macro in the mid game to just kind of stay in this. And why are they attacking his own pylon here? I'm wondering if this is a misfire. Take that pylon, but also plopping down additional gateway. But this is as soon as Zhanhun finds some breathing room to get into Bonyth's face, honestly, I think that's going to be matched because Bonyth just is way too far behind.
It could be the case, but Zhanhun may spend like 400 minerals on a Nexus because he has so many probes, and I mean, that could be a difference maker if there's a fight where those 400 minerals could have been additional 2 Reavers or additional 3 or 4 goons. I don't think that's going to be the case, though, because supply gap is nearly 50. There's just so many goons from Zhanhun right now. We are finally starting to see Zealots get mixed in. And actually, it's Bonyth with a lack of vision on the top side, except for that single pylon on the edge. A Reaver backstab into the main could deal devastating damage, because there still are a lot of probes for Bonyth in the main. This time around, oh my god, that shuttle is so far forward, and it is so low.
Zhanhun cycling back, 2 Reavers dropped on the front. The Dragoons getting a good surround this time. One of them stranded. The shuttle's down. Both Reavers are gone now for Bonyth. And now it is going to be a Reaver with some shuttles in it going up against a lot of Dragoons and an inferior troop count for Bonyth. The Dragoons marching forward. The 2 Reavers being babysat in the back because Zhanhun doesn't have to dedicate them to this fight. Looks like the single Dragoon, on that left-hand corner might have gotten the last shot, but now it's only 4 Dragoons and 2 Zealots to try to defend this natural expansion, and you have shuttles and Reavers marching in.
Yep, and this is going to be it. There's just no Reaver support for Bonyth. There's no way to actually stop this army. There's so many goons for Zhanhun. He's got a 60 supply lead. He's going to be taking a 3rd Nexus any moment now. But really, the only thing coming next is the GG timing, especially after that big hit onto the probes. Nicely done from Zhanhun, and he takes down, a previous 4-time BSL champion.
Yep, and I thought Zhanhun could do it. That's what I was looking for right there. Shows that he can go toe-to-toe against Bonyth in a PvP, which is a feat. And yeah, great match. I think there was a build order advantage. Bonyth had some opportunities to get back into it, but Zhanhun executing top to bottom. The one thing I did see in the midst of that was Bonyth still had, as far as that mid-game macro or micro fighting that was happening, he still had, it looked like, slightly superior army engagements. But Zhanhun wasn't like Sheen where he was just going to fall behind. I feel like the difference was just a little bit further ahead and was able to cap that match. The problem is I want to see Bonyth win too, because I really want to see Mihu versus Bonyth right now. But looking at Zhanhun game 1, I think he's definitely a guy who could end up in the winner's bracket.
Yeah, I mean, that was impeccable play. And, yesterday when we were watching Dawid versus Sheen, for example, and seeing them go for such fast nexuses, I was like, man, isn't it really hard to stop reaver play? So I was happy to see Zhanhun go for a 2-gate robo and punish someone who goes for fast nexus. So now I think Bonyth's got to be thinking like, okay, well, maybe I can't necessarily get away with fast nexus for this guy, because he will just go and punish you with the reaver. And it was impeccable control from Zhanhun too. But I agree. I think once we got fights out in the center of the map, you could see Bonyth's micro superiority kicking in. There's no takeaway from Zhanhun's micro, but it looked like Bonyth was doing more damage with less when he had when he wasn't contained in his natural. But this is exciting. It is one game away from Zhanhun from sending Bonyth into the elimination match. It doesn't mean Bonyth will be out of the tournament, of course, but it means for sure we're going to get a Chinese representative out into the round of 8 if Zhanhun does win here. And
what do you think the map's going to be? I think Bonyth, you never want to be down a game in this sort of situation, but putting your tournament life at risk, what do you choose if you're Bonyth? My thoughts are he might go with something like Eclipse.
Yeah, I think Eclipse is good. I don't know. I'm always nervous about picking a 2-player map against people you don't know, especially in PvP, which could be pretty volatile. But I think Eclipse could be a good pick, even though it is 2 players. I mean, everybody's played this map a million times. I would really like to see Goodnight, simply because it's 4 players. But I have a feeling we're not going to see that.
I wouldn't be shocked to see Bonyth go for a 2-player map, so he can open up with that 2-gate that he wants to typically roll with. And when you have the 2-player map, you can open up that strong 2-gate style, and you don't have to worry about I guess you could try to pull it off on something like Ascension on one of those 3-player maps. And Ascension is rampless as well, which also increases his strength. So maybe Ascension here.
Yeah, Ascension could be another map. We don't really see that get picked often, even though it's a very good PvZ map. I don't think we've seen a single pick of Ascension from one of the ProToss players. But again, Ascension could be a map where if you go for a fast nexus, there's not a lot of surface area for you to get out of your natural and fight. So I don't know about Ascension, especially if you plan to take a fast nexus. It could be a possibility though. But for now, we are just waiting to see what the map pick is. I guess Bonyth has not made a decision just yet. If we see Metaverse again, my mind will be blown, because I feel like that's a map that a lot of players don't practice simply because of how weird it is. But that could be to your advantage. I mean, even if you have something like 10 games played, it could be picked. And you called it, man. I can't believe it. It is going to be Ascension. And maybe this forces Bonyth and Zhanhun to go for more of what Zhanhun went for last game, which is the 2-gate robo. And this could be Bonyth's strength, because he's going to have even unit comps. So let's get into game 2. It's going to be Bonyth versus Zhanhun. Zhanhun up 1-0. Okay, in the top middle, getting the ideal spawn for mining, it is Zhanhun.
And in the bottom left-hand corner, as the red ProToss, we have Bonyth.
I like what you mentioned earlier, KwarK, talking about the 10 mineral patches, because that is actually a huge deal. Another 10 mineral patch is what we're seeing, Ascension here. Another one on the ladder that I haven't vetoed, I have vetoed Ascension, is Revolver. And there are games where I'm playing Revolver, I'm like, man, I got a lot of money, like in comparison to when I play Goodnight. I mean, it does make a huge impact. So I'm curious if we will see delayed scouting like we saw last game.
I think one of the reasons Bonyth wanted to choose this map is one of his stronger openers in PvP is that 2-gate opener where he sends the 3 zealots and then plays the game from there. And Ascension, it's a rampless map. And keep in mind, Bonyth is a micro player. If he can, from what I saw in game 1, it looked like there were a few misfires here and there, potentially because of the turn rate, but it looked like it was pretty solid micro from both players regardless. So I would be shocked if I didn't see Bonyth open up with a 2-gate to get inside Zhanhun's face. I'm wondering if Zhanhun is also going to open up 2-gate, at which point it could be fun. We could see just a nice Zealot micro versus micro battle.
Yep, and okay, it's not going to be 2-gate. I saw the probe at the bottom side kind of act like he was going to go towards the gateway, and I thought, okay, there it is. But not the case. And Zhanhun, he's going to go for gas also, so it is just going to be typical opener. And even though there is those 10 mineral patches, it is going to be Bonyth going for the fast scout, and this time around he is going to find him in the first position.
That is going to put him at a slight economic deficit, which is going to be significant as he's moving down the line in this match. Both players obviously definitely going to need to get a Zealot to start because it is a rampless map, and once things start flooding out, you need to be able to control your natural expansion, or control that gap in natural expansion. Bonyth, utilizing that probe to be annoying and do some harassment there, has managed to strip some shield off one of those probes. And I love seeing that, just the probe versus, it's almost like probe slap fights. It's like you get in there and you know how they like stand up and just push, except with the little bolts of electricity. I gotta say, out of all the workers, I don't, SCVs are out of contention here because they're SCVs. It's like, you know, your alien's mech battle suit, but between probes and drones, it's almost like a cute fight. They're just kind of cute workers, so it's just fun to watch them attack things.
Well, I don't think it's fun to watch probes or drones shoot through the mineral line and then somehow hit your own workers. We already saw that on Eclipse versus one of the Zergs. I have to say, this scout from Bonyth, I think, messed up Zhanhun's build because I was watching his gas the whole time, and even though it completed at the same time as Bonyth, he didn't mine gas for a long time. Like, Bonyth was already at 100 gas mined before Zhanhun even started mining it. So there's a huge supply, a huge gas gap right now. In fact, range has already started for Bonyth. Yeah, look at it. It's 120 gas gap right now.
Huh. And it looks like range is just now starting for Zhanhun, so it's going to be much faster range for Bonyth. And it looks like the gateway went down a little bit faster for Zhanhun, but for Bonyth, a little bit later gate, but a little bit faster Dragoon range. And we'll see if that ends up playing a factor. If Bonyth wants to get aggressive with those Dragoons, it's going to be a very small gap. He scouted it, so he knows that he's going to have a few seconds where he does have superior goon range, and let's see if he decides to capitalize on it.
Well, I'm getting a little nervous here. Okay, there we go. There's another probe from Bonyth. He's still low at 18, but I was starting to get nervous in the sense that I was thinking, like, well, I've seen this before, and this is going to be a 3-gate, I think. But now that the probes have gotten higher and higher, it's not going to be a 3-gate, and that is going to be a delayed DT follow-up.
So a Citadel of Adun being dropped, and now we'll see if Bonyth is able to, if he's going to drop a Robo, if he's going to go for 2-gate, if he's going to move into that 3-gate. If he moves into 3-gate, this is potentially a build order win for Zhanhun right now. Nope.
Well, there's the Robo follow-up. So you would look at this and say, like, okay, Zhanhun's in trouble, but I've seen players like Rain in particular who get openers like this, and you think, okay, well, there's no way Rain can win, but he just avoids the observer because he just knows. He somehow just knows how the other player is thinking, and then he sneaks in a DT, and it's just like PvZ, where he ramps up the probe count. So Zhanhun's going to have a move like that. Otherwise, I agree, this is definitely build order advantage for Bonyth. And this is a positional advantage for Bonyth for sure. He's up a goon, and there's a goon behind him that Zhanhun has misrallied or mismoved. I would say luckily for Zhanhun, he didn't lose anything just yet.
Yeah, and I think he saw that he had that few seconds of range, decided to force the issue. He's going to catch at least that Zealot out of position, that Zealot trying to retreat and buy some time. But, and there's another Dragoon out of position as well for Zhanhun. Zhanhun is up 3, and this is the other thing, getting in position like this for Bonyth, is he going to try to force this in without, okay, I don't think so. He doesn't have reinforcements coming across the map. I think he's just trying to do a cutoff route here. He needs to be careful he doesn't get pinned in and end up losing more. Picks off that Zealot, trying to retreat his own Zealot, is able to retreat that own Zealot. He's going to go ahead and turn around though, but right now, Bonyth probably going to end up losing all these Dragoons because this is a closer reinforcement point and he's outnumbered.
Well, now he's got the advantage, but Zhanhun got the first couple shots off onto that forward goon, so 3v3, Zhanhun would still win that fight. Unbeknownst to Bonyth there, I think actually that token delayed the DT just slightly because he was forced to build an additional amount of goons. But the first DT is moving out. Now, I'm always looking at the path of the observer. If it goes directly the path that the goons went, I think this DT gets in and does crippling amounts of damage. If it goes towards the main, he went reaver first.
He's going Reaver first, and on top of that, his Dragoons were out of position to see the DT shoot the gap, so he wasn't able to see the Shimmer. Right now, he potentially knows on the front with that Shimmer that DT's making his way, but I don't think he has any troops to plug his main from his natural to buy himself some time. So now he's going to go ahead and try to walk in with these True Dragoons and get what he can done. But that Reaver trying to flee this this Dark Templar looks like it's going to try to work on that Reaver. That is a big, expensive unit. Are you kidding me? He splashes his own Dragoon.
Oh my
and takes
God.
out the DT. Bonyth with the next level move to take the DT out in his own base.
I was watching that. I was thinking, is this a mistake to attack the Reaver? I realize it's an expensive unit, but you one-shot probes. You can get in there and get like at least 5 or 6 kills with a DT before the observer pops out, and now he got nothing for it. He hurt the Reaver, but with the shuttle control, you know that Reaver's never going to die. I think that was a massive misstep from Zhanhun. Luckily for him, he's still up workers. He's actually transitioning into a Nexus himself, and he's kept Bonyth back, but that could have been devastating damage if he had gotten into the probe line.
So yeah, Zhanhun doing I think he should have just gotten, instead of playing risky and trying to go for the Reaver, just get the couple probe kills, but he's way up actually. He's got a lot of additional probes over Bonyth. That natural expansion's coming down close to the same time. And yes, Bonyth has observers, and he's got that superior Reaver tech, but he's still going to be pinned in a little bit on the defense. So right now, things actually looking really good for Zhanhun moving into the mid game.
Yeah, it's still a decent position for him, but anytime I see Bonyth with the Reaver advantage, I'm thinking he's got the advantage by far here. I would say Zhanhun has a massive gateway count advantage. It's 5 versus just 2. He's gonna have Templars coming out pretty soon, but you saw that his Robo just started, so there's no Reavers anytime soon for him.
Photon cannon being dropped, that might open up an opportunity with those 2 photon cannons in position as soon as the shuttles on the field for Bonyth to go ahead and opt to get aggressive here. But that's 5 gateways in the background. We already have a Templar archives, and so we could see some high Templar out in the field with that Psy Storm, and that is a big advantage if you can get that, even with Reavers on the ground, because you can just storm. It doesn't matter what kind of micro you have. And that can't be a neutralizer of superior shuttle micro, where it's like, go ahead and micro your Reaver in and out of your shuttle. If I'm dropping Storm on top of it, it's going to eat damage either way.
Zhanhun has done an amazing job to keep his worker count really high and still have like a sizable army. There's a 13 worker count difference. Well, goodbye DT. But you can see that he's up 20 supply, so his army is still super strong. It's not like he's lacking in army count at all. He is lacking AoE, but if he can get an engagement in the center of the map, I think he can take down these Reavers before they can get off crippling amounts of damage. But it is Bonyth controlling them, so it's of course going to be very hard. We saw a few Zealots out, so I'm wondering if he has speed. But Zhanhun, he needs to start cutting now. Like, he's got 48 probes, that's perfect on 2 base. He needs to just flood those gates and make sure he takes as good of an engagement as he possibly can.
So Bonyth has got to get it done with those Reavers. That's something that he is always up to do. So now currently shoving his way up this high ground, looking to take some shots. And this is where Bonyth excels, is these exact engagements, getting a nice shot of hitting that Zealot and that Dragoon. It looks like there's some troops coming from the left. They want to go for a pincer attack to try to catch those Reavers out of position. It looks like the Reavers trying to retreat from the left while the Dragoons are engaging on that high ground disadvantage. The shuttle's down, 1 Reaver's down, and it looks like Zhanhun just might have too many troops. He's going to surround this and wipe everything out.
Yeah, and this is what I was talking about. When you have disadvantage in the Reaver count, these are the types of fights that you must take. When you're in open field like this, you can see how hard it is for the Reaver controlling player to not get surrounded like that. And that was perfectly done from Zhanhun. He's up 20 workers. He's now kind of evened up the tech advantage. Actually, he's way ahead in tech because he has dual tech and he has his Nat Gasson running. If you look at Bonyth's Nat, he's not mining his gas there. So he can't really build non-stop Hoons. He can't build non-stop Reavers. He's got to make a choice here. And Zhanhun is taking a 3rd base, and he's basically got perfect saturation for 3 bases. He just needs to let his lead compound here.
Yeah, I love Zhanhun's position. I love what he's doing. I love how he executes. I love that he also that last engagement was fantastic. He had the 2 troop split. He knew he had the troop advantage. He knew that he was potentially walking into the reavers of Bonyth, and just was able to completely surround, really negate the ability of Bonyth to kind of micro those reavers and take that fight. And now Bonyth in a lot of trouble because Zhanhun, with the supply advantage, with going up and trying to take that third and trying to defend that third it's brutal if you don't have map control. You can see Zhanhun already setting up an attack force. Plus, he's got High Templar that are starting to be fielded. So Zhanhun in a great position.
Yeah, he's got Storm coming. He's got Speed coming. He's got Forge spinning. As I've stated many times, +1 is fantastic. Bonyth has ramped up his gateway count to 6. He's got good probe saturation now with 42. But he's going to be down a base in just a second. He's moving out and not going to get intercepted, so that's great for him. But it is a 50 supply lead for Zhanhun right now. And it's so hard to just move up ramps like this on the other side of the map when you know the opponent obviously has reinforcement advantage. And this is not the entirety of Zhanhun's army. And in fact, it's not even half of his army. His army is massive. That is a lot of Zealots too.
Oof. I actually like what Zhanhun did is you're just keeping those troops there so that Bonyth wouldn't feel comfortable going ahead and grabbing his third. And now Bonyth, it looks like he's going to go ahead and approach. I'm not sure where he's going with this. Is he going to try to elevator some stuff across? Because he's going to a disadvantageous. Honestly, I feel like this is a disadvantageous side of the field to engage it, particularly when you're going up against superior troop counts that can kind of attack you from that high ground. So Zhanhun going ahead, though, defending that third base. He's got that third gas up. Now some reavers going into the main. It looks like some troops aren't in position. They've lost track of it. The probes are fleeing. So it looks like he's going to go for the big shot. Is it going to dud, though? It looks like he does manage to dud, but he got a second shot off, was able to kill 1 probe with that. Now the Dragoon going ahead and filtering in. Second shot, a distance, and a lot of whiffs there with that reaver fire.
Wow, it did almost no damage. And I was kind of surprised that Zhanhun didn't just instantly counterattack, because you know that a lot of the firepower in Bonyth's army is in those reavers. So if you just go with your dual tech advantage, maybe you could just run him over and let your basic production from those 8 gateways that he have just take care of the 2 reavers. But he didn't want to risk it. Of course, reavers can eviscerate a probe line if you're not paying attention. So he is just going to consolidate his lead. And again, we're going to have a standoff in the center of the map. I don't think Bonyth can fight here. I'm not sure if he's aware that there's 2 storms available.
Yeah, and the reaver and the shuttle isn't going to. So he's trying to spread out that army from the low ground to engage this. So maybe he's aware there's some High Templar, able to pick off an observer right there. Some free shots on the forward Dragoons. Zhanhun going ahead and backing out, inviting this army forward, but that is going to make this storm bait. Now turning around, there's this huge clump. Let's wait for those side storms behind this. No side storm drop yet. A great wall of Zealots in front of this. There's the side storm on top of one of the reavers, the low ground, but you can see Zhanhun high ground advantage and an overwhelming amount of troops just absolutely storming and overwhelming. This looks like a horde, like one of those Mongolian hordes, or just completely swarming a smaller attack, and it just looks fantastic. Great play from Zhanhun, completely swarming, and he's grabbing a 4th on top of this.
Yeah, he has so many units. It actually doesn't even look like a PVT. It looks like a PVT where you misread Protoss completely and just get completely overrun. Bonyth is hiding a probe now, trying to get a 3rd base because his main's mined out in about 2 minutes, and he'll be back down to 1 base mining. Meanwhile, Zhanhun's 4th base is already coming up, and Zhanhun's decided he wants to end this game. He's pushing in with a lot of Zealots, a lot of goons. The reavers are not fighting, they're just bugging out. And now finally the shuttle's going to come in here and try and save the day, but all of the reavers die, and this is it, Diggity. I think Bonyth is going to be eliminated or sent to the elimination match.
Great storm on that back line of Dragoons, and yeah, I think this is just a cleanup operation from here. Zhanhun has an overwhelming amount of attack forces. He can rally troops or not, and it doesn't matter because he's got 4 bases. Let's see if he's even going to storm that back line. That High Templar just chilling. There's a storm on some of the probes just to cap that lead, but there's a huge amount of Dragoons that Bonyth cannot stop that are still sitting in that natural expansion that Archon he's not even microing this anymore. Zhanhun's just, I think he's got a move. You can see some of those Dragoons just delayed at that natural expansion. He's just kind of waiting for the GG. He knows he's won this. He's going to go ahead and just macro and transfer some troops.
Yeah, actually he sent a few units back to his main. I don't know what he's thinking. Maybe he's thinking like, okay, what's going on? This guy hasn't left. Does he have like a hidden base somewhere? Is he counterattacking? But this game is donezo. The fact that Bonyth hasn't left just yet makes me think that the replay may have been broken, and also the fact that Zhanhun turned around. Like, there's no reason for Zhanhun to be turning around, right? Like, why did units just go back to the platform?
Yeah, there's got to be a broken replay at this stage. So we'll have to confirm that in the background, because otherwise Bonyth would have GG'd as soon as that army was walking to that natural expansion.
Yeah.
And the fact, either that or this is like the longest, most delayed like shock of lack of a GG.
Yeah.
Like, absolutely dumbfounded. But we'll go ahead and confirm this here in the background for you guys.
Well, there's no way that this. Oh man, there's. Okay, well, GG. So we know what the result was. I don't think that how it ended is exactly how it ended, but you could see that Zhanhun just had an overwhelming amount of units versus what Bonyth had, and that means we've got an all-Chinese final matchup today, which means one of them guaranteed to make it out, and Bonyth, he could be eliminated because he's got two. Whoever comes out of the winners match is going to be hard for him to beat, because Mihu, we know he won it all last season, and now Zhanhun's showing like, hey, I can beat you too, and it's not like he's even playing an easy opponent versus KwarK here, because apparently KwarK will potentially proxy gate in your main, and you've got to be careful versus a dangerous opponent like that.
I know he's done a lot of study of Bonyth as well, but I'm really hoping Zhanhun wins and goes to, because I really want to see a Mihu versus Bonyth matchup. I think that's what chat probably wants to see as well. Yeah, I just had that instinct. I'm like, Zhanhun seems like he's a quality. He just looked like one of those players that I thought was going to be able to pull this out and get to that winners match. But Mihu's known as the Flash, as Flash in China, has earned that title for a reason. So it's going to be a tough matchup there.
Yeah, so that's going to set us up for our winners match. We are going to go into a break, and then we'll come back and find out who's going to be moving into the round of 8 amongst our Chinese representatives. In the elimination match, and we know that's a very dangerous matchup for both players. Actually, I was reading in chat, people, or Zero was even telling me also that Zhanhun's the second best ProToss, or second best player in China. So I guess there's really no shocker that Zhanhun got made it out here, because to be second best in China, I mean, that's fantastic. Because Mihu's basically best foreigner right now. I mean, he won last season, so I guess it was not a shock to see him beat Bonyth.
Yeah, actually, I think that might cap it as well. So Mihu, yeah, I think arguably you can just say he's the best foreigner, and if he's not, he's definitely in the contention. I think Zhanhun is one of those guys, and I was kind of trying to keep a strong eye on him because I really liked his play in the round of 24. To say, I think this guy might be in that contention as well. And knocking out Bonyth, who previous BSL champion, shows he can get it done, being the second best player for consideration in China, means he's got something to prove here. If he can beat Mihu and advance in the first position, not only does that put him in a strong, not only does that convince people that he can win the entire thing because he's beating the former BSL champ, but I think that's also a statement internal to him. So I think there's a lot on the line here in this match.
Yeah, Mihu definitely wants to prove that he is the best by far. He does not want Zhanhun to make an upset here and potentially supersede him. I am very excited to see this, and we're going to be getting into Eclipse as our first map, which is obviously one of the most standard maps. You listen to our Tosa stream, he hates this map. I think this map is fine, TVP. It is hard to deal with carriers, but knowing Mihu, knowing his style, I feel like there's going to be no issue getting the third base, which is kind of hard on this map. And I think we're just going to have a big slugfest, hopefully, because it seemed like Zhanhun was content with playing macro, even in PvP.
Yeah, I'm actually wondering how much of Mihu's style was forged and developed because of specifically going up against strong ProToss players like Zhanhun. And especially on Eclipse, this is one of those maps where there can be huge fights over the third that might have been something that caused Mihu to go for that lower upgrade, larger unit style, so that he can go ahead and force his way, make stuff like that. I'm getting little frowns from Nyoken in the background with that one, but I don't know. Maybe we can see. I do want to see a big macro versus macro match in this matchup.
Yeah, so our players are ready. Let's get into game one of our winners match. It's Mihu versus Zhanhun on Eclipse. Okay, in the top right, our red Terran player, it is Mihu.
And in the bottom left, as the blue Protoss, we have Zhanhun.
Well, I have to say, KwarK has kind of thrown me off a bit with his fast gates, because now every time the game loads, I instantly look to see where ProToss is and see if there's any fast movement from a probe. We don't see any this time around, but Eclipse is known to be a map where there could be shenanigans like that. We already see the probe being sent out. Now this timing is going to be for gas steal. I wonder if Mihu is one of those Terran players that will cut at 10 to make sure they don't get stolen. I don't think he is, but that is an option.
It's one thing on Eclipse, you just have to assume that your gas is going to get stolen on this map, and that's something you just have to contend with. We'll see how Mihu decides to adjust to that, and I don't think that's going to throw him too much off this build order. But what do you think Mihu's going to... Do you think he is going to... I think previously what surprised people as Mihu was coming out was his style, where he was going for the larger gateway, the lower upgrade count. So, and just having more units to work with on the map. What do you think about that style of play on this particular map?
Actually, I spent a lot of time trying Mihu's style. It's not exactly his exact style, because I always like to implement or experiment on my own. And ForFact is surprisingly strong. If there's a common timing from Terran where they go for a 3-tank Marine push at around 6 minutes, and Protoss players just got really good at that. But if you overbuild units and don't scale your econ, all of a sudden a delayed later ForFact timing heavy tank can be extremely punishing, and I do find a lot of success with that. As far as pulling it out on this map, Eclipse is known to have a lot of backstab potential, so it may not be designed particularly for this map, but we do know that Mihu likes to go for it. But, you know, he doesn't even have to attack with ForFact. He's known to just build units and make you build units, and then just sit there and take a third base. So I actually think that's probably what we're going to see.
That's what I really like seeing in particular. It looks like he went for, I think that was a 14 Nexus. He went for the quick Nexus behind this. He's gone ahead and dropped a gateway. And are we almost for a second there? The SCV thought about it. The SCV sat there's like, do I want to steal this gas? Man, went ahead and backed off from there. But Mihu going ahead upon seeing this, I think he's going to be a little bit more relaxed. Is that pylon in position, that blockade? It looks like it might even be slightly out of position.
I think it just barely. Yeah, it just barely blocks it. So that's going to be a bit annoying. And I think the gas steal could have been cute from Mihu, but at the same time, I imagine if Zhanhun got gas stolen, he probably would have sent a probe to top left and just built a Nexus, because he knows Mihu's gas is already stolen. It's not like he can follow up with a fast factory. So I think that was a smart move to not gas steal. It probably wouldn't have benefited him at all. Now this move from Zhanhun, a lot of Terrans would say is disgusting. He just stole my gas and followed up with a fast Nexus with no defense. And I would somewhat agree. It does feel extremely hard to punish. And for now, Mihu has built 3 Marines. He may try and move across the map with this.
Yeah, it looks like he's moving across the map briefly. No, now turning around with that first zealot, chasing down that SCV in that base. I do like that Mihu, he's got that expansion up. It looks like he's going to move that barracks into the forward position. He's got the gas coming online as well. So, yeah, well adjusted to that gas steal with that rapid. And now we're moving into, very macro heavy on both sides.
Yep, and I don't really get gas stolen often because I've eliminated Eclipse from my map, who I've eliminated basically all the 2-player maps. So I am curious to see if he will go for a 4-fact follow-up. And my eyes are not deceiving me, Diggity. That says $1,000, not 1,000 bits. Is that correct? CRVT, man, you're a hero.
CRV2, thank you so much for that huge donation, and I'm going to use that as a rallying cry for everybody to just drop the donations, drop the bits, go ahead and help support Zero and keep BSL up and rolling. Huge donation there. And what did you miss? So you missed Bonyth. Whoever drops out of this match is going to face Bonyth in the losers bracket. This is deciding who moves on to the winners bracket, so we're definitely going to see a Chinese lead, and I think this is also for Pride. 2 Zealots. This is 2 Zealots actually pressing the front door. Mihu actually testing. I think he wanted to catch a Dragoon there, but instead 2 Zealots walking out there. He's honestly lucky he didn't lose a Marine.
Yeah, and it's not like he had anything behind it. Like, those are just isolated Marines. The factory's not even done. There's no tanks. There's no vultures. It could have been a cute play to push the zealots away and then get a vulture out onto the map. Now, this follow-up from Zhanhun is, I find, probably the hardest thing to counter, because he delayed your command center, he delayed your gas, and now he's getting away with a robo before range. And it's not like you can attack into it, because everything you have is late, and by the time you get there, there's going to be a reaver. So already, I would say Zhanhun's got an amazing build order going into mid-game.
They've talked about this as the revolution recently with ProToss, is skipping that Dragoon range to push mid-game tech a little bit more rapidly. We already have, and we also have those troops sitting outside the base just in case there was any movement from Mihu. Mihu looks like he's got 2 factories. I think he wants to go ahead and spin up, get some vultures out on the map, but he's got the little machine shop behind this. But the first shuttle out, Reavers in production. We got 2 bases that are pretty well saturated for Zhanhun already, and looks like he's actually pulled probes off that second gas.
Oh, he did? Okay, I do see that now. I guess he... Well, when you 12 Nexus, you need a little bit influx of gas. I don't think I've ever seen anybody pull off of gas with the natural, but it's genius because he does want to get his mineral income rolling. You don't necessarily need tons of gas as Protoss in the early to mid stages of the game. And behind this, he's going to use that extra influx of minerals to put down that Nexus. And we're just now finally having the first tank move out, or complete, I mean. And this is... Ooh, straight siege expand. You don't... Well, I guess based on the opener, you kind of have to go siege expand. But as I stated before, this is just going to be heavy tank, and that's very Mihu-esque. Very
Mihu-esque. So, yeah, usually when I see the 2 machine shops dropping and one of them whirling, I'm thinking, okay, we're going to see some of the vulture upgrade. But yeah, instead just dropping the double machine shop to get a lot of siege tanks in between. I feel like this is what Mihu defends really well against, though. Is having, go ahead and move your Reaver up there, but I'm going to have a lot of siege tanks on the ground. I don't even need to siege them. I have enough to defend the front, enough to defend the rest of my base. It looks like a quick 3rd Nexus here for Zhanhun while he has that Reaver out in the field. And so it might just be one of those things where he wants to keep Mihu honest as well. And Mihu has some sort of vision. He's already opening up that egg with all of these siege tanks. This is what gets scary. It's got the Reaver managed to find a pocket. So it looks like he is going to be able to kill an SCV. He's not able to do some damage to that turret, but a siege tank sneaks in position. It looks like that might burn down. An SCV is not moving in position to repair.
Well, what I'm waiting to see is how Zhanhun uses this Reaver. He pokes him for the turret, doesn't find any damage. But one of the absolute best counters to 4-fact or 5-fact timings in general is sitting outside of Terran's base with either 1 or 2 Reavers, and just as they move out, try and get a connection onto even just 1 tank. If you can instantly pop it, or even if they don't connect, just force Terran to siege and unsiege over and over and over. 4-fact is a strong build, 5-fact is a strong build, but if it takes you a minute to just get outside of your natural, the big econ, the big gateway flood, like what we're seeing right now, will all kick in, and all of a sudden, the 4-fact, 5-fact timing goes down the drain. So that's what I'm waiting to see, how Zhanhun uses this Reaver. Can he stall Mihu's move out?
Yeah, I think this is going to be a big moment in the match. And I think that Reaver could be a big factor because the armory just now being planted, which means there's not a lot of open anti-shuttle stuff that Mihu has in his deploy. And getting a nice shot, able to kill an SCV right there. I think he scooped that Reaver up before it even took any damage. But he's trying to crawl out here, make movements towards a 3rd to find something. A great Zealot drop. So it looks like he, just barely misses the siege tank. The 2nd Zealot drop manages to get the siege tank, but you can see Mihu trying to crawl forward, get some sort of map positioning. But in a minute, he's going to have a huge amount of troops in his face.
Yeah, and what's funny is you look at that army, it's, what was it? 3 goons and a Reaver in a shuttle? I mean, that was the entirety, almost, of Protoss's army. But Terran just has to be so diligent just dealing with this single Reaver. He can't really do anything. And what I love about Zhanhun, which I've talked about on my stream a lot, is a lot of players, when they see the 4-fact, 5-fact timing, is they just gateway flood and they don't have tech behind it. Which means if Mihu sits there and doesn't attack, well, all of a sudden you're stuck with Gateway Man versus a heavy tank comp in the later stages, and you're not going, and that's not going to be a very good scenario for Protoss. But if you look at Zhanhun's base, his Stargate's done. He's not missing a beat. His Arbor timing is going to be at a fantastic timing.
Yeah, I feel like Zhanhun's doing a great position. It looks like Mihu moving out with 2 siege tanks in a dropship, so looking for some counter a play to get aggressive. Is it going to get scouted? It looks like it's found a pocket. There is a probe to the north, and it looks like there was a pylon drop. Some Dragoons are making their way. They're cutting off some Vultures in between, but that Siege Tank could do a lot of damage at that third.
Oh yeah, this is a fantasy drop right here. Vultures support with a tank drop, and there's no cannon. It just now started. His Vultures are so close, he can even elevator into the main, and the Dragoons have no way to get in here. Zealots are going to try and suicide their way in, but this is going to deal so much damage. The tanks have probably already eviscerated the probe count. He can even unsiege these goons or unsiege these tanks and try and escape. Instead, he's going to just try and kill as many goons as possible. This is a fantastic move from Mihu. And in fact, he needed to get something like this done because Zhanhun was starting to run away with this game.
Zhanhun, I love this play from Mihu. He goes in, he gets a lot of probe kills, and on top of that, yeah, thinning the herd. So you can go ahead and have a lot of gateways. I'm going to use these 2 siege tanks to get a lot of exchange. Those probes huddled in the corner, so it looks like they're going to survive. This is finally getting cleaned up, but all of a sudden, where there was a serious supply lead for Zhanhun, things have flipped, and a couple probes in transfer going to get killed. Vulture's still there in the corner.
Yeah, nicely done. And now the supplies are evened up in typical Mihu fashion. He moves out, didn't even see it. It is a bit of a weak army because there's almost no Vulture support, so this may have been an overextension. He loses 3 tanks in an instant, but the goon count is non-existent, and Mihu's going to push this attack. He lost his Reaver too, so with 5, I think it's actually, oh my god, that's a huge flood of factories in his base. He's upwards of maybe 7 or 8. Once those complete, he's going to have a real opportunity to either take down this 3rd base or 4th base.
So he wants to go ahead and end the game here. There's, with that attack at the 3rd, because so many Dragoons were expended in the attack, Zhanhun trying to fight this off with the Skeleton Crew. He does have 1 Dragoon around that 1 Siege Tank, and Mihu not even bothering to siege. He's just engaging wholesale, which might be a mistake because more Dragoons are flooding forward, able to pick some of these Siege Tanks off. Vulture's trying to plant some mines as the Dragoons are walking forward. So this is a huge factory flood. And so now it is going to be a fierce battle. There's a 4th base that I didn't even realize that was taken, very greedy, which also cut into the troop count for Zhanhun to fight this back.
Yeah, this is just typical Mihu fashion here. He gets his 4-fact up and running, and he's just in your face in an instant. And the setup here was, of course, the drop. And now I think Zhanhun just doesn't have critical mass anymore. Also notice lack of observers. Like, sure, I see one right there, but there's not another one on the right side of the map. And now Mihu finds this 4th base, and that gets instantly killed. And behind this, he's taken a 3rd base. He's probably going to build a 4th command center pretty soon. So he's going to be up bases. He may not be up in upgrades, and he may not be up in tech, but he's just going to have so many units, and they're going to be much stronger compared to Zhanhun's army.
Yeah, I love he was basically punishing the greed. So he's going ahead. He took out that 4th. He still has map control, so he still might be able to go ahead and take attacks at the 3rd. The Arbiter's finally out with some troop counts underneath and an observer to kind of clear this out. But basically behind all of this, he's very, very comfortably grabbed that 3rd base. He can saturate it. He's up on the worker count all of a sudden, up 20 supply, and in a comfortable position.
Yeah, and this, I can't believe that drop did so much damage. It was the perfect move. +1 has kicked in. You can see his double armory is now spinning, so it's not the usual, 13-minute 2-1 max timing, but he's going to have something like a 15-minute max timing, and he's going to have a heavy tank count because he has so many factories, and he's taking his 3rd base gas now. Those were good connections, actually blowing up a lot of Terran's own units with those mines, and now finally a supply lead back in favor of our ProToss player.
So things going to stabilize. We are going to move into the mid game here, so it's not over yet. There are opportunities for Zhanhun to get back into this. He needs to go ahead and cap that 4th, but it just seemed like he was running away from with the match for a moment there. And Mihu, with that move out, completely resetting things. But kind of an unusual situation. Usually Protoss is down in the upgrade advantage as we're moving into this stage of the match. Mihu only has level 1 weapons. He does have double armory behind this, but Zhanhun also has +1 weapons plus that Arbiter overhead. So let's see if he can just hold on as Vultures are flooding in to this 4th base.
Yeah, so a subtle thing that I'm always looking at is worker count, because when the game gets crazy like this, you may overestimate how many probes or SCVs you lost and overbuild them. So far right now, I would say 65 to 70 is pretty much the perfect number. So both players not oversaturated in workers. Their army is going to be magnificent when they actually engage in the center of the map. Zhanhun is approaching max, and I saw that the Stargate was not blinking a moment ago, so he only has 1 Arbiter right now. Okay, maybe 2 Arbiters when we actually finally have an engagement, but it's not going to have stasis for a long time, so I'm a bit worried that he's not really going to have any way to deal with this massive tank count that Mihu's going to have.
Yeah, read my mind. That's the exact thing I want to mention, is that Arbiter was out, but I don't know that there's going to be a lot of stasis to deal with just Mihu's near-maxed army. And especially as the upgrades start climbing, Mihu actually feeling comfortable to go ahead, it looks like, and take his fourth in that bottom right-hand corner with all of the map control he has. So as we move into the late game, I got to favor Mihu here, just because he's got massive amount of map control. He's got tanks absolutely everywhere. He's flooding these Dragoons in the bottom right-hand corner. So looks like able to, while he's, and a huge mine hit, all of those Dragoons getting obliterated, and they're just not long for life. So that's going to have to be a canceled Nexus. So Mihu finding spots here and there to just pull ahead.
Yeah, and it looks like this is a big loss of Vultures, because it is, but it did kill like 5 Goons there and a Zealot. But he's just using this to buy time to build up that tank count. You can see he only has 10 supply available for production, so he really wants to have as many tanks as possible when his 2-1 kicks in, which is going to be in a minute or so, because we saw the armory was about halfway done through +2. And another big connection there connects onto 2 more Goons. These are fantastic trades for just 12 Vultures. And I love how Mihu at the same time is hiding bottom right. And look at this, he's in the center of the map. It is so hard to deal with a Terran that's attacking you all over the place.
He's attacking every place. He's also in, if you look at how, if Zhanhun wanted to take a fight to him, where could he take a fight? He just, with the positioning, it's fantastic. This is a gap where you don't want to march into. He's going to move forward. Great EMP before the stasis lands. A second Arbiter coming up. Let's see if he can land a stasis. In the meantime, a lot of units getting shredded in that gap. Some Dragoons trying to come from the north. They're getting obliterated from some tanks that were left on the high ground. And you get just great positioning from Mihu, exactly where he wanted to engage there. That EMP was absolutely huge. He has more units marching in, and you just see the supply difference after that engagement. Mihu is way ahead.
Yeah, absolutely perfection from Mihu right there. He hits the EMP on the Arbiter that had 2 stasises. It had full energy, and the other Arbiter only had 75, so no stasis anytime soon, at least in that engagement. The shuttle also got picked off, and Mihu not missing a beat. He's got his other upgrades coming in. He's got a transfer to bottom right, so he's going to have 4 bases up and running. The observer at top left probably thinks that Terran's in not as good of a position as he is, because he feels like, okay, Terran does not have a 4th base right now, but actually he does. And the first Arbiter also got killed too, so this Arbiter again only has 1 stasis available.
Dropping a bunch of mines, going to go ahead and back up and go ahead and retake that center position. It looks like the main and the natural expansion mined out for Mihu, but he's still, rolling off those other 2 bases. Same situation. So it's 2 base Terran versus 2 base Toss, which is the situation Terran wants to be in. Those, look at these science vessels looking to hunt. A huge EMP misses the Arbiter, but catches a bulk of forces, which is really going to soften them up.
Yeah, people underestimate the power of EMP. It doesn't necessarily have to hit an Arbiter. If you hit like a round of Zealots, 12 of them, they all have 60 shields. It eliminates all the shields in an instance. That's 700 points of damage in the blink of an eye. So good connection there, even though it doesn't hit the Arbiter. And really, Mihu has not lost that many tanks. Look how many Vultures are going to support them too. Again, the Arbiters, I think he has 2 of them. He only has 2 stasises available, but this is so hard to attack into if you're ProLeague. No, another big EMP hits.
And I think Mihu's happy to do this. He's happy to roll forward with those science vessels, drop an EMP, leave a couple siege tanks, reposition. There's a recall somewhere. Bottom right, Zhanhun managed to sneak a recall through. That's going to interrupt everything there. It looks like Mihu might have spotted it because he's trying to transfer troops that direction, trying to scramble them. No, he's going to go for a counterattack. Yeah. He's barreling the rest of his troops in the middle. He's certainly going to lose that 4th. Let's see if Zhanhun can defend behind this. That was a great recall to go ahead and take out that base. That hurts.
Yeah, but I think this is the correct move, because look, he already had a minefield set up, and he already has units basically set up in a position that he can cut them off. Also, tanks on high ground can hit the Goons on the low ground as they try and come back, and there's no observer, so more Goons are going to run to their death. Zhanhun looked like he was going to engage, but no, he's not. He's going to back off for now. That is just so hard to attack into. SCVs are still mining bottom right for now, so Mihu does need to consider taking a base at top left, but this army looks unstoppable. But there is a 15 supply lead for Zhanhun right now, but you can see that a lot of his units are just all over the place.
They're not in position. It's mostly gateway man. It's mostly Dragoons and Zealots. I don't see a lot of Arbiters in the air to help provide some support. And even with the Arbiters, they're getting constantly EMP'd. So Mihu barreling in, shoving his troops into the natural expansion. And I don't think Zhanhun had set up for refugee style as of yet. He doesn't have any gateways outside of this base. So he's essentially boxed in. He's going for a counterattack with these troops, but it looks like there's sufficient siege tanks to potentially repel that attack.
Yeah, I like this move. It is hard for Terran to attack while they're getting attacked at the same time, and he's going to get on top of a lot of these tanks. Maybe does he has enough? No, he definitely does not. More tanks coming in from Mihu, and this counterattack did not work at all. He may thin out the tank count, but he's not going to be able to push through, and he's not going to be able to shut down the third base. Meanwhile, Mihu has clobbered the natural, and he's now going to reposition those tanks to the third base and potentially fourth base.
Mihu doing a great job with this troop movement behind this. He's like, he defends his main, he reasserts the troops, moves them up to the 3 o'clock location, while basically you can't reinforce with any of those troops from the main. They still have to break out going down that ramp. So the siege tanks grouping up, going to take out that 9 o'clock, or sorry, it was at the 9 o'clock location. Some troops coming in from Zhanhun to try to defend that, but don't like what they see. And now, yeah, just hopscotch, moving one troop grouping after the next. The Zelf trying to get in, but they're kind of bottled by their own SimCity. The siege tanks doing some damage. And the rest of the troops having some trouble getting up ahead, but the Goliath's doing a lot of damage on that Arbiter as it's floating right there. It looks like he might be able to punch through and finally get some reinforcements, but he's already lost his third base.
Yeah, he lost his third base, and now those probes are just going to get killed by the tanks. I would say that was a decent engagement for Zhanhun, but supplies have plummeted. He's down to 110. Meanwhile, Mihu, he's still almost maxed. He's at 175 supply. He is low income, but because he didn't have to build units because he was maxed for so long, he still has a 2K bank, and there's really no way Zhanhun can stop this army. He's just doesn't have the production anymore. This is going to be his last stand. He's going to try and take this out, but there's just no way. It's only 8 Coons in a single Arbiter.
Yeah, Mihu's also floating out to go ahead and grab an additional base at the 11 o'clock position. There's a single Dragoon try to stop that. An emergency Nexus in the upper left, but there are no probes mining, so it's essentially a null Nexus. And just, yeah, you can see these Dragoons huddled around this Nexus with the kind of desperation is the Alamo here at the upper 9 o'clock location, plus a recall on top of the tank, but honestly, it's just not enough. Mihu has too much. He's heavily upgraded at this stage, and it looks like he can just easily shoot through this army.
Yeah, Mihu doing what he did all of last season. Protoss players just having no answer to this style. It looked like a good opener with the Reaver harass in the beginning, buying a lot of time, but it just doesn't matter. Once he gets out onto the map, he's so in your face, he's so calculated, he has fantastic trades, and behind the scene macros, like he takes bases. It is extremely hard to deal with somebody who plays like that.
Yeah, I love this. I love watching Mihu play like this. I think it's fresh, I think it's interesting, and I think it's real. He just seems like a Protoss killing machine is what it comes down to. So as far as, okay, is this the Protoss gauntlet, or is this the Protoss line of trees with Mihu being the axe? And it looks like it's the latter rather than the former. Zhanhun moving into game 2. Let's see. He had a really good position, but Mihu perfectly finding the position to go ahead and push and knocking him completely off balance. And then after that, it just felt like Zhanhun was slowly tipping forward, and Mihu was just constantly pushing him along the way, just charging him the rest of the match. And really firm control from the midpoint all the way to the end.
Yeah, and what's funny, if somebody asked me, like, okay, well, how do I deal with Mihu style, like this 4-fact push that he just did? The funny thing is I would say, okay, do what Zhanhun did, and he still didn't stop it. Like, think about his opener. He went fast Nexus, he gas stole, he skipped range, he got robo opener. He had a huge advantage in that sense. He took his third base faster. By the time Mihu started pushing out the map, Gateway Flood was already completed. He didn't miss his Stargate timing. He didn't miss his Forge timing. It's like, well, wait a minute. I hit everything, and you still busted my third? I just don't know what else you need to stop his execution, because literally Zhanhun did everything you're supposed to do versus what he saw.
Yeah, and that'd be frustrating. It's like you did everything right. You were in a good position, and yet you still got run over. You still ended up with a bloody nose at the end of the day. So we'll see what, maybe there's some map selection that will help with this, and it looks like we are going to move to Good Night.
Yep, so finally we're going to get a Good Night pick. So let's get into game 2 of our winners match. Mihu up 1-0 versus Zhanhun. Okay, in the top left position, our Terran, it is Mihu.
And in the bottom left, as the blue Protoss, we have Zhanhun.
Yeah, I just don't know what you got to do versus this guy in the mid stages, because that's where Mihu runs away with it. He starts making it chaotic in the mid stages, and that's when Protoss falls apart. If Protoss doesn't take damage, they can go toe to toe versus Mihu, but it's always the mid game that Mihu starts getting the big lead. Like after the attack, supplies were even the rest of the game. Like there was no point in that game where Mihu was behind.
And also, once the science vessels were in the air, it seemed like EMPs were relentless. It just, usually you see Terran sitting back with those science vessels, kind of babying them and waiting and trying to anticipate when the arbiters were coming out. Instead, you saw Mihu getting aggressive with those science vessels and dropping EMPs, even if he was missing arbiters, EMPing entire armies, and just really neutralized Zhanhun's ability to get aggressive.
Yeah, so I wonder what he's going to open with here, because now it's not a two-player map. I mean, of course, he could have gone for 12 Nexus, but not going to be the case this time around. He's just going to go for a standard gateway. Now, there's a lot of variations you see these days with the gateway. Some people go gas, some people go gate, Nexus, Zealot, some people go gate, Zealot, Nexus. For now, Zhanhun, okay, it is just going to be typical standard opener. It's just going to be Cybernetics follow-up.
So what do you think? Do you think he's going to try to get aggressive and hope that he can do some range attack on that bunker? Maybe even go for a bust? What sort of plan would you expect a Protoss who chose Good Night in his opening up with more of a standard gateway here then?
Well, I don't want to see early aggressive plays, because we already saw that from KwarK, and it just doesn't work. And versus somebody that goes 4-fact often, why would I attack into siege mode and mines? And I know that even if I kill the tanks, there's still going to be heavy production behind it. So I kind of just want to see what Zhanhun did last game, which is take bases, get into his arbiter tech, make sure that you have enough gateways for the 4-fact timing, and then try and get better engagements. Like, I think that's the counter to 4-fact, especially if you open with Reaver, where you can stall the timing. I mean, well, it's not I think. I know that's the counter because I've experienced it on the ladder.
We'll see if that ends up being the counter versus Mihu. It looks like we do have a Probe found the base first, although he's being rewarded with a lot of the pelting of bullets. It looks like he's going to retreat immediately. That Zealot, he is getting aggressive, so it's making his way up the map to go ahead and potentially apply some pressure. Mihu, his SCV, going for a clockwise scout, so it's going to come across Zhanhun's base last, but that factory is on the way. We only have a single SCV on gas, which suggests we're looking for a fast expansion here.
Yeah, and this was a fast Zealot follow-up, so you can see because Mihu scouted last, he's not cutting Marines. He's going to go continuous Marines with a bunker even before the command center, because he knows a move like this could be coming. And Probe is a big deal here. If he gets a pot shot off onto a Marine, it does add up. He's already forced the SCV back. Luckily, Mihu had good game sense to send another SCV preemptively, and he is going to get up this bunker without taking any Marine losses. This was fantastic micro so far from him, and even getting pot shots as the Zealot runs up into the main.
Looks like he's going to try to turn around, try to get some damage. Does manage to get at least a Marine kill, but really good micro on both ends. But it looks like Mihu's micro just being better. He's leading that Zealot back. Looks like the Zealot wanted to try to get on top of either one, and instead, all he's going to get is a modicum, a little bit of scouting information.
So he lifts the barracks right in front of this guy's face, like, hey man, I don't need any more Marines. That Zealot's gonna die. It's just so funny, because also in the KwarK game, he lifted his barracks preemptively, and as I'm watching it, I'm like, man, that is risky. But with the Vulture support, he takes it down instantly, and this is another skipped range. He's gonna go straight into Robo. And again, this is fantastic versus a player like Mihu who loves to play for timings.
Looks like he went ahead and backed off that goon as well. Mihu, briefly, it looked like he unloaded those Marines to go ahead and chase that Dragoon back. And he's just aggressive. That's the thing with Mihu is it just feels like he's sitting back in that defensive posture, but every once in a while he's just throwing out an attack. And it's just scary. Vulture speed being upgraded to go ahead and potentially get some map control. Second gateway on the way here from Zhanhun. But yeah, let's see if he opts for, if he's going to go for that robotics support bay or if he's going to go for the observatory this time.
Yeah, and this is a move that you don't see often from Terran players. This is going to be suicided Vultures with speed to just rack up as many kills as possible. This is a tilter if you're Protoss. If you're not paying attention, like he isn't right now, and he doesn't have a second pylon wall, this could literally ransack the natural in an instant, and speed is about to kick in. So unless this next pylon is at the nat, and unless Zhanhun puts these goons on hold position, we're about to see a whole bunch of probes fall.
Okay, so
Oh,
third,
that's great.
just getting there in time. There's still a little bit of a gap, but okay, double pylon being dropped. Let's see if the Dragoons go ahead and back up. So this, it's not a waste because you still have the Vultures. The Vultures trying to sneak through, nice blockade, doing a little bit of damage, but that still gives a good degree of map control. Some mines can get laid for Mihu, so Zhanhun gonna have to sit back for the moment and go ahead and macro up.
Yeah, and that's a big deal. And in fact, if Zhanhun wants to take another Nexus, he could, because what's Terran going to attack you with? Vultures and Dragoons? Haha, I don't think so. So I think going for a fast third Nexus after this could be a good move from Zhanhun. Instead, he's opted to go for actually somewhat of a quick gas that is natural, and instead just power off of 2 gates and see exactly what's going on. Although the reason he's getting that second gas is because actually it's going to be fast Stargate, and we're going to have 2 base Arbiter.
So 2 base Arbiter. I also like that Mihu, anticipating that, already had a Vulture and a Barracks floating across a potential third expansion. He's got the mines upgraded, so he can go ahead and plant some mines midfield to get, just that little bit of map control, get a little bit of vision. Mihu looks like he's dropping the armory now, but he's just got that double factory behind this, and I think there were a decent amount of siege tanks that have been built behind here, but a little bit siege tank light compared to where he's been in the past because of those Vultures.
Yep, and now those goons are going to push the observers back. Mihu needs to start thinking about, why doesn't this guy have a third base already? Like, he knows that I don't have a lot of... Okay,
well,
those are
on,
like
Mine.
some Artosis levels of missed shots right there. They took like 12 shots each, and finally they get taken down.
Yeah, I was
Meanwhile,
about to say, how many times can you flip a coin? You know how they
Yeah.
have that. Ugh.
Well, Stargate should be going down any moment now for Zhanhun. The observer spots exactly what's going on, and there isn't anything atypical. It was delayed Academy, delayed Armory, but what is atypical is the fact that that Nexus, or third Nexus, still hasn't gotten put down yet. A mine even spots the probe there, so he knows a 730 Nexus, like, dude, what are you doing? It can only be 2 things. It's either Arbiter or Carriers.
Do you think this is going to be an Arbiter to get more aggressive and get some positional advantage, or do you think we're going to see early recall out of this?
I like Protosses that build up energy and go for mass stasis. There are Protosses that like mass recall or fast recall, but I really do think that just building up your stasis versus somebody that's going to attack into you with heavy tanks, that's the move. Now,
Yeah,
you can see Mihu's already ramped up his tank count to 6, which is surprising to me that it's that high already. And all of a sudden, Mihu could be dangerous in the next minute or so.
He's got that. He's got some missile turrets out there as well, potentially just in case they're reavers or any sort of drop, or just basically also to deal with detection in that base. He's got that. He finally has the comsat, and he's going ahead and tacking on 2 additional factories, Dragoons, meeting some Vultures in the middle of the map. And I do like what Zhanhun's done in the meantime. He's cleared out a lot of those mines and that vision in between here. So Mihu, he's going to have to rely on comsat to know where these troopers are positioning, and Zhanhun actually is setting up 2 Dragoons right outside that natural expansion.
Well, Zhanhun needs to queue up that Arbiter ASAP, and when you know you're facing somebody that's going to be moving out soon, you need to get it out. It's not a short build time either. It's what is it, a minute and 40 seconds, so you definitely need to get it out ASAP. 4th fact is going to be completing momentarily. I do like how Zhanhun has ramped up his gateway production. He's up to 6. He's got a good probe count sitting around 60. That's fine. And he already has his 3rd Nexus done.
Zhanhun kind of has pockets of troops all over the place, and I think Mihu is, rather than going for an aggressive attack here, it looks like he is staging up to potentially just go ahead and get his 3rd base. He's got a turret in position already. Zhanhun does have that observer overhead, but now we have a lot of Dragoons staging up near that 3rd, potentially wanting to interrupt it. Picks off the SCV. That's significant. That's going to slow it down for a little while. Mihu doing a bigger step forward and looking potentially to pop a Dragoon. Does do so. The Vulture's sliding forward.
Yeah, and this, I think it's going to be an attack. Yeah, he's going to keep pushing with this tank count, and he's pretty much even in supply, which means Terran should win the fight unless there's a big mine hit. I don't think speed has kicked in for the Zealots, and in typical fashion, there's command center follow-up with the starport, though not all in. Yeah, those Zealots do not have speed. In fact, speed is only halfway done, and Arbiter, I would say, is probably close to only halfway done. So this push is very menacing for about the next 45 seconds or so. He needs to do it fast, though.
It looks like he is doing it. So he's got the mines planted. He's moving those siege tanks along that right-hand side and being very... This is the thing. When Mihu sieges and unsieges, he's extremely fast about getting these troop movements rapidly across the map. The Dragoons running up to pick off something they're going to pick off. Lose a lot of units, though, in that pickoff. And the Vultures also chasing down the remainder. The Arbiter finally out, but there's not a lot of troops underneath this Arbiter to provide some defense. And there's already a forward turret once again.
Yeah, and... this is just an unstoppable army. Again, the Vultures have good mine positioning. There's good turret placement. The Arbiter's out, but speed's not done. Third is starting to get breached, and he already whittled down the goon count. Now the question is, how many scans does he have? That was a good attempted drag there, but not going to get any connection. For now, just a single tank is doing a lot of damage to these goons and to this goon and Nexus.
This is a really scary position. We have Mihu just waiting outside the natural expansion system. The Dragoons trying to cycle back to deal with this, but this is a gap that you got to run into with a bunch of siege tank fire in the way and some Vultures in front of everything else. And it looks like they might be able to even open up a pylon to sneak through. The Vultures trying to drop mines along that corner, but Mihu at any moment, it feels like if Zhanhun doesn't play this absolutely perfectly, he might get boxed into his natural expansion.
Well, I'm looking at Mihu's supply that's down 30, and it's taken him a long time to reinforce. Just now he's sending Vulture reinforcements. A shuttle bomb could be great. Oh my gosh, a bunker comboed with a turret is really, really devastating, hard to get through. Not just because of the DPS of the Marines, but also the fact that you have to, or the AI will target the bunker, of course, and not the tanks. But for now, Zhanhun seems to have stalled the attack for enough time that he may have critical mass to bust through here. Also, the Arbiter should have enough energy for stasis pretty soon.
So moving up, let's see if he can land a stasis on that back line of siege tanks. He's diving forward with it. The Vulture is going ahead and backing off. Mihu trying to retreat to the north, trying to get a turret in place. And right now, Zhanhun not pushing into it. Second Arbiter coming online. There's a lot of gateways behind this, and that's a 40 supply lead. So maybe he has the troops on the ground to get it done. Bombing. Good stasis on some back 2 siege tanks. So there's only 4 siege tanks firing. One of them was still getting in siege position, and more reinforcements coming from that left-hand side. They're having to deal with mines to get through this, but it looks like Zhanhun has enough troops to go ahead and crush this.
Yeah, Zhanhun just barely going to bust through. That bunker is doing work. There's no more tanks, but it's really softening a lot of the goons, and there's only 7 or 8 goons left over. But as he said, there's a 30 supply lead, and one of the key things is he kept his Arbiter alive. And we know that Terran's going to have a tough time killing Arbiters, and so he may actually have 200 energy when we have our next attack. But Zhanhun needs to not be over-ambitious moving across the map here. I know you want to attack, but just take your win here and take a 4th base, and that's exactly what he's doing.
Yeah, Mihu's already established that 3rd. He's grabbing that 4th. He's in a good supply position. He's got 2 Arbiters in the air. There's no science fizzles as of yet to go ahead and drop an EMP on that. So he just needs to make sure that he can push Mihu back across that left lane so he can get a bit of map control back. He doesn't have to worry about his natural expansion getting sealed in, which he's doing now. So siege tanks for Mihu now in retreat. Mihu does need to start thinking about making sure he's defending that 3rd. So it looks like he's staging a lot of troops up on that high ground.
Yeah, we see Zhanhun, or we see Mihu positioning to take a 4th base, but really he's got to be... Well, actually, he's taking top middle. He's building turrets at the left side, like I thought, like that was going to be his 4th base. This is where it starts getting dangerous when you play a 4-fact. You lose all your tanks. You think about what he killed there. I realize he killed some Protoss units, but he didn't kill probes. He didn't kill the Nexus. And now he's trying to expand twice. I don't know about this. And Zhanhun is going to take advantage of this overextension. He pounces on a low tank Terran who only had 4 and is trying to double expand. Remember, the Arbiters still have stasis available. That only hits a single tank, but actually hitting any amounts of tanks is a big win.
And he's still got a lot of troops behind this, and he can reinforce rapidly because there's no mines and no reinforcements to cut this on the way. Dropping 2 supply depots in the front to create an instant Sim City, it looks like, to try to help defend. There were a lot of Dragoons behind this, so Mihu briefly going to defend. But while this is happening, this is a very comfortable 4th. There's also, I don't know if recall's upgraded, but there's enough energy potentially for a recall. So it looks like Zhanhun is going to go ahead and shift. The engineering bay trying to spot it. Desperation turrets being dropped in the background, but the troops are out of position. And honestly, if even with the recall here, even with the no recall, he might be able to attack the 3rd. So a little bit of an empty recall, and it catches the Arbiter there as well.
Oh, the idea was perfect. But then it's just this puny thing of a recall. Recall's what, 4 units? And all of those Arbiters are low health, so they might even die to a single turret as it exits. Both of them are going to die. And what was a fantastic idea just completely backfires. The Goon finds the CC at top middle and is thinking like, wait a minute, there's a command center here? I thought it was going to be mid-left, so he instantly repositions his army over there. He may be able to take it down.
But honestly, after that recall, maybe if he was doing this simultaneously while that recall was happening, that would work out. Actually, never mind. Looks like Mihu's going to go ahead and lift off and allow that to happen, maybe because of potential attacks at that third. Now he's marching in to the 9 o'clock position as well. But are the Dragoons doing a lot of damage on that command center? Might need to get repaired as it's flooding down, but he needs to be careful that these Dragoons don't get trapped underneath by a lot of mines and get wiped out as well.
Yes, 30 supply lead still for Zhanhun, but his Arbiter count got reset, which is a huge deal. Now a 50 supply lead. Okay, he still has 1 Arbiter left, but really want to get up to 3 or 4. That's when it starts getting dangerous. I'm curious what the upgrades are for ProToss, because we know they're low for Terran. There's probably still just +1. No upgrades at all for ProToss. He desperate. Oh my gosh, actually 2-1's already done. So this is a huge power spike for Terran.
So even though the supply count looks like, okay, you got 200 for Zhanhun and that's a 40 supply lead, keep in mind with the upgrades, Terran Army, when it's upgraded 2-1 against no upgrades for ProToss, they can chew through units very, very rapidly. Some Vultures trying to backstab here at the third. Mihu just trying to buy himself some time, I think, to go ahead and get that additional base established. And also, we see no additional bases being grabbed from Zhanhun.
Yeah, look at this production from Mihu. He's got 8 factories. He's got vessels. He's approaching max. He's about 170. But a lot of the units are out of position for Mihu at the rally point right now. Of course, Zhanhun doesn't know about it, but he goes for it anyways. And he's going to catch only 3 tanks in siege mode. The EMP, I think, missed. Yeah, it did miss. So he's going to try and or stasis all of these tanks. But in the end, all these tanks end up being 2. Wait a minute. Mihu accidentally missieged all of his tanks at his natural.
Missieged all of the tanks to the natural. Maybe they're part of the same control group, but now that's going to deny that 12 o'clock base once again. And all of a sudden, Mihu, he's got 1 mining base effectively. He's got outside that natural expansion. James smelling blood in the water, walking up, but there's a huge amount of siege tanks that are highly upgraded behind this. He might end up losing his entire army.
In the end, this ends up being a debate because ProToss thought, wait a minute, you only got 3 tanks? He didn't realize that all of the rest of the tanks were in that hotkey and all of them just sitting in siege mode at the natural. So he takes a horrible trade there. Luckily for him, he still has 5 bases. He still has massive econ versus a Terran that's basically just mining on 1 bases. But that was not the trade Zhanhun was looking for.
So Zhanhun he's still on 4 bases because he's got the natural expansion, still has a little bit of minerals left. He's got that 6 o'clock location. He has expanded bottom right. Looks like he's transferring troops there now. There's a mine in the way in the bottom right-hand base, but if Zhanhun can hold on, honestly, and get some of those upgrades back, Mihu currently with his supply lead, he's actually not in that bad a position because the natural expansion's mined out, the main's mined out, so it's basically going to be 2 base versus potentially 4 base once everything's said and done. Mihu trying to grab that 9 o'clock to try to even things, but the supply count's in favor of Mihu right now. And keep in mind, those upgrades are there, and so this is going to be a devastating push potentially.
Yeah, in the tank count, he only lost 3. So 3-2 versus +1 versus a ProToss that already used a stasis and didn't kill your tank count. I think Zhanhun's only option here is to go for backstabs and force Mihu to make a move with this 1 standing army. And that is exactly what he's going to do. And instead of pushing the issue, Mihu's going to back up. But Zhanhun's ahead of the game. He only needs to branch off a couple units here and to take down that 3rd base, but he can't lose all these goons.
So he's trying, it looks like he got pinned a little bit. He's still trying to make maneuvers to that 12 o'clock base. A few amount of troops are getting up there. They're on the high ground. The rest of the Dragoons are pocketing out to that mid base. And I think overall this is still going to be a win for Zhanhun, even if he doesn't manage to get anything accomplished at this 12 o'clock base, just because while this is happening, these troops aren't attacking those additional expansions that are getting established.
Yeah, this was another fantastic trade for Mihu and a big misstep from Zhanhun, and he cannot make many more missteps, if at all. And the Arbiter did not, or I mean, the vessel did not forget that there's an Arbiter over there, so he's going to leave it on patrol and try and hit an EMP if that Arbiter does try to come in for a recall play. Meanwhile, while all of this was happening, Mihu did take mid-left. There's no SCVs over there, though, but he's going to have, if he can secure mid-left, he's going to have a stranglehold on this game. He's going to be able to push while also defending recall quite easily on that side of the map.
Zhanhun, yeah, he just queued some units, so he's about even on supply. Still down in the upgrades, looking to engage here. I don't see any. There's an Arbiter coming from the left, and this might be a huge game-winning stasis, but the stasis isn't there. And that is so many siege tanks. Okay, immediately able to stasis along that right line. Another huge stasis, and that might be the equalizer to allow Zhanhun to go ahead and push through this. But I don't know if that he has enough troops to go ahead and finish the job.
Yeah, that's like 12 units in stasis. There's no vulture support, so it's just 7 tanks running for their lives. Yeah, I was wondering where all the supply is because Mihu's still at 150. Now reinforcements are going to come and save the day. And once these units come out of stasis, there's going to be another huge push coming in from Mihu. He's trying to save these tanks, but is he going to be able to get there in time? He needs to go right now.
He needs to go right now, and so I think he just might have more reinforcements and might be able to save them as a result. And this could turn into a deadly situation where those tanks are coming out of stasis to go ahead and engage in the fight. However, it doesn't look like the science vessel rushing forward to provide detection. And Mihu saves the siege tanks because Zhanhun just simply did not have the raw unit counts to go ahead and take out the prize winnings there.
Yeah, and after all the stasis is over, look how many tanks are left. There's like still 20 tanks left over, and he is pushing for the victory. Remember, these tanks are heavily upgraded. Still only 2-1. I thought for sure 3-2 would have kicked in, but it doesn't matter. This is an unstoppable army. If he reinforces with even 2 Goliaths, it will shut down the Arbiters too. He's on top of the 3rd base. Those probes are going to fall. Nat's going to fall. Zhanhun still has his 4th and 5th at bottom right, but he's going to lose a lot of probes.
You have a Corsair out of nowhere attacking science vessels, but I don't think it makes a difference at this stage. He dropped a lot of stasis, but just wasn't able to get anything out of it, which means he doesn't have stasis to help with this attack. And now he's boxed into his natural expansion. All of his gateways are there. Losing science vessels isn't going to make a difference. His one defense force, his one saving grace here is Arbiters attacking the low ground to try to peel through some of these troops, but there's going to be Goliaths reinforcing after not too long, and there's still going to be plenty of siege tanks after this. And even if he does manage all of this, Mihu's got 3 bases up and running.
Yeah, it's not like Mihu's all in on with this. He has the eco to follow up. Probe count is now at 38. Zhanhun, who looked like he was in a good position all game long, all of a sudden a couple bad trades, and you can see the result. Terran capitalizing it. 4th base is going to fall, and now Zhanhun's going to go from 5 base mining just down to 1, maybe not even 1, because all of the probes are basically here.
And it looks like the Arbiter's trying to reposition to try to save that 6 o'clock location. I don't think that's going to happen, honestly. Those siege tanks, yeah, able to wipe out that Nexus rapidly. The Goliaths now moving in, which is going to mean those few Arbiters that were the one saving grace of that natural expansion going to be neutralized. And SCV repairing on the front right there. And now Mihu, a big recall at the 12 o'clock location to maybe take this base out. But honestly, I feel like this is a base that Mihu can afford to lose, where Zhanhun can't afford to lose bottom right.
Yeah, once bottom right goes down, there's no more mining for Protoss, and so that means he has to win with his standing army, and that's just not going to happen when you're down 80 supply. I don't even know if it would happen if he was even supply. So Mihu, he's on the brink of winning this game and making it out in first place. There's another recall at mid-left shutting down that base, so the game's getting wild. It just doesn't matter, though, because the standing army, Terran wins.
We'll see. Yeah, so Mihu he's got the larger army.
Well,
neither player are mining right now.
Yeah.
So Zhanhun moving into the bottom right hand, Mihu moving into the bottom right hand corner to go ahead and wipe this Nexus out. Mihu's trying to reposition, so he's got to kill. That's the trick. Can he kill the standing army of Mihu's to go ahead and win this game? He has managed to halt mining. Both players just have 500 resources in the bank both directions. Mihu has a huge supply lead. Zhanhun in the red. But I think you're right. I don't know that it matters because the standing army of Mihu is just too strong, and it just seems like it's a better composition overall.
Well, I would say the one win condition for Zhanhun is if he took out all the comsats and got rid of the science vessel, then maybe there could be a world where he has no vision and Arbiters comboed with his units could actually kill everything because they're invisible, of course. He ends up wiping out the tanks in front of his base. There's a 25 worker difference. So that means there's only about a 20 army advantage for Terran right now. Oh, he's got to not get EMP'd, and he gets both of them EMP'd. And I think with the Arbiters basically dead, well, I mean, he still has 4 Arbiters left over.
I think you're right. That science vessel is going to be huge, and maybe if he can, I don't know how he'd be able to expend all the comsat that's potentially out there. Both players, they're going to have to distance mine to make it happen. It looks like the SCV is going to start distance mining at that 12 o'clock location. 2 Archons out, because keep in mind there's still gas mining that's happening, although it's not happening very efficiently, it looks like, in Zhanhun's base. But yeah, big supply lead for Mihu. You got to deduct the workers out of that. There's five probes left currently for Zhanhun, so yeah, it's got to get done with army.
Well, Protoss now has a pretty strong army. 2-2 upgrades versus just 2-1. And like I said, there's 4 Arbiters left over. I realized 2 of them got EMP'd. But Mihu's taking a long time to get across the map. The Arbiters may have regened a lot of the energy already. In fact, that Arbiter already has 100 energy. Okay, this is going to be the final engagement. Cannot bleed off any units. There's another big EMP. And, oh no, did Protoss get stuck here? He's going to have to engage on a ramp, all choked up into mass siege mode.
Looks like he's got the Arbiters attacking forward, using everything. The Zealots trying to get down there, but they're getting cleaned up mostly by there's a decent stasis, but the Dragoons are trapped at that 12 o'clock location. The siege tanks moving forward, obliterating everything. There is a line of blue goo on the ramp from the Dragoons, and Mihu did it again. So Mihu wins 2. He's going to advance. So the BSL champion is moving on to the round of 8. Zhanhun putting up a really good fight, but honestly, it feels like Mihu's just in his head.
Yeah, I thought for sure he had it on Eclipse. I'm looking at the build order, I'm like, okay, this is how you do it, man. But then the drop, it was all about the drop in Eclipse. And then even this push that we had on Good Night, I mean, Zhanhun shut it down. Actually, Mihu took a long time to push into that third base. Like, he got there, and then he never got on top of the probe. So Zhanhun had a real opportunity to take him down, and he just still couldn't do it.
I think it was really well fought by Zhanhun. That was an intense match,
yeah.
Honestly. There were multiple points there where I'm like, I think Mihu might win this. I think he's got the advantage, but it was still very much up in the air. Mihu with a very well-deserved advance, but we're going to have KwarK versus Bonyth. And I do have to say this. Mihu deserved that victory, but I am a little bit disappointed that we aren't going to get to see a Mihu versus Bonyth match. But it's going to be all PvP from here. And now, so it went from Mihu just shredding Protoss altogether, and now it is the Protoss killing field to see who advances.
Yeah, that is true. So we're going to go into a break, and then we'll find out who's going to be the winner and get to face off versus Zhanhun, because it's going to be KwarK versus KwarK. So it's going to be another PvP. Of course, we want to thank our donators today. I saw a lot of them. And of course, the big one from CRVT, a $1,000 donation that puts us so much closer to our $5,000 goal. I saw a lot of donations already from the streams with guys. Thank you so much for that, but we're still a little bit short, so consider making a donation, whether it's directly or through like merchandise or sub or bit donation. That's also fantastic. And I do want to point out that there is a lot of BSL going on these days. There's Thursday and Friday, the race championships, where Protoss has been doing well, but lately, or actually just the other day, Zerg made a big comeback with Ziki getting 6 kills, and before yesterday, they didn't have a single point. So it's starting to even out. I think it's 13 points for Protoss, 9 for Terran, 7 for Zerg, so it's pretty even, and it's very exciting. All the games have been fantastic. You should check it out. It's on Trovo, not Twitch, Trovo/Bombastic Starleague. And as I pointed out, I'm playing in it. I've talked to Artosis. He has not confirmed a date yet, but hopefully he'll play in one of the few last remaining ones. It's definitely very fun, and you should consider watching it. But our elimination match is coming up, and this is going to be a doozy, because we're going to be it's going to be KwarK versus Bonyth, who has already shown wild games, and we're going to be on a 2-player map with Eclipse to start us off.
And on top of that, KwarK is one of those guys who studied Bonyth up and down and really knows his playstyle. And we know KwarK's a really intelligent guy, and I think actually PvP is one of his stronger matchups. I think his versus Terran is his strongest, but PvP is no joke for KwarK either. So could be a really fun matchup. Obviously, Bonyth with some fantastic. So it almost feels like it's going to be, not that Bonyth is a slouch in the strategy sector of things, but he does rely on his micro more heavily. It almost feels like it's brain versus brawn here, as far as a matchup going. Also, I want to give the shout out as far as Trovo goes to all of the other leagues that are going on. You have Gosu League, which is also fun to cover. I've been covering Hasu League as well. You have Trovo League. If you check out, I think there's somewhere in the Bombastic, go to the Bombastic Discord, because they have links to absolutely everywhere. Their point being, if you want to watch StarCraft, there's StarCraft to watch currently. You really do feel like you're currently in a kind of golden age where there's just an immense amount of watching. A lot of that is thanks to BSL and thanks to the work of Zero. And a lot of that, I want to give a shout out to LML Well, I'm thinking about it too because he does a lot of that organization in the background, and even had some of the other fun side tournaments. And you have Team Think Quick. You just have a lot of good StarCraft happening right now. Not just ASL, the top thing, not just BSL, but just absolutely fantastic StarCraft. So a lot to watch.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, there's just so much StarCraft. And there's Ghost League and Hostile League, which we didn't even mention, which Sharkcasted by you, for example, on the weekend. So definitely check out everything that BSL has to offer. But as far as this matchup, KwarK versus Bonyth, you say that KwarK has studied Bonyth a lot. I imagine a ton of the foreign scene has studied Bonyth a lot, because why not? He's the champion. He wins everything. You should study the guy that wins all the time. But there have been games that I watch KwarK where I feel like he outthinks or he overthinks the scenario. What comes to mind was a game of him versus Terror on Ascension. Like I could understand the idea, but as I'm watching it unfold, I'm thinking like, okay, we're overthinking this, and all that Terror did was a move. Because he was not expecting to be attacked based on what he showed Terror, and Terror just attacked and the game ended. So you got to keep that in mind. Even though KwarK is a smart player, sometimes he could be his worst enemy. But so far today, with the proxy 2-gate in the guy's base, I mean, he's showing some really intelligent play so far.
Do you think we're going to see any sort of proxy 2-gate or anything like that against Bonyth?
I want to see it on Eclipse. I want to see him just proxy like Oyaji did, or like Mini did in ASL a few seasons ago, or potentially like, I don't know if you noticed this, but I was noticing it, I think in the PVT games, is that Zhanhun was putting his gateway like right next to the assimilator. And I think you can, well, maybe not in that particular scenario, but if there's ever an opportunity to like pylon block the gateway and catch the goon, you could all of a sudden just snowball the game because the goon can't get out, you know? So maybe something like that could be a win condition for KwarK.
It's going to be hard to pull that sort of thing off against Bonyth, particularly when we saw him having the wherewithal to line up his Dragoon immediately with the Reaver and take it. That was what kills me about that move in that match is not only did he do that, he did that in a split second. It was a split-second decision to get the Dragoon alongside the Reaver to go ahead and kill that Shimmer. A brilliant play. We're going to open up on Metaverse here, and it looks like our players are ready.
Okay, in the top left, our ProToss player, it is Bonyth.
In the bottom right-hand corner, as the red ProToss, we have KwarK.
Yeah, so ZZZero informed us that actually they played the wrong map. I thought Eclipse was going to be the map pick, and I think Metaverse is the final match's first map. But regardless, this is still going to be a fun map. We don't see a lot of Metaverse games, so I'm excited to see what both players have in store.
Yeah, it should be a fun one. It is one of those 4-player maps. It's a little bit more macro-oriented. I feel like this is also one of those maps that rewards more Bonyth's playstyle because he can get aggressive. He does have. There's just a lot of locations to have those big open macro fight engagements and a lot of features to do it on, and it can be very punishing when you're trying to take your third on this map. And it's also kind of an enclosed natural expansion. So a lot of things I think line up for Bonyth here.
Well, we do have cross bonds, so any early aggressive plays that a player wants to make is going to be, okay, what am I looking at? We've got gas first. And, you know, actually, I think I was telling you off stream, I was watching a game with Rauda, which people in the chat may know or recognize. And I can't remember the exact build order, but he went for like fast gas with a forge and went and rushed +1 weapon. And that's a gateway. So now I don't know what this is. I thought potentially we may see a +1 weapon rush.
We'll have to see. So he's definitely getting gas early. So he's got 2 probes in gas. And so some sort of tech build to start off here. We're not seeing a forge yet, so maybe not +1. But it looks like, is this going to be a cross scout? No, it looks like it's just going to make it to that bottom left-hand corner. But in the meantime, he is holding that probe in base.
Well, this is going to be a test of Bonyth's read, because what I'm imagining is going to happen is at some point, KwarK is going to pull off of gas, and it's going to look like he's going for a Nexus, but he's built up so much gas already that he's probably going to follow up with like a Citadel or something heavy tech, of course, and that may catch Bonyth for a loop. Now, if this Zealot gets up, of course, he's going to be in the dark, And I guess, really, KwarK could do whatever he wants. He's not really going to be mind gaming at this point. Oh my gosh, he does go for a cross scout. Oh no, he doesn't.
So Cybernetics core coming online. This is going to be close because here comes Bonyth. So keep in mind, this is a small ramp. Bonyth is just now moving up. The Zealot's in position. So on top of all this, on top of the early gas,
I think there's a gap.
there's a little bit of a gap, but if this is microed well, he might be able to block this out. The probe not there in time, so the probe manages to sneak in, but now does he recognize what's in front of him?
I think he does, because you'd be thinking, okay, why is the Cybernetics late? Like, mine has been done for a long time. Maybe second Zealot kind of throws it for a loop, but this really does look like something is off. So we'll see what Bonyth reads this as. For now, we don't see Robo or anything. Like I said, this, I don't know, it's so weird because he's continuing to mine gas, but he's not upgrading anything.
Looks like he's showing the Cybernetics core upgrade, but I would not be shocked once that probe's killed if there's going to be a cancellation there, potentially. In the meantime, Bonyth scooting around. I think keeping eyes peeled on KwarK. So KwarK up to something creative here.
Yeah.
So now there's that first Dragoon, and he wants to kill that probe in short order. But let's see if he goes ahead and cancels Dragoon range as a follow-up. Blockading, so dropping the blockade of the pylon, so it's going to be an additional shot. That Dragoon getting a little bit caught in that probe line, but particularly, of course, thinking about doing something creative here. Every second counts.
Yeah, it does, and Robo goes down at a normal timing. Like I said, there's the Citadel. I really thought that this was going to be a pull off of gas and go into Citadel, but this is probably going to be a DT drop because he built up so much gas. You can see the probe is sitting there, and this will catch Bonyth off guard, because how can you afford range and Citadel and Robo? But like I said, the Cybernetics was so late, I'm sure Bonyth thinks something has to be going on.
And this is one of those situations where Bonyth, it looks like he went for Robo before that second gate, but he's got 2-gate Robo before natural expansion being prepped. If he grabs that natural expansion, that's going to make this even stronger.
Well, we know that a lot of Protoss players don't build like cannons in their mains in general. They don't even build that many observers, and when they do, they're probably going to send one across the map and one with their army. So if the DT can get across them, or the shuttle can get across the map, which it can because it's metaverse, it can go around the edges of the map and not get intercepted. This will be a very vulnerable position for KwarK to exploit in the main, because I expect there to be no defense. Now, he lost one goon, and that was a kind of a blunder there.
It looks like so. The other question is when going for this drop, is he going to have sufficient forces to defend after the fact? So let's see, he's got 2 gateways up and running. He's got that shuttle building, I assume. He's got the Dark Templar that are going to be here alongside in not too long. The second gateway being built.
What?
He's also getting. He's also got. Never mind. He's going High Templar off of this. Interesting. High Templar Observer. I have never seen this before.
I agree. I have never, ever seen this. I don't... What? I'm trying to make sense of what this could be. Like, the Observer stops DTs.
So there's maybe a quick storm. So maybe what he's hoping to do is have an overwhelming amount of troops to run into that natural expansion, drop a huge storm on top of Bonyth's head, and then cap the game from there. He's grabbing his natural expansion behind this, though. So potentially, maybe he just felt that he was scouted, and the Dark Templar weren't going to pay off, and instead he's opting to get early High Templar to potentially try to negate what might be a reaver advantage on the front door. So going ahead and getting. Yeah, it doesn't look like this is turning into attack, honestly. This looks like maybe this was a strategy from KwarK to just have High Templar to provide more sufficient defense to go ahead and get 2 bases established.
I wish we could get, like, I wish Bonyth was streaming, like, right now so we could hear his reaction, because, I mean, he sees it now. He saw Templar pop out, he saw the Robo, and he saw Observer, and he sees the Nexus. I'm wondering what the heck he's thinking this is, because Templars take a long time to get across the map, so that means he's going to have to build a shuttle with it if he wants to get there at any decent time. But Reavers can one-shot a Templar if a Scarab lands.
Yeah, there also, it looked like there was an Observer that got picked off on the front, so KwarK moved that Observer right, got a good look at the troop count of Bonyth, but ended up losing it. There is a Reaver defensively back there, and also Bonyth is seeing the entire troop count behind this, so he knows what he's up against. He's getting his own shuttle. to go ahead and deal with this. If anyone actually can micro around Psystorm, it is Bonyth. But currently he's got a decent. So actually, I gotta look at the probe count overall. The probe count slightly in KwarK's favor. So he's up on 2 bases. He's got a slight economic lead, and he's got High Templar and Psystorm out, which is actually kind of where you want to be in the later stages of mid game at large. So maybe this is going to kind of negate Bonyth's early game aggression, allow KwarK to get in a position to kind of survive the early game and not have to worry about Bonyth's ultra aggression, worry about his really, really strong shuttle reaver micro. Bonyth's starting to move across the map now. My next question is Psystorm going to be ready for Bonyth getting aggressive? He's dropped some forges in the background.
Yeah, it's ready. It's already done. I like, actually, the potential here if KwarK fights on high ground, but in terms of mobility, I like Bonyth's position better because he doesn't necessarily have to fight here. He's the one with the shuttle. He can just go harass with it. Instead, he does engage here. He gets off a big hit onto a Zealot and a Goon. He kills one of the observers with that storm, and he softens up that shuttle. Whoa, all of a sudden, the shuttle's dangerously low. So is the Reaver. Another single storm will probably eliminate both of them.
So yeah, a lot of free shots, but basically, as long as and unfortunately, he doesn't have that extra observer to look at this, but this is where Bonyth is really strong, able to pick at this. Almost got that shuttle picked off. Another storm dropped, the shuttle's gone, the Reaver's gone. So yeah, so the Psystorm, yeah, you can't micro out of Psystorm. So Bonyth loses that Reaver. He still has a decent Dragoon force, but I like this play from KwarK. KwarK's like, you know what? Yeah, you're really strong with your Reaver Dragoon micro. I'm just going to get High Templar and completely negate that in the mid game. And I want to move into late game play. So let's just go ahead and adjust and make that happen. But there is that forge that's spinning that weapons upgrade. It looks like Bonyth is adjusting, grabbing his own gateways. So does KwarK have a follow-up from here? But right now he has a supply lead. He's fairly close in the probe count. And if he gets some Psystorm, honestly, and moves up, if he can get some shots and some standing army, I think it's in a good place here.
Yeah, and the observer sees that there were multiple forges followed up, so he's got a window of opportunity to just go for a big attack. Oh, okay, actually it was just one forge. But still, the gateways are ahead in timing for KwarK right here, and that's what I was expecting to see. We're going to see a gateway flood. It's going upwards of 7 gate, maybe 8, and that speed shuttle is out of position. Meanwhile, KwarK is just moving through this. There's a lot of Zealots mixed in, and there's only pure Goons for now, but he must take out that shuttle and Reaver. Templar's a little bit late to the party. If he can get there, though, he might be able to take it down. The shuttle super party, he connects!
Whoa! And a huge Psystorm on the Dragoons on the line. KwarK peeling through this army, trying to fight up the high ground. I think he was happy to A-move because he figured he was going to have more troops behind this. But unfortunately, despite doing a lot of action behind this, because he was attacking up the high ground, because Bonyth holding that lower ramp, it looks like he is going to, and because he wasn't engaging as a full army when it was all grouped, Bonyth's still going to win the overall engagement. Bonyth, with that last attack, surging slightly ahead in the overall supply lead, but KwarK getting damage, able to take out that Reaver and that shuttle, and actually, honestly, taking that out of his hands you might be happy with that trade. Like, yeah, okay, we reset army. I went ahead and got rid of your Reaver and shuttle, though, so I don't have to worry about it. It looks like there's a Dark Templar now out on the map for Bonyth, but now it's kind of a reset play. And right now, where I'm looking at things, as things are moving into the later stages of the mid game, both players are dead even.
Yeah, but I think this DT is a game changer because KwarK's probably not expecting it at all. He gets lucky to see it in the center of the map, but does he see it? So far, there's no reaction to it. He may have thought it was just an observer. Now he's going to turn around. But, okay, he does turn around, and I think he will be able to prevent damage from coming in. Yeah, cannon gets set up at the natural instantly, so he did spot it.
So let's see if he can get the observer on top of it to go ahead and wipe it out. He's bunching some troops. These High Templar are very vulnerable to that Dark Templar. Keep in mind, Dark Templar do a lot of damage. Taking some hits, does manage to pick off one. So that's a decent trade, trading a Dark Templar for a High Templar. I think that's, I don't think KwarK's really happy with it. Speed shuttle upgraded now for Bonyth. He's going to go ahead and grab that 9 o'clock expansion. And with that Dark Templar delaying that third, that'll give him a slight economic edge.
Yeah, we've got shuttle with speed moving across the map, going to go for some harassment. Remember, Metaverse has that opening near the temples where he may be able to find the sweet spot. The cannon will not be able to range it, but an interesting observer placement spots it. And now KwarK should be able to react to it, but will he? Because he's making a move on the left side.
Unfortunately, is it going to land? It looks like there have been a lot of duds from Bonyth. The 2 Zealots right there, able to take out the cannon. The Dragoons trying to scramble in. There are so many more probes to get a second shot. It's going to be a huge hit if it just lands. And another dud. There have been so many duds for Bonyth today. There's going to finally gets a hit. And it looks like obliterating, I think that was 8 or 9 probes in a single shot. That is going to give a big lead, particularly because he's going up to 3 bases now, and he's going to go ahead and exit with that shuttle and reaver now.
Yeah, and there's what I was about to point out. There is a Dark Archon on the field. This could be for feedback, but what would be hilarious if he gets, like, for mind control. I realize there's no shuttle here, but if he had a shuttle loaded up with Templars and mind controlled that would be amazing. Both players going for a third Nexus. KwarK taking the one right by his base. Meanwhile, Bonyth going to take mid left.
Yeah, Bonyth after that last exchange getting ahead, so has that third base up much earlier. It looks like he's even positioning to go ahead and take a 4th base. So feeling very, very comfortable in a position. He does have a 20 fight lead right here. And KwarK, unfortunately, yeah, Bonyth has excellent multitasking. And KwarK, this can be trouble. He's a low APM player. He relies more on his intellect and relies more on positioning. Looks like he is going to engage in that upper right-hand corner, so he's going to catch some troops here, but a little bit of an army split. And I don't even know that he's seen that Dark Archon yet. Maybe now at that edge of the Dragoon sees the Dark Archon, but he's going to sacrifice, it looks like, 3 Dragoons for that information.
Yep, so Dark Archon, mass regular Archons, and a single speed shuttle with reavers going up against an equal gateway count. Oh, but there's way more Templars. There's a feedback. Goodbye, goodbye. 3 of them in an instant from 3 feedbacks. Perfection from Bonyth right there. And now we're going to have a massive engagement. The storms are still blanketing a lot of the army, but actually, where did all the Archons go for KwarK? I know he morphed them.
There's just too many Archons for Bonyth on the opposite side, and without that side storm to equalize things, this entire army gets wiped out, particularly with that Reaver support along that left-hand edge. So that's going to be GG. That was creative play from KwarK. I've never seen that before. And I think that was a really creative way to try to, negate some of the early advantages that Bonyth typically has in this matchup so he could make it into the mid-game. Unfortunately, Bonyth's still a very strong player in the mid-game with his troop movements, with his micromanagement, and that feedback, killer. Absolutely killer. When he lost all those high Templar, that was the fight right there.
Yeah, I also have never seen an opener like that from KwarK. I really thought it was going to be show him that I'm expanding by taking off of gas and then actually just go for like range plus DT or something, because there'd be no way he would expect that at all. But an interesting play from KwarK. I think he was so close to doing it too. If you notice what he was building out of his gateways while that attack happened, when he came back, or when we got vision back at his natural and main, it was Goons and Templars. And those take so long to build. Imagine if it was rallied 6 Zealots. I think he may possibly been able to bust through, but Bonyth had a nice hold there and good read despite the very weird opener. And of course, the feedback was amazing at the end.
I think there were a couple moments that were little small things that cost a lot for KwarK. One, he lost an early observer. The observer got picked off, was running into Bonyth's army, and so he couldn't see troop positioning. He couldn't keep an eye on what the troop count was for Bonyth. But on top of that, he just A-moved his army. He didn't have it grouped up before engaging, but I think, honestly, if he had grouped up that army and then been a little bit more patient and been able to side storm up the hill in that engagement that was just as Bonyth was, just after Bonyth lost his Reaver and Shuttle, I think he might have been able to win the game right there with just a few different storms and a cohesive army pushing up. But right now, KwarK is down a match. I wonder if he's going to go for that opener again, honestly, because considering how much he dislikes Reavers in PvP and how strong Reavers are for Bonyth, that might be a creative opener to try to continue creative opener to try to equalize things.
Yeah, it wouldn't bother me to see it again, but do some type of mix-up, like I said, the Nexus into Citadel, or fake a Nexus, but actually go Citadel. But I wonder, again, as I stated in the game, I wonder what Bonyth was thinking there. Well, what's this?
A little bit of a slow.
100 APM profile is what we've been told by Zero. That's it. Oh my god, that's too funny. But yeah, well, we know that Metaverse was not supposed to be the pick. It was supposed to be Eclipse to be the first map, but it's fine. It was an interesting game. What do you think KwarK will pick here for his map pick here? I would think he might pick Monopoly.
Yeah, I think Monopoly might be a good pick. Yeah, Monopoly might be a good pick. I That would be what I would pick if I was him. Or maybe something that, honestly, what I might want to do if I was KwarK is maybe even go for a 4-gate here against Bonyth. He went with Monopoly. Great call, Nyogen.
Yep, so this is going to be the last life for KwarK, potentially. He needs a win here, or he's done. It's going to be Bonyth versus KwarK on Monopoly, Game 2. So in the top left, our red Protoss, it is KwarK. Well, there he goes. There he goes, man.
Uh-oh. And at the 3 o'clock location, we'll see if it's going to be first scout. As the blue Protoss, we have Bonyth.
I think he's going bottom left. Yeah, because the way the minerals are positioned down there, he can go off to the right side when he comes in and then check that mineral. Whereas mid-right, you can see Bonyth already mining the bottom side of that patch. And I think it's extremely hard to get a probe to check there. And also Pylon would be coming in just a second. So unfortunately, this is not going to be what KwarK hoped for. Bonyth's going to be mid-right. Now, what's the follow-up going to be? That's the question.
Yeah, does he still go for it? Does he still try to move that probe in and try to do something sneaky? Because the other thing is that's one of your first 4 probes. It's not like this. The earlier you lose a worker like that, the more it tends to snowball throughout the game. And that's a lot of minerals lost right off the bat. And you can see even right now, that's going to be down a pylon, which is going to roll into being down a couple probes here. The gateway's already started for Bonyth, and we don't even... Yeah, I think the gateway just started. He's trying to dodge out. Nice little reaction there. I'm not sure whether Bonyth spotted that probe scurrying out to the corner or not. I think KwarK's still going to try to go for something here.
Yeah, that dot looks bigger than a normal probe at bottom right, if I'm correct. And I think that's a pylon. Okay. Well, this could already be alarm bells for Bonyth, because he's going to come in and he's going to see there's a probe on hold position, or not hold position because they don't have that, but it's just going to be sitting there.
Engaging the ramp. Wants to deny information, so it looks like we're going to have at least a proxy gateway here. And we'll see if it's just going to be 2-gate with 1-gate proxy or not. And so, Bonyth, he's got it. And this is KwarK as well, so you got to have alarm bells going on. Looks like the cybernetics core is being built. A lot of damage on that probe for Bonyth, so KwarK actually might be doing this quite well.
Yeah, I think this is going to be proxy 2-gate with just a single gate in the main. He's going to be able to sell it there on hold position and act like he's just doing Citadel or whatever a normal Protoss player would do. And he's just going to show up with mass zealots in the guy's base. Now, this will be interesting because oh my god, he got in. How did he get in?
Oh, so he gets in, he's going to see the lack of gas, and once you see there's no gas there, that should be an instant reaction. Drop shield battery, get the defensive things in place. Yeah, there's the shield battery. Should get a second gate after this. KwarK still, maybe he can micro his way out of it, but microing a way out of it against Bonyth is a tall order.
Yeah, and not only no gas, you saw that there's no probes. There's like 9 probes and that's it. I can't believe I let that happen. I also can't believe, man. It seemed like Bonyth poked in right when KwarK sent his own probe to scout, and he wasn't watching. And that seems like just typical luck, or I don't know, I was going to say typical Flash luck, but of course Bonyth is not Flash, so I don't know, just luck on Bonyth's favor this time around.
And he's already got the setup to blockade it. The Zealots making their way that direction to go ahead, because KwarK's all in at this stage. He's got to try to make it happen. He's got 4 Zealots right there. The ramp's already blockaded. Let's see how Bonyth fights it out, and maybe, with the miracle, but it's going to be rough.
Well, here he comes. This is Monopoly, where you don't have a lot of surface area. He still has enough for 2 Zealots, though, and he's just beating those 2 Zealots with just a single Zealot and probes on the side. Now he's going to try and cut this off. Probe still doing a lot of damage, being annoying. Is that a cannon or another battery?
That's a second shield battery, it looks like. So you got 3 Dragoons with 2 shield batteries to work with. There's only 2 Zealots left. There's 2 more Zealots coming up. The probe actually getting in a fight. Once there's 3 Dragoons out here, which there are going to be 3 Dragoons because these 2 shield batteries are going to keep them alive for quite some time. That's going to be... And here's the other thing is working on that pylon. Nice. So maybe... Well, no, he's not going to get it in time, I don't think. Trying to work that. The second pylon being dropped by Bonyth. That should warp in plenty of time. And so it looks like this... Yeah, there's GG. But the attack... My next words were, it looks like this attack has failed. Unfortunately for KwarK, probe got a little bit out of position. He might have had a shot right there. but he's getting eliminated this season, which is disappointing, honestly, for me, because I think KwarK is a really fun player to watch, but it's hard to beat Bonyth, and it's hard to beat Bonyth in PvP. So Bonyth going to go ahead and advance. He's going to get a second shot against Zhanhun, and let's see what he can pull out. He's already dropped one series to Zhanhun, so let's see if he can sit and think. And I'm wondering if upon losing that first match, what do you do to adjust between those two? I think Bonyth is one of those guys that he is one of those players that tends to prepare, and he tends to if you play him enough, he will figure you out and he will turn around and find a way to win. Is he going to be able to do it in short order though? And Zhanhun, I think, now arguably in that contention, especially beating Bonyth so convincingly in those first two matches, I think now in our minds we have to say, okay, well, he's a DeWalt Bonyth level player.
Yeah, I mean, Zhanhun played extremely well in that series. Bonyth reviewed the replays after that series was done. I'm sure he's come up with some type of counterplay. I want to see what it is. But before we get to see what it is, we got to go into our break, and then we'll be back with our final matchup of the day, Bonyth versus Zhanhun, another epic PvP. time for the final match of the day, everybody. It's going to be Zhanhun versus Bonyth, a rematch from earlier. Zhanhun got the best of Bonyth, actually. So this is quite exciting. I think it was it 2-0? I can't remember exactly. I think it was
Yeah, it
2-0,
was
right?
2-0.
Yeah. So it was convincing, too. It wasn't like it was 2-1. And I guess the closest game was the Ascension game. But you think about that game, Bonyth had the heroic reaver save with the DT, and it still didn't matter. He still got simply out macroed that game and overrun.
Yeah, that's the thing is Zhanhun behind all of this. He has been out macroing Bonyth in all of these matches. So matching army for army, he's lost a micro fight or two, but it's never been in a position that's mattered. And if he can continue that, honestly, that would be, especially looking at game 1, game 2, I would choose kind of the middle of the road build orders, knowing that's the case, and play from there.
Yeah, I think that is probably exactly what we're going to see. And ironically, I would say KwarK kind of warmed him up because they misplayed the map. And Metaverse is going to be the 5th and final map, or starting map, for our elimination match, or for our deciders match, I mean. So we haven't seen, I don't think, Zhanhun play Peon here. I guarantee you we are not going to see Citadel Observer on one base from either player, but it would be cool to see if there's another cool opener from either side.
Yeah, I wouldn't be shocked to see maybe even DT again from Zhanhun, especially because it played out in one of the matches. The question is does he save that for game 1, game 2, or does he, just knowing that he won the first series, go something standard like 2-gate Robo? Whoop. Going through time.
There we go.
Always, always love seeing it because it's sometimes at BSL Studios, I feel like we're going through a little bit of Star Trek thing. It's like we're out in ether and space in our own kind of little space vessel, and every once in a while we got to do like time desync, so we got to come back to pull it back together.
Yeah, as Gypsy might say, we were instant transmissioning in right there from DBZ. But yeah, you can see the rundown today. Mihu, he got through KwarK, and it looked like it was going to be a wild series after game 1. But he does manage to get through and then takes down Zhanhun in kind of, I would say, well, they were quite epic, actually, especially the second one, but ends up taking the victory overall. And now we've gotten Bonyth versus Zhanhun again, a rematch from earlier, which Zhanhun won 2-0. Ascension was the first map. What was the first, or was the second map? The first map was
Monopoly?
Monopoly. Oh, yeah, I forget. Yeah, Monopoly again. So I think, actually, whoever wins here probably going to pick Monopoly or Eclipse as the follow-up, but first map is going to be Metaverse. And this map does have a lot of intricacies. We haven't seen anybody... You know, I'm actually surprised nobody has hidden any tech behind the minerals, like in the top or bottom middle, because you can hop a probe through, and they can't find it.
Yeah, that's a good point. We haven't seen... Yeah, actually, there's been a lot of opportunity for shenanigans, and we really have not seen anything like that thus far on Metaverse.
Yep, so our players are ready. Let's get into our game. It is Zhanhun versus Bonyth on Metaverse. Okay, in the top right, our red ProToss representing Poland. It is Bonyth.
In the bottom left-hand corner, as the blue ProToss, we have Zhanhun.
So, you know, we had Chameleon on earlier, which is our sponsor for BSL through Optimum. And earlier today, I was looking up Chameleon's history on Wikipedia because I recognize his name, but I couldn't remember exactly what era he was. And when I saw he was 2001, 2002, 2003, I was like, holy moly, dude, you are super old school. So I was looking at all the representatives back then in the foreign scene, and it was so cool to see players like Blackman listed, not Julia, but the actual Blackman, and then Thompson and Suker and all these other foreign legends that everybody knows. And when I saw Thompson and Blackman, like, they were superstars back then. They were really good, and it was just funny to me to see that they were also from Poland, because Poland is dominating still in 2022.
Something about Polish players, yeah. You got Bonyth out there. Poland seems to raise it up, and also we end up with a lot of sponsorship from Russia, and it seems like between those two groupings, you guys keep Foreigner BroodWar alive in organization and everything else. Looks like we are seeing Gate Assimilator Opener And an initial probe scout now moving up for Zhanhun. Looks like he's going to the upper left-hand corner first.
And this is... Who was the guy that didn't scout in our earlier series, PvP?
DeWalt was... which actually, KwarK was informing me that it was meta. It's meta because of the extra mineral patch and how much of a jump on the build order you can get in those situations.
Well, this time around, we do see that it is going to be somewhat quick scouts from Zhanhun in particular, but Bonyth, I would say, going for a normal-ish scout here. It is a one-gate opener from both sides again. Still a slight gas difference. Zhanhun really likes to prioritize a slight advantage for him in terms of the minerals in the early game. We'll see what he wants to use that for, whether it's a faster second gate, or if he's going to go Sheen style and put down a faster Nexus.
In the meantime, nothing too crazy. It looks like we're seeing that cybernetic score first cell on the ramp, which it looks like it's going to be able to deny that scout. Potentially, it's a bit of micro. Stepping forward, pinning it into that right-hand corner, and does manage to get the kill right off the bat.
Nice. It is not easy to do that. You've got to be on top of your game to knock that down, and he does. So crucial scout denied. Behind this, I don't see a big building that looks like a Citadel or a Robo to me. So probably just going to be range, and yep, that is the case. It is just going to be a normal range follow-up.
And the forward pylon suggests we might see that robotics facility to follow it up, so maybe one gate Robo for Bonyth. He's going to have, there might be an opportunity to return the favor here, but the first Dragoon's out. Bonyth might just want to check the natural expansion with that probe and back right on out before he ends up losing it at the main. But as things stand, Bonyth up a probe. Keep in mind that extra probe that's alive, though, is getting chased right now out of the natural expansion. Might be able to get to home base back from the middle of the map, but things just about dead even otherwise.
Well, this time around, Zhanhun has started to cut at 17 probes, and every time I see this number now, I've gotten just traumatized by Jae-Yoon's probe cut, because every time it was at 17. Now, Bonyth catches a goon, and that's a big deal. Whoa, from downtown Steph Curry, he gets that probe, but that is a dead goon. And behind this, both players are doing the same build. It's going to be a fast Robo follow-up.
Let's see if he can capitalize, trying to micro out of it.
Oh,
Misfire right there from the ramp on the high ground, so he might be able to escape with it, but still, even if this Dragoon escapes and is alive, that's going to be one Dragoon that is heavily damaged, going up against two extremely healthy Dragoons, and otherwise it's an even build order, because we have one gate Robo on both sides, although Bonyth now backing off on that ramp, but still small advantages here and there. Bonyth currently up a probe, so he's not faltering on his macro this time.
second gate follow-up. I mean, you called it earlier. We're probably just going to see standard openers, 2-gate Robo. I don't think it gets any more standard than that. Behind this, on the other side of the map, Zhanhun mirroring the builds basically. Still no second gate just yet, so he could go into the fast Nexus.
Yeah, I think that's what he's going to opt to do here, is go for one gate Nexus behind this. And I think one gate Observer for Bonyth. Here's the thing, Bonyth, oftentimes when he sees this, he triggers and pulls down on it. We saw it in multiple matches where he was able to capitalize on that advantage. Just time and time again, Bonyth, that's what he likes doing. He likes those microfights. It's going to be a little bit harder, though, because if Zhanhun does move forward and position, that you've got that large ramp at the natural expansion where you can have the double ramp, and I take it back, it looks like Bonyth is just, without any scouting information, he's just going to go ahead and go 2-gate expand, which is going to put him out slightly economically behind, but it's not one of those game-ending maneuvers, so Zhanhun going to have the economic lead going into the mid-game. But, and actually I think that might be an earlier Robo for him as well.
Yeah, he's going to go for Reaver follow-up, and I like taking a Nexus on this map much better than taking a fast Nexus, for example, on Ascension or Monopoly, because you move out just slightly and you have high ground advantage. If the other player wants to punish the Nexus, he's going to have to fight up high ground. You know the Reaver's going to bug out often. So I really like the Nexus call here as opposed to other maps. It seems a bit greedy to go straight Reaver as a follow-up, but of course Zhanhun's going to know a lot more about this particular matchup than I do, so we'll see if Bonyth can exploit this, because remember, he's had the second gate up for a long time.
And look at this right here. Bonyth trying to find room to migrate her in, but Zhanhun just mirroring the movement of that Observer, denying additional information, although he did confirm the natural expansion. He also confirms that it is a robotics facility, obviously, with the Observer and Observer match. So but I really like Zhanhun trying to forcibly deny it. Looks like speed is being upgraded for Bonyth, so he wants to get aggressive with those shuttles potentially. And probes now transferring to that natural expansion to equalize things. So there was a slight saturation mining lead that Zhanhun got there, but it's going to restabilize here. Supplies just about dead even. A slight probe lead here for Zhanhun mid game, but he's got that reaver out slightly faster. But the big difference here in the mid game is his shuttle speed versus no shuttle speed.
Yeah, and on a map like Metaverse where you can't necessarily intercept reavers very easily, right? The left side is walled off by those temples. The bottom side is walled off by the minerals. Speed is going to be a big factor in this matchup, and you can see instantly mining out that mineral field is Zhanhun, because I think that is going to be very important if he wants to try and deny these shuttles from getting into his base and doing crippling amounts of damage. I still don't see second gas for anyone. Okay, actually we have Zhanhun moving out, and he's done such a good job to block the observer out that I don't think Bonyth suspects a move out at all.
And also, yeah, he's got that shuttle. I think he's got 2 reavers in it. I'm not entirely sure with the reaver count, but it's going to be 2 gate and pressing forward into this. And is he going to catch Bonyth out of position? So he does have high ground advantage here. So Bonyth saw a bit of those troops. He's going to back out. He's still got that shuttle. Looks like Bonyth has a reaver and 2 zealots. He spots that army midfield, but this is a very scary situation where the army could be absolutely anywhere. A single reaver in the shuttle there as well. And it looks like it's backing out. Bonyth not quite in position to intercept that before it's going to be able to get at least 1 shot off.
Oh my gosh, I think he may have overstepped. That shuttle is so far forward, and 1 more shot takes it down. The reaver's going to try and salvage the damage by getting a couple of goon kills. I would say that's about as good of a trade as he's going to get for what happened with his shuttle getting caught. He gets 2 goons for the reaver and shuttle, so not the worst trade in the world, but definitely not what Zhanhun was looking for. And look at that pylon. That gave a surprising amount of vision. I was shocked to see that it could see that far past the temples. And I don't think Bonyth was expecting it that at all. I thought he was expecting to see like a 3-gate follow-up, which is why you saw his units so far forward. But now he's the one with the reaver advantage. He's got speed, like you said, so he can easily reinforce the reaver and save it with the shuttle.
And on top of that, basically without the reaver or the shuttle the opposite side, so he's immediately diving in, denying this pylon, denying a potential quick third. Zhanhun, now it's a challenge because he needs to hang out, defend that location. He's got his own speed shuttle though moving out, and Bonyth, all of his troops are out of position. So it's going to be who can do damage to who, and now drawing that shuttle back, but Bonyth has a shot. With these 2 reavers, he's had so many duds today. Let's see if one of them lands. More duds. It just feels like nothing has been landing for Bonyth today with his reaver shots. It's been, I don't think I've seen, outside of that one guaranteed shot from KwarK in the previous matches, it just feels like the reaver shots have not been there for him today.
Okay, not able to get a shot off there, but that forced probe pull in the main is a lot of economic damage. Zhanhun has resaturated his main though, and now we're going to have the reaver standoff that we always have. Never seems to land a shot though because the player is really on top of their micro. I see a probe went to mid right, so I guess Bonyth's going to be taking a 3rd base pretty soon.
He's got to attack that power generator and make its way down there first. And the Zealot's peeking a little bit too far forward. It looks like he was able to pick off that observer, which is actually significant because that's going to deny. So able to do some damage on the Zealots, get a shot off. But with that observer pick off, he's going to feel much less comfortable poking away at this, which is going to give Zhanhun some advantage.
Yeah, and with the lack of observer, now Zhanhun could potentially go for the backstab with the reaver. And if you look at the minimap, there's no... Okay, actually, there is defense at the natural. I thought there wasn't any. So Bonyth's still prepared for a potential drop there. But Zhanhun's content with just moving through the center of the map. And Zhanhun, despite taking the harassment in the early stages again, look at it. He's up in worker count. He's up in supply. I think his gateway flood was slightly later, but it's pretty much equalized in count. I think it's 6 versus 6 right now. Oh, actually, no, it's ahead. It's 6 versus 4.
So yeah, again, Zhanhun with the follow round while Bonyth is doing kind of micro things in the middle of the map and not really capitalizing with anything. Oh no, 2 reavers making their way towards the main. Bonyth looks like he is not reacting. So these shots, huge hits from Zhanhun and devastates the probe line. Oh my God, so many probes getting wiped out there, and that is devastating. Zhanhun in firm control now.
Yeah, that was like 15 to 18 probes killed right there. Did you see that second Scarab shot go straight through the Nexus? Like, actually through it and connected onto those probes? What was that?
Ooh, so where we had a bunch of duds on the side for Bonyth. Bonyth needs to, so he's moving in now with his shuttle. He needs to land something, and he needs it to be big, and he is landing. Gets huge shots on the opposite side of the map, and all of a sudden the probe count is even. Are you kidding me? Zhanhun's still up, and the overall count is that one. It looks like another dud, now making his way to the natural expansion, but he can go ahead and back out. But and taking a couple shots. Zealot's still there doing some damage, so still trying to get something out of this. And with the Dragoons actually moving up out of position, he wants to drop yet another shot. The Reaver in position. Is he going to get it? This might, if it's not a dud, might give him the lead. Unfortunately, it's going to, dud in the natural expansion. But all of a sudden, Bonyth up, and he's got 3 bases established. Zhanhun doesn't, but there's still a big army lead on Zhanhun's side of the map. I don't know that he realizes this and is going to be able to capitalize on it, though.
Yeah, I can't believe those Scarabs connected, because it wasn't like there was action happening out on the map. It just, Zhanhun lost focus, and I guess he just never saw it coming in, despite having the pylons on the edge of his base. But despite all that has happened, and the worker count being reset, he's still up 15 supply. His army, in terms of numbers, is superior, but the Reaver count is, I think, 4 for Bonyth, whereas it's just 2 right now for Zhanhun, and that Reaver is just kind of hanging out at mid-left. Look at that, 17 kills, what an absolute animal. But Zhanhun, he's looking to make a kill move. Remember, Bonyth spent a lot of money on mid-right building a Nexus there.
And he's getting some free shots on these troops. Bonyth now reacting, taking huge damage on this initial engagement. Keep in mind, he's down troops overall. That Reaver just shoving his way in. And a Dragoon able to pick off the shuttle. Are you kidding me? However, Zhanhun still has an overwhelming amount of force. Zealots streaming in from the north. And I don't think Bonyth has enough behind us. He does have an Archon and reinforcements streaming in, but this is a huge army. You're seeing Dragoon, you're seeing Protoss blood all over the field right now. But Zhanhun looks like he just has an overwhelming attack force. Plus, that Reaver's out of position at that 9 o'clock base. So reinforcements maybe for Bonyth to try to survive this. He's got another Archon, but this just looks like too many Dragoons.
Too many goons, too many zealots. Zhanhun caught him in a transition into Templar tech while also taking a 3rd Nexus. And behind, or on Zhanhun's side of the map, he was just building units nonstop, just now taking a 3rd base. And now the natural has been breached. And look at Zhanhun, he's just rallying nonstop. He can focus down this Nexus. There's a shuttle. Oh no, that's Bonyth's shuttle with the Reaver still loaded up. I think he might be able to save this. This is a ton of zealots for Bonyth.
We'll see if this is a lot of zealots. They're able to get on top of those Dragoons as well. That's also fielding some shots with that Reaver to go ahead and get the burst shots on those Dragoons. The Nexus is still not down. Bonyth is down in the overall troop count, but it looks like he actually might be able to reseal this. He's going to... No, he's not losing that Reaver on the low ground. Finally loses that Reaver, but it looks like he might be able to clean up the troops. In the meantime, he's still saturated the 3rd. I don't think that 3rd has been saturated for Zhanhun yet, or for Zhanhun, but Bonyth defending. And Zhanhun missing an opportunity. If he had just focus fired that Nexus for a minute instead of focusing on troops, I think he would have been able to wipe that out. But still, as things reset, Zhanhun still up in supply. He's still up on probes. He doesn't have that 3rd saturated yet, but still trying to make something happen. This is turning into an incredible match.
Yeah, good defense there from Bonyth, already having goons and cannons preemptively set up at mid-right. And that prevents the counter drop from Zhanhun to deal a lot of economic damage. Both players have something like 7 to 8 gate production, so they've got big time capability or big time potential to replenish their army very, very quickly. Now that's a 2nd shuttle, I think, with 4 zealots, so he may just go for it and bomb mid-right, but okay, yeah, there he goes. He's gonna lead with the Reaver though, I don't know, you gotta unload quickly.
Takes a few free shots, almost loses that shuttle. The Reaver now going to attack from the low ground. Another defensive shuttle moving in to do Reaver shot versus Reaver shot. There are zealots right there. So going to take, and as those zealots are just sitting on the ground, going to take shots otherwise. So decent defense, still trying to move around. 2 zealots land, but there is a Reaver, a cannon, and some Dragoons. The Dragoon gets popped, but this is still... I think what Zhanhun's trying to do is he's just trying to distract while he macros behind this, and that is being successful. But Bonyth, all of a sudden, for I think the first time in all of these matches, with a supply lead.
Yeah, and Zhanhun lost a Reaver in that drop. I mean, that was an expensive unit to rebuild, and it forces also it to spend time being rebuilt in the Robo, and he has to rebuild the shuttle. So there's going to be a long time before Zhanhun's going to be able to have an equal reaver count compared to Bonyth. He's going in again. I feel like this is another suicide attack. He almost loses that shuttle. First couple Templar out for I think Bonyth is what we saw. Yeah, he's got 4 of them, so he's banking up that energy.
And there's still two reavers out there for Bonyth. Both players have managed to switch stores. I was just beat me to it. The Templar tech and the High Templar, you can see right there in the field, a lot of Storm, I assume, saved up. And now this is an interesting situation where with that reaver, with that shuttle speed on either side, you can do storm drops over that back edge and completely empty over that fourth. Can be very vulnerable there. But both players, this is where vision can be absolutely key, being able to see where your opponent's at and where they're moving. Currently, Zhanhun sweeping to the south, making movements towards that 3 o'clock base. It looks like he wants to potentially open up that temple. Bonyth sees this with his observer. There's no counter observer, it looks like, for Zhanhun to go ahead and wipe this out. So he's currently, as I'm saying, like, troop positioning is really important to have. Bonyth has eyes and sees that army, might even get some free storms out of this.
I really like Bonyth's composition much better than Zhanhun's. He's got Storm to support these Reavers. Also, there's also more Archon, or equal amounts of Archons. Actually, there's Reaver mixed in already for Zhanhun, but he doesn't have the Storms. And look at those Storms, fantastic! Hits so many of the goons, and you can see the supplies plummet for Blue. He's got less than 100 now. Meanwhile, Bonyth's still at around 115, and he could even continue to push the issue into the 3rd base if he wanted.
Yeah, I think he's going to. He looks like he's setting up. He can just go ahead and eat some damage and drop some Side Storms over that probe line if he has the Side Storm still stored up. It looks like he actually either saving it or opting not to, and emptying this 3rd. 2 Dragoons dying to the north, and there's still a formidable attack force here for Bonyth at this 3rd base, and Zhanhun just having to sit with that Reaver on the high ground and watch all this happen.
Yeah, it's just too much Bonyth all over the place. He even snuck, I would say, a Templar into the natural. It's going to be a double Templar drop while there's action already happening everywhere. Storm drop. Oh, he doesn't even need the storm drop. Just taps out. And Zhanhun takes his first strike from Bonyth.
And Bonyth, like I said, you give Bonyth time, he will figure you out. And figuring it out in this match, for a moment there, I thought Zhanhun was going to win because he got those huge Reaver hits. But Bonyth being Bonyth, coming back, moving the Reaver and getting counter Reaver shots that were equally devastating. And I think that was an incredible PvP. And exactly what I love seeing out of 2 high-level players like this.
Yeah, it was very back and forth. You can tell that they are definitely very evenly matched. I thought Zhanhun had it with his bust on the natural. Both players had the huge slugfest in the probe kills, but it seemed like Zhanhun was ahead of the game with his attack, and it caught Bonyth in mid-transition. I thought, okay, this is it, he's got him. But just impeccable defense from Bonyth, recovered perfectly, and those harassment moves that he did that Zhanhun did with the Reaver and Zealot Bomb on mid-right just didn't work out for him. I'm not saying that would have changed the outcome, but it certainly didn't help the outcome because he lost 2 Reavers, or at least 1, and got nothing in return for them.
So currently 1-0, Bonyth on the verge of another round of 8 berth. Zhanhun on the verge of elimination, but Zhanhun, keep in mind, he's beat Bonyth before. He did it to get to this final match, and he's certainly capable of winning matches. What map would you pick in this situation?
Let me see here. Let me see get another peek at what we've got available. I still am waiting for Turbine. I'm tempted to message these people and say, hey, Turbine's still in the map pool, right? Because we haven't seen
we haven't seen Turbine. Yeah.
We haven't seen any games on this map so far. I think it's got to be Butter or Eclipse. It feels like both players really like the 2-player maps. Eclipse is standard, Butter's pretty standard. Good Night's also another map, but I think it's probably going to be one of the 2-player maps. Good Night is. Yeah, so let's see if Bonyth can do it. Is he going to eliminate Zhanhun, or can Zhanhun bring it back to 1-1? Right in the bottom right, it is our Polish Protoss player Bonyth.
And in the bottom left, as the blue Protoss, we have Zhanhun.
Yeah, so I think probably just going to see the same opener from Bonyth here. The 2-gate row looked pretty solid. It shuts down everything. He was in a good position. He wasn't behind really at any point, even though his Nexus was slightly slower. So I imagine that's probably going to be the same opener from him at least.
You know what's funny is I almost feel like Goodnight is Metaverse-esque You got a 4-player
yeah?
map. You got. I mean, it's not obviously. It's not exactly, but I feel like there's more action that happens. The inverted third ramp, the inverted ramps around the third just make things really interesting. But you still have kind of like a lot of features that are similar, right? Where you've got that area outside the natural expansion where it's high ground to go ahead and defend. It's more macro oriented. And I think that might be, I think the macro-oriented aspect is really what Zhanhun, I think, was maybe looking for, because when he did win those first 2 matches, it was with his macro.
Oh, yeah, that is true. And I want to point out something. You remember I was talking about pylon blocking the gateway. And Zhanhun actually, I would say, made a mistake here, because he could theoretically get pylon blocked and Zealots would overrun him. But we see that Bonyth is not going for a 2-gate play. Okay, that's the reason he's doing that. He's going to go into 2-gate himself. Oh, whoa, Bonyth going 2-gate too.
So both players opening for 2-gate. Bonyth, he loves going this 2-gate build. Oftentimes moves the 3 Zealots out. So it's going to be micro versus micro. I don't know what the turn rate is in here, but thus far we've seen Bonyth just out micro Zhanhun just slightly in engagements here and there. But it's going to be fun. It's going to be straight up. We'll see. The first scout is going to be absolutely huge, actually. Who gets to scout who first? Bonyth sent out that probe a little bit earlier than Zhanhun. So, and also, by getting this probe in the upper left, he's going to know where to send his initial Zealots first.
Yep, and I don't think that this probe timing from Zhanhun is going to say, like, oh, it's so late, you could have never, or Bonyth is thinking, oh, it's so late, you could not possibly be top left. He is going to just continue his pathway up there and confirm that Zhanhun's not there. And I don't think he's going to be able to get here in time before the 3 Zealots are completed. So both players not going to really be aware of the openers.
So it looks like Bonyth also drawing that probe. Well, let's see if he draws that probe or if he continues his scouting. I'm wondering if he's just going to opt to get aggressive with these 3 Zealots. That's unfortunate because he might have been able to hold the mech and maybe block the ramp. Now it looks like Zhanhun's starting to move out. He's got the same shell game going on. He's like, okay, I've revealed 2 of the bases, and he's opting to move out a little bit more aggressively. This is the assimilator behind this. I think that assimilator was taken just slightly earlier by Bonyth. But right now, 3 Zealots in position getting a matchup versus Zhanhun. Zhanhun goes not cohesive with his Zealot army, so Bonyth able to take a little bit of initiative here.
Yeah, but he's going to be able to retreat to his ramp and get into a good position, I think. Well, hopefully he does. Those Zealots are... Whoa, what's that one doing? Oh my gosh, he almost gets in.
And backing out, looks like it was 2 3-on-1, now 2-on-1. A little bit of a scope, and it looks like Bonyth looking to reset. He's still trying to press this ramp, and it looks like it's open. He's going to let him in this time. 3 Zealots versus 3. Bonyth scooting some Zealots to the left. Both of the damaged ones taken out. It looks like it's just about even. Probes coming off the line to try to defend this. That's some lost mining time for Zhanhun, and now Bonyth able to sneak in, take out another Zealot by turning around in a 2-on-1 situation, and he's marching straight across. Not only gets a scout on the tech, but he's also potentially going to be able to get some additional probes out of this.
Oh my god, did you see that stutter step micro? Absolutely fantastic. And now he's going to get onto the probe line again. And this is a pretty healthy Zealot. It can deal a lot of damage. Luckily, the Dragoons are going to pop out in the nick of time and limit the amount of damage that the Zealot can actually deal. But overall, really nicely done from Bonyth. Now in his main, I think we see 2 buildings that could be cybernetic. So it might be a Citadel follow-up. And look at that, that's a fake. It's going to be weapon damage canceled, and probably going to see Citadel. Or maybe another Nexus.
I assume we're going to see Citadel after this. No, okay, we're going Robo. So showed fake gas, or fake range upgrade. Instead went for Citadel. Bonyth, we'll see what he opts for. He's got Dragoon range on the way. He has 2 Dragoons that have been built, 2 additional Zealots being built for Zhanhun. But I really like Bonyth, just small little advantages, like catching those Zealots ungrouped and out of position, turning into large advantages down the line, and able to reach that ramp, go in, disrupt a lot of mining, so slightly ahead, at least in that regard. He's got his Dragoons fanned out near that natural expansion. It looks like he's gone 2-gate Robo as well, just playing it safe, but just one probe ahead right now. Somehow everything's stabilized, and it's just looking really, really close as things are moving. But 1 Dragoon getting caught out of position again. Zhanhun, I think, wanted to move that up to scout, but I think he might end up losing this one.
Yeah, he's got to be careful. Look at him dancing back and forth, trying to bug out the AI. He does keep Bonyth back, and he will save this goon. And I think what he at least confirmed there is that this can't be DT follow-up from Bonyth because there's too many goons out. So he could, I think, theoretically skip Observer here Go straight into Reaver. Meanwhile, Bonyth is obligated to go Observer because this could have been anything from it. It could have been a cancel like we are seeing, and it could have been a DT follow-up. So I want to see the Reaver follow-up straight away from Zhanhun.
And Bonyth being very aggressive. He's got two, you can see the forward troop positioning. He should be able to peek at that natural expansion and see whether it was an expansion or not. Some Dragoons over that edge for Zhanhun, maybe to try to hit the units that were peeking around that corner. But currently staged at that third and making his way around it is going to be a robotic support bay. It looks like finishing just about dead even. Shuttle being finished now for Bonyth. And right now, yeah, supply count's just about dead even. Probe count dead even. But right now, Bonyth, with map positioning, he's on Zhanhun's side of the map.
Yep, and he's just going to hang out here and prevent Zhanhun from coming down. I don't think he revealed himself either. Okay, well, now he has. But Zhanhun did rush that Reaver as I was expecting, and it is straight Observer follow-up from Bonyth. And it's going to be hard to get down this ramp, but once the Reaver pops out, he should be able to push it away pretty easily.
Oh, and it looks like it's going to be Observers first from Bonyth as well, which means, yeah, maybe, and I actually like that position, because sometimes scooting that Reaver down, with the Shuttle it would be easy to get down there, but oftentimes if it was going to be Reaver before Shuttle, you had a little bit of timing. But I think Zhanhun, without too much trouble, should be able to push down. It's going to be up to Bonyth to try to inflict as much cost as that's happening, and also mitigate costs on his end.
Well, the ramp is bigger than Metaverse, but it is, you know, it can easily have units bug out. The Reaver does reveal itself, but oh no! That looked like it took a lot of damage, but maybe it didn't.
Thing is there's two shots and they landed on absolutely a huge clump of troops. So Bonyth gonna have to exit now. Zhanhun chasing the rest of those units. The Observer sees them coming and also sees the large numbers. It looks like that Reaver did take a little bit of damage, but as far as the spread damage that was able to land opposite corner, I think that was worth it. Bonyth turning around, going to regroup on the high ground, and Zhanhun looks like, yeah, cost him a Zealot. So that Observer actually paying off for him. That Observer actually being a big advantage to be able to see the troop movement and where they're landing and where they're holding short. Bonyth feels comfortable grabbing a Nexus behind this.
Yeah, this is one of the reasons you got to be careful on Good Night. Even if you have a lower or a smaller amount of units, you can engage on high ground like this and take a favorable fight. And as you stated, that Observer is crucial spots that the Reavers have unloaded. So he's going to back up to high ground again. And now a single Reaver is out for Bonyth. So it's going to be much harder for Zhanhun to push the issue here. And there's a lack of vision for him. He didn't know that a Reaver was already out. He takes 2 big hits already.
2 big hits, and it's a closer reinforcement point for Bonyth. I don't think Zhanhun's going to get a lot pushing up this ramp at this stage, and there's 2 additional gateways that are planted behind this. So I think Bonyth, moving into the mid-game, he's down 2 probes, but he's going to have that natural expansion up a little bit earlier. But here's where Zhanhun's won the previous matches, is engaging in a lot of these plays, kind of tempting this, forcing Bonyth to micro, and doing a better job macroing behind it.
Well, here comes another big engagement. Zhanhun needs to be so careful. That's another big hit. That connects and kills both of them. Meanwhile, he doesn't kill both of them. He gets one of them. But Bonyth has kept both of his Reavers alive. But that shuttle's so far forward, it does barely unload. Does not get off a shot. And Zhanhun's going to pounce on this Reaver too. And remember, he has a Reaver still left over. And this time around, it's going to be Zhanhun again catching Bonyth mid-transition.
So Zhanhun catching, wow, and now might be able, this time focus firing that Nexus. Zhanhun had that other Nexus up, didn't have it saturated yet, but this is going to give him a big economic lead. He's up 7 probes and out microing Bonyth to go up that ramp, pick off those Reavers. He took a couple shots in the middle of it, but just catching Bonyth off guard. And now Bonyth is the one who's going to have to go ahead and retake his natural expansion.
Well, how the heck is he going to get down here? The champ is, the choke is tiny. He doesn't have a Citadel where he can, like, you know, run down super fast with Zealots. He's just now started Citadel. He doesn't have a shuttle. He only has a single Reaver. He's going to have to use that to poke down. But without a shuttle, he can't poke down for, you know, at least a minute or so. Meanwhile, Bonyth spots the Nexus up and running for Zhanhun. And Zhanhun's not messing around this time. He's not going to be building more workers. He's just going straight into 6 gate.
And on top of that, looks like that Observer almost got picked off by Bonyth. It looked like the Dragoons were slightly moving in the forward position to go ahead and wipe that out. Bonyth, looks like a pylon was here at the 6 o'clock location. I don't know if there's a probe that got killed in the midst of it. I think there was a probe with it that killed, unless that's what it's hiding at the 12 o'clock base. Bonyth's one shot on this is maybe with that probe to sneak Nexus out here, but it's going to be a big delay before he's able to retake this natural expansion. In the meantime, Zhanhun up 10 probes, and that army count, he's up 30 supply, so in a very commanding position.
Yeah, and you can see he's stopped at 44, perfect amount here. The army is fearsome from Bonyth. It's just how do you get down the ramp? Well, that's one way. He's done a good job getting down the majority so far. That's a great shot onto the Dragoons at the bottom, and he takes down the Reaver. But you can see a lot of the Goons are just bouncing around, not coming down the actual ramp. I think that Bonyth will win this fight, but he's going to take a lot of losses, and Zhanhun's just going to escape with his remaining Goons.
Yeah, it looks like he's going to go ahead and back off. Bonyth doesn't, especially with the economic differential, he can't afford to really chase it down. He's getting Zelt leg speed to maybe do transitionary attack, but that's 2 more Reavers out for Zhanhun. That natural expansion's been up forever. Big supply lead. Really looking strong now in the mid game, and it's going to be a while before that natural expansion is, because he just now is potentially dropping that natural expansion. It's going to be a while before it's even up and running.
Well, Bonyth has to do damage with this attack. He knows he has to, so you see he's still pushing out. He hasn't revealed speed on his speed zealots just yet, but now they're finally going to kick in. Reaver is done for Zhanhun, and now he has high ground advantage, so it's going to be very hard pushing up here. But the zealots, I mean, he has a lot of them. He's going to continue to push up here. That's a very far forward shuttle, but Bonyth needs to unload his own Reavers and get a connection. That's great. He got the shuttle and he got both Reavers.
So 2 Reavers are remaining on Bonyth's side, and he's continuing to peel forward. He's still on the low ground. This isn't a lot of troops to do it with, but it looks like he's getting it done somehow. Nice Reaver micro along that right-hand side. The Dragoons are not focusing that other Reaver in the meantime, but Zhanhun looks like is going to be able to peel it out. He's got 3 Dragoons remaining. That shuttle is empty, and he's got another Reaver backed out. So a complete reset in army count, and I think that Bonyth needed to make something happen there, and it didn't happen. It's a complete army reset, basically down to 50 supply, and I don't even know that he's got maybe 3 or 4 Dragoons to his name, a handful of troops, but he's still got to press this to make this happen. Natural expansion's up. Zhanhun with a huge economic lead, a huge troop lead, and just in a really strong position now in the mid game. He's winning it with his macro.
Yeah, he has so much econ, and Bonyth needs another big probe hit with a Reaver drop to get back into this game. Zhanhun's just gonna keep running away with it. I realize Bonyth has his Nexus up and running, but he's still down 12 workers. He doesn't have as many gateways as Zhanhun. He doesn't even have, I think, even the tech advantage anymore. He had Citadel advantage for a while, but Templar Archive's about to be finished for Zhanhun, and there's still no Templar Archive for Bonyth, and still no Forge.
The one difference that Bonyth did have for a while was those observers, unfortunately not turning around. And for a second there, I thought in some of those engagements it was going to result in a better engagement overall, but now finally an observer walking in, and I think Bonyth lost a lot of those observers in those in-between fights, so able to just go in and confirm absolutely everything. So you can see this observer delayed trying to scout, but it's too late. It can go ahead and see the gateway count. So Zhanhun knows he's in a stronger position now, which is one thing when you're ahead and you think you're ahead. It's another thing when you're ahead and you've absolutely confirmed beyond a doubt that you're ahead.
Yeah, look at the main of Bonyth. It's completely mined out. Meanwhile, Zhanhun, he's got, well, I thought he had a Nexus going at mid-left, but that's a pylon blocking mid-left. So it's going to be delayed for a little bit, but he's going to have that third base pretty soon. He's going to have much better eco. You can see that Bonyth just now getting his nat gas, so he's not able to pump out the heavy tech units consistently like Zhanhun. And this is the move that Bonyth has to make. He's desperate here. He must do damage, and he's actually got a moment of opportunity where there's still probes here. So let's see if he can get some damage done.
You might want to slide around. He sees that Archon. You might want to slide around towards that natural expansion. The probe's now in transfer, looking for an opportunity. Doesn't like it. Unloads. Is just going to try to kill this Dragoon on the low ground to at least box it out. And there are 8 probes here. Yeah, 8 or 9 probes to maybe get one shot off. But Zhanhun is happy to, honestly, this is almost like a reminder. Remember to transfer your probes from your main to your additional bases here.
Yeah, and the Archon even got a connection there. So the shuttle takes a decent amount of damage, down to 62 health. Still, we'll be able to regen those shields though, but 2 more Reavers coming out. And more these days, I'm seeing multiple shuttle Reaver plate. Like, it used to be you only saw one shuttle and somebody just microing 2 Reavers, but these days you even see people playing upwards of 3 or 4 Reavers. It's really hard to control though, but Bonyth's going to test the limit of his micro and try and get back into the game through his Reaver control. You can see that the third Nexus is about done for Zhanhun, so we're going to have a big transfer over there. And meanwhile, very very big oversaturation at the net simply because there's no other nexus for Bonyth.
Yeah, and you can see the little dots of blue at the 3 o'clock and 6 o'clock location. So Bonyth can't just walk up and go ahead and walk in and grab a quick third. This is one where maybe a Ninja Nexus with that probe out in the field might have gotten it done. He's trying to engage here. This is during a transfer. The Reaver is able to get some good shots initially. Moving up, there's the Reavers to the south now engaging for Zhanhun. Able to get, it looks like, one shot burst on Bonyth. He's loading up another one of the Reavers standing, one of them taken out on this side, however, and now Bonyth, just getting overwhelmed. There's too many Archons, too many Dragoons, and it looks like there's still a Reaver in that shuttle to chase the rest down. Bonyth, honestly, Zhanhun backing up, he's like, okay, I don't need to overcommit here, but things are looking dire now for Bonyth. It looks like some distance mining accidentally happening, because I think that was before that Nexus was online. 2 shuttles are online, but Bonyth has to take a huge risk now. He's at half the supply of Zhanhun.
I was thinking maybe he can start pumping out some Templars, but he's got gas for about 3 of them and maybe Storm, but it's going to take such a long time to get the energy. You've got to complete the upgrade too, and you can see Zhanhun's just making a bunch of Archons, and Archons can soak up those Templar shots no problem. So he's still going to have to rely on this Reaver play for now. I thought last engagement was not bad for Bonyth. It went about as well as possible. The gap is just too big. It's 60 supply lead for Zhanhun. I mean, look at this pitiful army. It's 5 goons and 2 Reavers.
5 goons, and they're trying to surround that, and it looks like that shuttle eating fire. They're being chased uphill, and Zhanhun being very patient. He's like, okay, I'll just go ahead and back off, take a couple. Whoa, that Reaver getting a huge shot, kind of insult to injury, just launching up that Reaver shot up the high ground, able to get some damage there. He's happy to just protect his third. He doesn't lose, as long as he doesn't A-move, or it doesn't direct move and not A-move and flop an engagement, he should win this comfortably.
Yeah, this is probably going to be the last attack from Bonyth. He doesn't have much. He's down 60 supply. He catches some units out of position. We've even got a slow Reaver coming in, but Archon's getting on top of your Reavers. That's never a good sign. First Templar out for Zhanhun. Bonyth is doing magic here. He's got high ground. It's just simply a numbers game, though. Too many Reavers, too many Goons, too many Zealots, too many Archons, and again, Bonyth's army gets wiped.
Yeah, completely wiped off, and it's not even a threat to the third or the natural expansion. Zhanhun backing off immediately, and he's not. What's crazy is Zhanhun's like, I don't even need to threaten your natural expansion. I know I'm so far ahead that I just have to make sure that you haven't taken a ninja base, and I've got so many gateways and such a stronger economy that, I just have to not flub things. He's already grabbing, looks like a 4th, which will be his 3rd mining base.
Yeah, and that's exactly what you should be doing. There's so many games I see where people think, okay, I've got a lead, and they do, but it's a minor lead, and that minor lead can turn into a minor lead for the opponent. Zhanhun has a massive lead. He could easily go in the game, but he doesn't need to. He knows Bonyth is on 1 base, so just let him max out, and then he'll have a completely unstoppable army. That's a good hit, but he loses the shuttle, and that had 2 Reavers.
Yeah. So upon losing that shuttle, that was the one last piece. That was the one last weapon in the armament for Bonyth. Upon losing that, he knew he had no shot unless he was taking out probes absolutely everywhere magically. So the series is tied up 1-1. We're going to one last game. Whoever wins advances. Whoever loses is eliminated. And this is huge. So it's got to be, if I'm Bonyth, I would be sweating bullets right now, because this guy's out macroed you multiple games, 2 in a row. You managed to pick 1 game off him, but as far as the series between the 2 of you goes, that's 3-1, and you've got 1 map left to do it. Otherwise, you're out of BSL this season.
Yeah, that's totally true, and I would be very nervous if I'm Bonyth. Like, I realized his micro was a little bit better than Zhanhun's Zealot micro, but it wasn't extremely better. Like, this guy can equal your micro while also macroing better than you. It really looks like this could be Zhanhun's time to make it into round of 8. And again, it's going to be Bonyth's pick. I think it's got to be Eclipse or Butter. It doesn't have to be, but I would bet money. Oh, actually, who picked Ascension last time? Was it Bonyth?
I think
it was, because he lost the first map.
Yeah. I wouldn't be shocked to see Bonyth pick Ascension and this time open up a 2-gate. Butter, I wouldn't be shocked to see Butter either. But we'll see. Especially this last match so there was a ramp here, which helped a little bit of the defense for Zhanhun. But Bonyth realized, I hope he realized, that with the 2-gate versus 2-gate, he still ended up winning. in the microfight there.
Yeah.
So that's an advantage he has. So I think that's where he needs to capitalize. So yeah, pick a map where you can get that, where you can really push that advantage and hopefully roll it into mid-game advantage and win the game from there.
I totally agree. And I think Ascension could be a map that you can do it on. Zhanhun, he's really impressed today. I am very surprised at his level. Last season, obviously Mihu played extremely well, but there seemed to be a huge gap between the rest of the Chinese players in comparison to Mihu. So this time around, Zhanhun's really impressed. Even though he lost versus Mihu, he's really showing his skill versus the remaining cast of BSL. He's done very well, and now he's proving it versus arguably the top player outside of China in Bonyth.
And even though it looks like we're seeing Eclipse.
So this is it, guys. This is the last map. Who's going to make it out? Is it our Polish hero, or is it our newfound Chinese ProToss hope, Zhanhun? In the top right, making a big name for himself today, it is Zhanhun.
And the bottom left is the red ProToss. We have Bonyth. Yeah, and I want to see that 2-gate opener from Bonyth and push it, even though this is a ramped map, but it's a 2-player map. Yeah, we'll have to see. I think the other factor here for Zhanhun is even in those games versus Mihu, it's not like those were unwinnable for him. There were multiple times where he could have pulled that out, and honestly, I almost wonder how much of it was just psychological against Mihu, where it just slight adjustments and he could take it, and that's against arguably the #1 player right now. He's BSL won the previous season of BSL, is once again chewed his way through a bunch of ProToss opponents and is making a berth in round of 8. So Zhanhun, if he can get out of here and beat Bonyth, he might be a solid shot to take the championship.
Yeah, and also he gets to avoid Mihu in the round of 8. Like, they'll be on different sides of the bracket. So if you can just avoid your nemesis until the finals, maybe somebody on the other side of the bracket can take down Mihu. In fact, we know they can, because Gypsy last season did the deed. He took him out. So for sure, that could be a scenario where Zhanhun might actually go the distance if he can just simply avoid Mihu. We do see that was a very forward gate from Bonyth. I'm wondering how he's going to use it, and we know now, because that's going to be a second gate, so it is going to be exactly what you wanted.
Yep, so we got 2-gate opener from Bonyth, we got the assimilator opener from Zhanhun, and yeah, I'm hoping Bonyth can show his stuff here. But Zhanhun, if he here's the thing, is that sometimes even in the defense of this, because of the troop counts you have to allot, and because you're not entirely sure whether it's going to be an all-in build or not, oftentimes, even regardless of opening up with those 3 zealots, you can end up ahead in the probe count in the mid game. Looks like initial scouts are crossing each other, so both players are going to get eyes in each other's base.
Yep, and Bonyth is going to see that it is, again, another normal opener. Going to be going for that fast cybernetics. Meanwhile, just barely not getting that zealot onto the ramp. And Probe will confirm that it is a 2-gate.
Yeah, I think, I'm not sure he's all that concerned about it. The Probe sneaking, I'm almost wondering if Bonyth is going to try to execute a mana pylon as well. So Zhanhun, I think wisely, moving off a Probe to engage that a little bit. And there's the same problem in the opposite corner, although with the zealot running down. And already a gas grab here for Bonyth. So grabbing a gas in the midst of this, and he's got, so the 3 zealots going to group up. They're going to move across the map. We do have 1 zealot, and I assume that he's still going to get aggressive with it. But my one curiosity here is, with this probe in the background, is he going to drop a mana pylon? Because that's one aspect where if you can sneak that in, it's a little bit more challenging with the higher probe counts, but I think he still needs to keep eyes on that. So it will be a little bit taxing. And he does. Gets the mana pylon. So with those zealots out of position now, moving across the map, that's really going to tax. But is that a counter mana pylon?
Yeah.
Yes, getting the counter mana pylon inside the base. So shenanigans both directions.
And it gets 2 probes, so that's going to be a lot of lost mining time for Zhanhun. He does have the goon out on the map, though, to get a few pot shots onto the zealot. Really nicely done, picking off that probe before it's able to escape. But he only got off 2 shots so far onto that zealot. Not the damage that he really wanted. Now, we saw a similar scenario earlier between KwarK and Bonyth, and Bonyth really picked apart the harassment from KwarK, but so far, okay, not much damage done from Bonyth so far.
Bit of lost mining time. He hasn't gotten any probes. There's 1 probe kill. He's now got 3 zealots surrounding that left Dragoon. However, 1 zealot has been expended, marching around that corner. But you can see in the upper right-hand corner, despite all of this harassment, because of the forced additional Dragoons, and this is going to be credit to KwarK for this, despite all of that, with the additional harassment, yeah, that Manor Pylon's going to stand a little bit longer, but the probe count lead is still in Bonyth's favor, which is kind of the power of his 2-gate opener and the style. However, that Manor Pylon blocks out a mineral patch and a half, and it's got another probe block. So I'm wondering if, despite having those 2 additional probes, because there's fewer troops able to deal with that Manor Pylon, if that equalizes things a little bit.
Well, Manor Pylon taken down. Transition from Zhanhun. Got that forward pylon. Probably going to be another Robo follow-up. For now, Bonyth is on the back foot, I would say. He even pumps out a couple of Zealots. And I think it's going to be a Robo follow-up from him, too, right now.
Yeah, might see... I would not be shocked to just see 2-gate Robo and potentially... Well, we'll see if we... Did Zhanhun already drop the... Yeah, he's already dropped the second gate, so 2-gate Robo on both ends. Yeah, there's a robotics facility as well. So as things are equalizing, it looks like that robotics facility got down a little bit faster for Zhanhun, which maybe will translate into a little bit of a faster Nexus. There's looks like a little bit of a supply lead for Zhanhun in the midst of all of this.
Well, Bonyth going to poke down with his 4 goons. He hid the Zealots, so he may be trying to disguise how big his army actually is. It's looking very similar to the move he did last game, which was 6 goons, 2 zealots, and pushed across the map. But Zhanhun not skimping out on units. He's got basically an even goon count, just lacking a single zealot. So I think he'll be fine to any pressure play.
Both players grabbing range. Bonyth saving a little bit more resources here. He's also pushing forward with that army. Yeah, the question is who takes what first? Looks like now Bonyth, being the aggressor, going to move up to that high ground, going to hold here. And is he going to charge this? He's going to walk up the... Oh, nope. Now deciding not to, as Zhanhun had position here, taking some free damage, now repositioning at the lower ground. Some zealots creating fire. 1 zealot already taken out on the low ground. Another zealot taken out. Otherwise, Bonyth now pressing up the ramp. Mihu pressing into it to try to keep that high ground advantage, but Bonyth able to swing around and with some focus fire, are you kidding me? Able to get advantage and get the high ground against Zhanhun, and now more reinforcements coming up from a closer position, but that's going to be 3 Dragoons going to be wiped out, so a complete army reset both directions. The closer reinforcement point going to work out for Zhanhun, but with this, Zhanhun still able to macro better behind this, so he's up 3 probes despite all of this.
Wow, Zhanhun is very lucky to not get his entire army wiped. Did you see those 5 goons just not fire at all an entire cycle? He is super lucky that he at least keeps 1 of the goons alive, and then the 2 reinforcing actually managed to stay alive too. So it's like maybe a 1 goon advantage right now for Bonyth. He's going to have, I think, a slightly faster Reaver. Nope, actually Reaver's going to be very similarly timed, but Nexus is going to be slightly faster for Zhanhun.
And in the meantime, Bonyth, rather than opting to take a natural expansion, he's grabbed a 3rd gateway. He's got the robotics facility, so he wants to get aggressive. And that is Bonyth style. It's possible he's floating some minerals right this second, but yeah, I have a feeling that he just wants to go ahead and take an attack and win it that way. And I think that's the wise way to try to go for it, considering at this stage you've been out-macroed in a lot of the matches that you've lost.
Well, Nexus is about to be done. It's about maybe 15 to 20 seconds away. I love the scouting probe in the center of the map. He doesn't have a lot of observers out just now, so plopping that there will limit the pathways that Zhanhun could go for a Reaver drop. Observer's going to come in and confirm the natural timing. He's not going to... Oh, maybe not. Okay, he does see that it is basically done, so he's not going to be happy about that. And as I pointed out, Zhanhun, he's just flat out better at building probes. He's up 6 workers. He's got basically an even army count. Maybe not, though, because Bonyth's making a move across the map.
Yeah, Bonyth's starting... So the army looks like, yeah, it's even. There's a Reaver there on this side. We do have a shuttle, though. And that shuttle can be a huge difference. We saw in previous matches that shuttle was the difference, even being down on Reaver count. And this is Bonyth potentially able, especially with that observer, able to see the situation, to pick out pot shots where he can take shots in and maybe box in Zhanhun. There's that single Dragoon up on the high ground that might be a factor here, but they're just taking a little bit of fire. So 2 Reavers now backing out. Needs to be very careful about this engagement. And Bonyth continuing to press forward, needs to babysit it, and this might be the defining moment of the match right here.
Well, Zhanhun was in trouble, but he's buying time for his shuttle to get out. The fact that he has no shuttle here makes it a very dangerous situation for him. It's 3-gate production for Bonyth 2, simply 2 gates for Zhanhun. And this is the one time where you're seeing his build order kind of fall apart with all this pressure because he's floating, well, he was floating a decent amount of money, could have been more gateways. That's a great connection onto 3 goons. Shuttle takes a decent amount of damage there, but the goons have taken so much damage in comparison.
And now you've got the shuttle up for Zhanhun. Let's see if he gets aggressive with it. A big shot landed on that reaver. Attacks from the high ground. The reaver shuttle very, very low. Bonyth is backing out, and with Bonyth backing out, all of a sudden there's a 10 probe lead and taking huge additional shots on that lower grouping of Dragoon. So I think Zhanhun has defended this. He's pushed Bonyth back, and he's got a huge macro lead.
Yeah, but you gotta be careful because supply says favor in Bonyth, and that means if he's up supply and he's down 10 workers, that's a 16 army advantage for him. Unfortunately for him, 4 of the supply is in a reaver back at his base and also another goon there, so that's not going to come into play for a long time. And for now, Zhanhun's going to escape with his life, and he's going to compound that eco lead. He's putting down more gates. He's up to 5 now.
Oof. And yeah, basically Bonyth needs to get something done in the next 2 minutes, and it looks like he's drawing that troop count back. But otherwise, I think Zhanhun, especially with this gateway flood behind this, with that natural expansion established, and that large worker lead and great saturation, also grabbing that second gas, he's just going to be in a really strong economic position to follow this up.
Yep, Zhanhun again getting the... Okay, I'm looking at the gas timing for Zhanhun compared to Bonyth. That is natural. It's very similar. So not going to have a big gas advantage like he's had in a lot of the previous games. Bonyth's army is still so massive, but now the 14 or 15 probe gap is the 14 or 15 supply gap that we see is kind of the big difference between the supplies in general. There's only a 12 supply gap right now, so even army count right now.
2 reavers poking forward. They want to get some pot shots, and yeah, 20 probe lead for Zhanhun. He's not going to be able to saturate a third base for a while, though. And Bonyth, taking a shot, eating a lot of Dragoon fire right there. Still trying to poke at the front. I think he realizes he needs to get something accomplished here.
Yeah, we see their speed on the shuttle, so now Bonyth needs to be careful about a potential counterattack from a secondary shuttle. We see a third reaver's already out, so that's definitely in the cards. Both players have an observer at the very front. We'll see if anybody can pick off one. Oh, no. Zhanhun almost leads off a reaver there, but good recovery.
Yeah, now pressing forward, that natural expansion pylon being pecked away by that single Dragoon. You do have, you have the speed, you've got the dancing, and Zhanhun, honestly, he looks like he's got a solid defense. He's got a lot of those Dragoons pocketed out, but I'm almost wondering how long this is going to go on. Is Bonyth actually setting up to say, okay, I'm just going to sit at this natural expansion. I don't care whether I take it out or not. I'm just going to dance here and maybe get my third up before you're able to, because he's got 6 gateways now, decent saturation across 2 bases. He's down on the overall probe count, but that might not matter.
Okay, Bonyth posturing like he wants to make a move. Is that shuttle too far forward? It might be. He takes it down and he gets one of the reavers.
Oh, so 1 reaver down. The shuttle's gone as well. Now, Zhanhun, with the reaver advantage, he's also got the shuttle advantage, can go ahead and chase the rest of this out. He's got 2 shuttles up just in case he was taking damage, and that's going to be a big reaver lead. Bonyth trying to split the troops out. So now Bonyth, without a shuttle, down a lot of reavers, and potentially in a moment down a lot of troops, is going to have to defend and maybe, I don't know, try to deny a third. And Zhanhun, with that additional shuttle, is going to move out all of Bonyth's troops that are out of position to defend this. Bonyth now backing out, and Zhanhun with a commanding lead moving into the mid game.
Yep, love it. And that shuttle got a glimpse of the probe, and the probe did not see it. You can tell Bonyth didn't see it because he's not sending any units to his natural. Will the pylon at the, or between the nat and the third base spot it? Just barely, maybe. No response from Bonyth just yet. This could be the game-changing move from Zhanhun. Gets a huge connection. Bonyth had such low probe count to begin with. Now it's even lower. It's basically just saturation for 1 base. And he may lose the shuttle here in Reaver, but the damage was done.
Yeah, he can afford to lose that shuttle in Reaver, and it looks like he's still managing to get kills. Another shot lands as the Reaver dies. Also gets pot shots right there. And now Zhanhun, can go ahead and deny Bonyth a third, can grab his own third. And knowing his style of play, he's probably, just going to move up, take out that pylon. get a larger lead, and this is turning into a smothering style of play. So strong from Zhanhun.
Yeah, and now Zhanhun can take his third base if he wants. He's got a 40 supply lead, but the majority of it is in the worker. So there is still a fighting chance for Bonyth, but losing those 2 reavers were critical. And the fact that I don't see any Archons in the army, meanwhile Bonyth just reinforcing with Mass Zealot, I don't have high hopes for this fight, but this is probably going to be it. 2 reavers from both players, unloaded from Zhanhun. That's a good connection onto already one of the shuttle, or one of the reavers. First shuttle from Zhanhun, second shuttle, Zhanhun gets killed. Second reaver is still alive for now, and it is just going to get taken out. But look at the supplies, it's just so heavily in favor of Zhanhun right now.
Yeah, Zhanhun, even if he loses this army, which it looks like he might, there's going to be a storm of reinforcements momentarily with that leg speed, able to march in, re-engage, reset, and now Bonyth is going to have to be in flight. He can't stop the third from going up. He can't push into the natural expansion. He's having to spend time microing these Dragoons behind this, and he's at half the supply of Zhanhun.
Yeah, and behind this, Zhanhun taking a base. He's not even all in with this. He's got the production, he's got the gateway count, he's got the bases, he's got Forge, he's got Templar Archive, which Bonyth doesn't have. +1 weapon may even be completing soon. That's a Templar cycle. He's going to instantly morph them into Archons. We see that the main's mined out, so that means Bonyth's main's going to be mining out pretty soon, and he does not have a third base.
Yeah, doesn't have a third base, doesn't have prospects on taking a third base. Even if he wanted to go take out a third base, honestly, it looks like he's going to be able to confirm the third of Zhanhun going up and finishing that. Yeah, that's got to be a sinking feeling right this second. But even if he wanted to go grab a third, I think Zhanhun can just walk up and go ahead and deny it, or he can go ahead and grab a fourth, and there's nothing that Bonyth can do about it.
Finally, we see the first Templars from Bonyth coming out. They're going to be instantly morphed into Archons, which he desperately needs, but he also desperately needs Storms. Like, if he had some Storms in some battles, maybe the AoE could change the fight, but so far he has none of that. I saw DT being morphed, but I don't know what that's gonna actually get done, because there's cannons at the natural and the third base, and if he morphs it into a Dark Archon for Templars, that's gonna take so long to build energy. So maybe he can potentially backstab with Dark Templars into isolated Templars. Not too sure what he's looking to get done with this.
Yeah, I think this might be a desperation DT, kind of a Hail Mary hope that he can sneak into the natural expansion and get some damage done there. But Zhanhun's been in position. He's got the observers alongside. At best, I think he might be able to get a high Templar trade. Although, as the Stark Templar is moving in, I don't see the observers in position. It looks like it is going to be able to funnel into that natural expansion. You can see the red dot moving in and able to get some probe kills connect, because that cannon at the far right-hand corner. So Bonyth finding some breathing room, and it looks like Zhanhun not realizing it, and might lose a high Templar as well.
So he might lose that Templar too, but getting 6 or 7 probe kills, that's a start to bring it back. But Zhanhun, he's still got a massive stranglehold on the game, still up 40 supply, still up 16 workers, but the army comp from Bonyth is getting better and better now that he's mixed in some Archons. Still down a single Archon though, and still down Storm.
Looks like the observer finally moving across found that Dark Templar. Let's see if Zhanhun pounces on it. Bonyth moving with his entire army to the middle of the map. So it looks like he wants to go ahead and take another engagement. But yeah, I feel like Zhanhun just has the better composition overall. So unless he catches this completely out of position, although the Archon's at the rear of this army, so maybe if Bonyth can get his Archons forward, it could be an okay trade. But even with that, the economy is just so strong for Zhanhun.
Oh my gosh, this is a pretty tiny choke. Here comes the shuttle. Both unload reavers are getting off a ton of shots onto the Zealots. But again, there's just so much Zhanhun. Oh, but those reavers get big connections onto Archons, which soak up big hits. And he's trying to push through. There's only Clump Goons really left over, but there's still, it's just a numbers game at this point. There's too many Dragoons left over, too many Zealots, and a single Archon left over for Zhanhun. He still manages to push it back.
Yeah, and once again, it's a situation where Bonyth is at half the supply of Zhanhun. He has no prospects on a third, and Zhanhun's sitting pretty with that third base mining.
Yeah, and this is just looking more and more dire as the game goes on. The third base is kicked in fully for Zhanhun now. He still has good saturation, 50 probes. Probe is moving to mid-left for Bonyth, but it's way too little too late. He's going to go for another tiny attack with 6 Zealots and Reaver drop, but I don't know how much damage this is going to do. This is probably just going to bleed off. Well, actually, he's got high ground.
So high ground scooping up, lost your reaver right there. There's also the counter reaver to go ahead and clean a lot of this up. Does manage to get a shot, but honestly, even he would have to wipe out this entire probe line, although he's getting good work on it. I think this might just be the last second Hail Mary. Let's see if the shuttle even manages to sneak out. It looks like it is going to be able to sneak out. But yeah, things looking grim. And even despite that attack from Bonyth, able to clear out a handful of probes, he's still relegated to just one base versus the two for Zhanhun. And honestly, Zhanhun probably could go ahead and grab his fourth right this second, and Bonyth doesn't have the troop count to deny it.
Yeah, 130 supply to just 60 for Bonyth. It looks like our Polish ProToss hero is finally going to meet his match versus Zhanhun here. Zhanhun's so close to closing it out. He has an overwhelming lead. Look at the army. It's 3 goons and an Archon, and that's it. There's no siege mode here. There's no way to actually stop this incoming ProToss death ball. And this is going to be it. That's a great connection. Goodbye, the majority of the probes right there.
Yeah, taking reaver shots into the probe line because he can afford to. Some Archons trying to come and reinforce from top of the ramp, but High Templar here as well. There's GG as soon as they're spotted. And Bonyth, unusually eliminated here in the round of 8. Zhanhun proving that he is one of those top-level guys that can take the championship. And I guarantee he wants another shot at Mihu here. And I hope he gets it, honestly. You got these interesting rivalries now of people getting separated that want to meet in the championship again. You've got Dawid and Ziki that are going to be in separate brackets. And you have Zhanhun and Mihu on opposite side of the brackets. And I think all of those guys want second shots at one another. So interesting match. We now have the round of 8 decided. And unfortunately, Bonyth, we're definitely going to see Bonyth again next season. No doubt about it. But let's see how far Zhanhun goes and see how far Mihu goes this time. Is he going to be a repeat champion?
Yeah, Zhanhun looks surprisingly good, especially PvP. And he could be somebody that can snipe down the wall. Like, that could be a real threat to take him down. He's already proved that he can take down Bonyth. And props to Zhanhun, because there was no point in the game, in any of the games, where he was down in the early game, he was down in the mid game, late game. There was no point. At worst, he was even. Maybe you could argue the good night game, he was down 2 probes. That's it. Other than that, it was Zhanhun all day long. Out microed, out macroed, out everything Bonyth. Map position too. So well done from him. And he's looking prime to go very far, especially since Mihu's on the other side of the bracket. And in fact, I'm curious what the bracket looks like now. Is there even going to be anybody that can stop Zhanhun? I'm wondering. Well, actually, now I remember Ziki got out in first yesterday, so that might be somebody.
So Ziki is one of those guys who could probably, that could give him a lot of trouble. Let's take a look. Do we have the round of 8 already decided?
Yeah,
So now we're getting a look. So we got, as far as the advancers, we have Boa, who's going to be going up against Mihu. We've got Ziki going up against Chuan. We have Gypsy, who is, I think that's, who Gypsy's going to go up against Zhanhun. That could be an interesting match. And Dandy and DeWalt on the top of that bracket.
Yeah, so interesting bracket. We've got Terran versus ProToss on the top side. And then Terran versus ProToss on the bottom side. The lone Zerg, like we stated before, is going to be a ZVP down there. So a lot of ProToss, a lot of Terran. Ziki, the one Zerg hope. I think he's got a good bracket until he meets Mihu. Mihu, always very dangerous. I really, really like our round of 8. It's going to be very, very close.
Yeah, and honestly, it's setting up for any of those matchups in the round of 4 could be really intense as well. Gypsy DeWalt, actually, on the top side of the bracket, if that ends up happening. Although Gypsy's going to have his work cut out for him against Zhanhun.
Yeah, I'm looking at Gypsy's bracket, and I'm thinking, okay, if he takes down Zhanhun, he's get rewarded with DeWalt or Dandy. If DeWalt makes it out, it's actually going to be a rematch from last season of Gypsy versus DeWalt. If Gypsy takes down DeWalt there, and let's say Mihu or Ziki go the distance to the finals, he's going to be rematching from last season Ziki in the 3rd place, 4th place match, and he's going to be rematching versus Mihu, I think in the round of 16 or so. So Gypsy gets to play all of his favorite players from last season if he goes far. It's going to be really tough for him, but I think, yeah, this is a pretty great round of 8. Dandy has been playing a lot lately. He's been playing in the race championships and have done really well. I think he could take down DeWalt for sure.
We got 2 North Americans for the North American pride that have a shot at it. Zeke, I wouldn't mind seeing a Zerg champion. We haven't had one of those in quite some time. But this is a really strong grouping in the round of 8. It feels like, just maybe it was the addition of the Chinese players, but it just feels like the level of play has also just accelerated. It just feels like these matches have been incredibly intense.
Yeah, they have, for sure, and I'm looking very forward to the round of 8, and that is going to start next week, of course, and that's going to wrap us up for today. So again, guys, thank you so much for watching. We got to, of course, shout out Esports Fun and Optimont for being the main sponsors of BSL, and thank you to Chameleon for coming on into the cast and giving us a quick interview and talking about his experience in StarCraft. And of course, we want to thank our Patreon supporters at the $100 level. We got Star Lover, $50 level, Martin Harsmar, Striker, and Zero Sum, $30 level, Blizzardo 86, Cuz, and Tupocalypse, and $20 level, Nicholas Schuler, Christian Eddington, LML, Ling and Pump, Nine Tech, and KwarK. And of course, we have several other lower tier supporters of the Patreon. And as usual, if you want the replays from BSL, $10 or above Patreon support, you'll get all of them.
All right. And with that, I think I'm going to say be sure to check out Trovo, of course, the race championships that have been going on in the background Thursdays and Fridays. That is Bombastic Starleague at Trovo. Do you have any final thoughts before we get moving on from there, Nyoken?
No, I don't really have any final thoughts. I thought today was very surprising, very cool, and I'm looking forward to the round of 8.
I think, we've got two Chinese players advancing. Mihu looking to repeat, the round of 8 looking insane, and I'm excited to see it. So we'll see you guys here next week.